Chapter 15, Part 2 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 15, The Last Resource, Part 2. "Have you spoken to your mother about this?" he asked uneasily. "No, not exactly this, but I know she will help us in this way." He had seated himself and was holding her in his arms, his face laid against hers. "I shall dread to part from you, Amy. That's such a dangerous thing to do. It may mean that we are never to live as husband and wife again. But how could it? It's just to prevent that danger. If we go on here till we have no money, what's before us then? Wretched lodgings at the best. And I am afraid to think of that. I can't trust myself if that should come to pass." "What do you mean?" he asked anxiously. "I hate poverty so. It brings out all the worst things in me. You know I have told you that before, Edwin." "But you would never forget that you are my wife." "I hope not. But I can't think of it. I can't face it. That would be the very worst that can befall us, and we are going to try our utmost to escape from it. Was there ever a man who did as much as you have done in literature, and then sank into hopeless poverty?" "Oh, many." "But at your age, I mean. Surely not at your age." "I am afraid there have been such poor fellows. Think how often one hears of hopeful beginnings, new reputations, and then you hear no more. Of course, it generally means that the man has gone into a different career, but sometimes " "What?" "The abyss." He pointed downward. "Penury and despair and a miserable death." "Oh, but those men haven't a wife and child. They would struggle." "Darling, they do struggle, but it's as if an ever-increasing weight were round their necks. It drags them lower and lower. The world has no pity on a man who can't do or produce something it thinks worth money. You may be a divine poet, and if some good fellow doesn't take pity on you, you will starve by the roadside. Society is as blind and brutal as fate. I have no right to complain of my own ill fortune. It's my own fault, in a sense, that I can't continue as well as I began. If I could write books as good as the early ones, I should earn money. For all that, it's hard that I must be kicked aside as worthless just because I don't know a trade." "It shan't be. I have only to look into your face to know that you will succeed after all. Yours is the kind of face that people come to know in portraits." He kissed her hair, her eyes, and her mouth. "How well I remember your saying that before. Why have you grown so good to me all at once, my Amy? Hearing you speak like that, I feel there's nothing beyond my reach. But I dread to go away from you. If I find that it is hopeless, if I am alone somewhere and know that the effort is all in vain, then well, I can leave you free. If I can't support you, it will be only just that I should give you back your freedom." "I don't understand." She raised herself and looked into his eyes. "We won't talk of that. If you bid me go on with the struggle, I shall do so." Amy had hidden her face and lay silently in his arms for a minute or two. Then she murmured, "It's so cold in here and so late. Come." "So early. There goes 3 o'clock." The next day they talked much of this new project. As there was sunshine, Amy accompanied her husband for his walk in the afternoon. It was long since they had been out together. An open carriage that passed, followed by 2 young girls on horseback, gave a familiar direction to Reardon's thoughts. "If one were as rich as those people, they pass so close to us, they see us, and we see them, but the distance between is infinity. They don't belong to the same world as we poor wretches. They see everything in a different light. They have powers which would seem supernatural if we were suddenly endowed with them." "Of course," assented his companion with a sigh. "Just fancy, if one got up in the morning with the thought that no reasonable desire that occurred to one throughout the day need remain ungratified, and that it would be the same, any day and every day, to the end of one's life. Look at those houses, every detail, within and without, luxurious. To have such a home as that!" "And they are empty creatures who live there." "They do live, Amy, at all events. Whatever may be their faculties, they have all free scope. I have often stood staring at houses like these until I couldn't believe that the people owning them were mere human beings like myself. The power of money is so hard to realize. One who has never had it marvels at the completeness with which it transforms every detail of life. Compare what we call our home with that of rich people. It moves one to scornful laughter. I have no sympathy with the stoical point of view. Between wealth and poverty is just the difference between the whole man and the maimed. If my lower limbs are paralyzed, I may still be able to think, but then there is such a thing in life as walking. As a poor devil, I may live nobly, but one happens to be made with faculties of enjoyment, and those have to fall into atrophy. To be sure, most rich people don't understand their happiness. If they did, they would move and talk like gods, which indeed they are. Amy's brow was shadowed. A wise man, in Reardon's position, would not have chosen this subject to dilate upon. The difference, he went on, between the man with money and the man without is simply this. The one thinks, "How shall I use my life?" And the other, "How shall I keep myself alive?" A physiologist ought to be able to discover some curious distinction between the brain of a person who has never given a thought to the means of subsistence, and that of one who has never known a day free from such cares. There must be some special cerebral development representing the mental anguish kept up by poverty. "I should say," put in Amy, "that it affects every function of the brain. It isn't a special point of suffering, but a misery that colours every thought." "True. Can I think of a single subject in all the sphere of my experience without the consciousness that I see it through the medium of poverty? I have no enjoyment which isn't tainted by that thought, and I can suffer no pain which it doesn't increase. The curse of poverty is to the modern world just what that of slavery was to the ancient. Rich and destitute stand to each other as freeman and bond. You remember the line of Homer I have often quoted about the demoralizing effect of enslavement. Poverty degrades in the same way. It has had its effect upon me. I know that too well," said Amy, with bitter frankness. Reardon glanced at her and wished to make some reply, but he could not say what was in his thoughts. He worked on at his story. Before he had reached the end of it, Margaret Home was published, and one day arrived a parcel containing the 6 copies to which an author is traditionally entitled. Reardon was not so old in authorship that he could open the packet without a slight flutter of his pulse. The book was tastefully got up. Amy exclaimed with pleasure as she caught sight of the cover and lettering. "It may succeed, Edwin. It doesn't look like a book that fails, does it?" She laughed at her own childishness. But Reardon had opened one of the volumes and was glancing over the beginning of a chapter. "Good God!" he cried. "What hellish torment it was to write that page! I did it one morning when the fog was so thick that I had to light the lamp. It brings cold sweat to my forehead to read the words. And to think that people will skim over it without a suspicion of what it cost the writer. What execrable style! A pot boy could write better narrative. Who are to have copies?" "No one, if I can help it. But I suppose your mother will expect one." "And Milvain?" "I suppose so," he replied indifferently, "but not unless he asks for it. Poor old Biffen, of course, though it'll make him despise me. Then one for ourselves. That leaves 2, to light the fire with. We have been rather short of fire paper since we couldn't afford our daily newspaper." "Will you let me give one to Mrs. Carter?" "As you please." He took one set and added it to the row of his productions, which stood on a topmost shelf. Amy laid her hand upon his shoulder and contemplated the effect of this addition. "The works of Edwin Reardon," she said, with a smile. "The work, at all events. Rather a different thing, unfortunately. Amy, if only I were back at the time when I wrote On Neutral Ground, and yet had you with me. How full my mind was in those days! Then I had only to look, and I saw something. Now I strain my eyes, but can make out nothing more than nebulous grotesques. I used to sit down knowing so well what I had to say. Now I strive to invent, and never come at anything. Suppose you pick up a needle with warm, supple fingers. Try to do it when your hand is stiff and numb with cold. There's the difference between my manner of work in those days and what it is now." "But you are going to get back your health. You will write better than ever." "We shall see. Of course, there was a great deal of miserable struggle even then, but I remember it as insignificant compared with the hours of contented work. I seldom did anything in the mornings except think and prepare. Towards evening I felt myself getting ready, and at last I sat down with the first lines buzzing in my head. And I used to read a great deal at the same time. Whilst I was writing On Neutral Ground, I went solidly through the Divina Commedia, a canto each day. Very often I wrote till after midnight, but occasionally I got my quantum finished much earlier, and then I used to treat myself to a ramble about the streets. I can recall exactly the places where some of my best ideas came to me. You remember the scene in Prendergast's lodgings? That flashed on me late one night as I was turning out of Leicester Square into the slum that leads to Clare Market. Ah, how well I remember! And I went home to my garret in a state of delightful fever, and scribbled notes furiously before going to bed. Don't trouble, it'll all come back to you. But in those days I hadn't to think of money. I could look forward and see provision for my needs. I never asked myself what I should get for the book. I assure you that never came into my head, never. The work was done for its own sake. No hurry to finish it. If I felt that I wasn't up to the mark, I just waited till the better mood returned. On neutral ground took me 7 months. Now I have to write 3 volumes in 9 weeks, with the lash stinging on my back if I miss a day." He brooded for a little. "I suppose there must be some rich man somewhere who has read 1 or 2 of my books with a certain interest. If only I could encounter him and tell him plainly what a cursed state I am in, perhaps he will help me to some means of earning a couple of pounds a week. One has heard of such things." "In the old days." "Yes, I doubt if it ever happens now. Coleridge wouldn't so easily meet with his Gilman nowadays. Well, I am not a Coleridge, and I don't ask to be lodged under any man's roof. But if I could earn money enough to leave me good long evenings, unspoilt by the fear of the workhouse." Amy turned away, and presently went to look after her little boy. A few days after this they had a visit from Milvain. He came about 10 o'clock in the evening. "I'm not going to stay," he announced. "But where's my copy of Margaret Home? I am to have one, I suppose." "I have no particular desire that you should read it," returned Reardon. "But I have read it, my dear fellow. Got it from the library on the day of publication. I had a suspicion that you wouldn't send me a copy, but I must possess your opera omnia. Here it is. Hide it away somewhere. You may as well sit down for a few minutes." "I confess I should like to talk about the book, if you don't mind. It isn't so utterly and damnably bad as you make out, you know. The misfortune was that you had to make 3 volumes of it. If I had leave to cut it down to 1, it would do you credit. The motive is good enough." "Yes, just good enough to show how badly it's managed." Milvain began to expatiate on that well-worn topic, the evils of the 3-volume system. "A triple-headed monster, sucking the blood of English novelists. One might design an allegorical cartoon for a comic literary paper. By the by, why doesn't such a thing exist? A weekly paper treating of things and people literary in a facetious spirit. It would be caviare to the general, but might be supported, I should think. The editor would probably be assassinated, though." "For any one in my position," said Reardon, "how is it possible to abandon the 3 volumes? It is a question of payment. An author of moderate repute may live on a yearly 3-volume novel. I mean the man who is obliged to sell his book out and out, and who gets from £1 to £200 for it. But he would have to produce 4 1-volume novels to obtain the same income, and I doubt whether he could get so many published within the 12 months. And here comes in the benefit of the libraries. From the commercial point of view, the libraries are indispensable. Do you suppose the public would support the present number of novelists if each book had to be purchased? A sudden change to that system would throw 3/4 of the novelists out of work." "But there's no reason why the libraries shouldn't circulate novels in 1 volume." "Profits would be less, I suppose. People would take the minimum subscription." "Well, to go to the concrete, what about your own 1 volume?" "All but done." "And you'll offer it to Jedwood? Go and see him personally. He's a very decent fellow, I believe." Milvain stayed only half an hour. The days when he was wont to sit and talk at large through a whole evening were no more, partly because of his diminished leisure, but also for a less simple reason, the growth of something like estrangement between him and Reardon. "You didn't mention your plans," said Amy, when the visitor had been gone some time. "No." Reardon was content with the negative, and his wife made no further remark. The result of advertising the flat was that 2 or 3 persons called to make inspection. One of them, a man of military appearance, showed himself anxious to come to terms. He was willing to take the tenement from the next quarter day, June, but wished, if possible, to enter upon possession sooner than that. "Nothing could be better," said Amy, in colloquy with her husband. "If he will pay for the extra time, we shall be only too glad." Reardon mused and looked gloomy. He could not bring himself to regard the experiment before him with hopefulness, and his heart sank at the thought of parting from Amy. "You are very anxious to get rid of me," he answered, trying to smile. "Yes, I am," she exclaimed, "but simply for your own good, as you know very well. Suppose I can't sell this book. You will have a few pounds. Send your Pliny article to the wayside. If you come to an end of all your money, mother shall lend you some." "I am not very likely to do much work in that case." "Oh, but you will sell the book. You'll get £20 for it, and that alone would keep you for 3 months. Think, 3 months of the best part of the year at the seaside. Oh, you will do wonders." The furniture was to be housed at Mrs Yule's. Neither of them durst speak of selling it. That would have sounded too ominous. As for the locality of Reardon's retreat, Amy herself had suggested Worthing, which she knew from a visit a few years ago. The advantages were its proximity to London, and the likelihood that very cheap lodgings could be found either in the town or near it. One room would suffice for the hapless author, and his expenses, beyond a trifling rent, would be confined to mere food. Oh yes, he might manage on considerably less than £1 a week. Amy was in much better spirits than for a long time. She appeared to have convinced herself that there was no doubt of the issue of this perilous scheme, that her husband would write a notable book, receive a satisfactory price for it, and so re-establish their home. Yet her moods varied greatly. After all, there was delay in the letting of the flat, and this caused her annoyance. It was whilst the negotiations were still pending that she made her call upon Maud and Dora Milvain. Reardon did not know of her intention to visit them until it had been carried out. She mentioned what she had done in almost a casual manner. "I had to get it over," she said, when Reardon exhibited surprise, "and I don't think I made a very favourable impression." "You told them, I suppose, what we are going to do?" "No, I didn't say a word of it." "But why not? It can't be kept a secret. Milvain will have heard of it already, I should think, from your mother." "From mother? But it's the rarest thing for him to go there. Do you imagine he is a constant visitor? I thought it better to say nothing until the thing is actually done. Who knows what may happen?" She was in a strange, nervous state, and Reardon regarded her uneasily. He talked very little in these days, and passed hours in dark reverie. His book was finished, and he awaited the publisher's decision. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 16. Rejection. One of Reardon's minor worries at this time was the fear that by chance he might come upon a review of Margaret Home. Since the publication of his first book he had avoided as far as possible all knowledge of what the critics had to say about him. His nervous temperament could not bear the agitation of reading these remarks, which, however inept, define an author and his work to so many people incapable of judging for themselves. No man or woman could tell him anything in the way of praise or blame which he did not already know quite well. Commendation was pleasant, but it so often aimed amiss, and censure was for the most part so unintelligent. In the case of this latest novel, he dreaded the sight of a review as he would have done a gash from a rusty knife. The judgments could not but be damnatory, and their expression in journalistic phrase would disturb his mind with evil rancour. No one would have insight enough to appreciate the nature and cause of his book's demerits. Every comment would be wide of the mark. Sneer, ridicule, trite objection would but madden him with a sense of injustice. His position was illogical, one result of the moral weakness which was allied with his aesthetic sensibility. Putting aside the worthlessness of current reviewing, the critic of an isolated book has of course nothing to do with its author's state of mind and body any more than with the condition of his purse. Reardon would have granted this, but he could not command his emotions. He was in passionate revolt against the base necessities which compelled him to put forth work in no way representing his healthy powers, his artistic criterion. Not he had written this book, but his accursed poverty. To assail him as the author was, in his feeling, to be guilty of brutal insult. When by ill hap a notice in one of the daily papers came under his eyes, it made his blood boil with a fierceness of hatred only possible to him in a profoundly morbid condition. He could not steady his hand for half an hour after. Yet this particular critic only said what was quite true, that the novel contained not a single striking scene, and not one living character. Reardon had expressed himself about it in almost identical terms. But he saw himself in the position of one sickly and all but destitute man against a relentless world, and every blow directed against him appeared dastardly. He could have cried "Coward" to the writer who wounded him. The would-be sensational story, which was now in Mr Jedwood's hands, had perhaps more merit than Margaret Home. Its brevity, and the fact that nothing more was aimed at than a concatenation of brisk events, made it not unreadable. But Reardon thought of it with humiliation. If it were published as his next work, it would afford final proof to such sympathetic readers as he might still retain that he had hopelessly written himself out, and was now endeavouring to adapt himself to an inferior public. In spite of his dire necessities, he now and then hoped that Jedwood might refuse the thing. At moments he looked with sanguine eagerness to the 3 or 4 months he was about to spend in retirement, but such impulses were the mere outcome of his nervous disease. He had no faith in himself under present conditions. The permanence of his sufferings would mean the sure destruction of powers he still possessed, though they were not at his command. Yet he believed that his mind was made up as to the advisability of trying this last resource. He was impatient for the day of departure, and in the interval merely killed time as best he might. He could not read, and did not attempt to gather ideas for his next book. The delusion that his mind was resting made an excuse to him for the barrenness of day after day. His Pliny article had been dispatched to the wayside, and would possibly be accepted, but he did not trouble himself about this or other details. It was as though his mind could do nothing more than grasp the bald fact of impending destitution. With the steps toward that final stage he seemed to have little concern. One evening he set forth to make a call upon Harold Biffen, whom he had not seen since the realist called to acknowledge the receipt of a copy of Margaret Home, left at his lodgings when he was out. Biffen resided in Clipstone Street, a thoroughfare discoverable in the dim district which lies between Portland Place and Tottenham Court Road. On knocking at the door of the lodging-house, Reardon learnt that his friend was at home. He ascended to the 3rd story and tapped at a door which allowed rays of lamplight to issue from great gaps above and below. A sound of voices came from within, and on entering he perceived that Biffen was engaged with a pupil. "They didn't tell me you had a visitor," he said. "I'll call again later." "No need to go away," replied Biffen, coming forward to shake hands. "Take a book for a few minutes. Mr Baker won't mind." It was a very small room, with a ceiling so low that the tall lodger could only just stand upright with safety. Perhaps 3 inches intervened between his head and the plaster, which was cracked, grimy, cobwebby. A small scrap of weedy carpet lay in front of the fireplace. Elsewhere the chinky boards were unconcealed. The furniture consisted of a round table, which kept such imperfect balance on its central support that the lamp entrusted to it looked in a dangerous position, of 3 small cane-bottomed chairs, a small wash-hand-stand with sundry rude appurtenances, and a chair bedstead which the tenant opened at the hour of repose and spread with certain primitive trappings at present kept in a cupboard. There was no bookcase, but a few hundred battered volumes were arranged, some on the floor and some on a rough chest. The weather was too characteristic of an English spring to make an empty grate agreeable to the eye, but Biffen held it an axiom that fires were unseasonable after the 1st of May. The individual referred to as Mr Baker, who sat at the table in the attitude of a student, was a robust, hard-featured, black-haired young man of 2 or 3 and 20, judging from his weather-beaten cheeks and huge hands, as well as from the garb he wore. One would have presumed that study was not his normal occupation. There was something of the riverside about him. He might be a dockman, or even a bargeman. He looked intelligent, however, and bore himself with much modesty. "Now do endeavour to write in shorter sentences," said Biffen, who sat down by him and resumed the lesson, Reardon having taken up a volume. "This isn't bad, it isn't bad at all, I assure you. But you have put all you had to say into 3 appalling periods, whereas you ought to have made about a dozen." "There it is, sir, there it is!" exclaimed the man, smoothing his wiry hair. "I can't break it up, the thoughts come in a lump, if I may say so. To break it up, there's the art of compersition." Reardon could not refrain from a glance at the speaker, and Biffen, whose manner was very grave and kindly, turned to his friend with an explanation of the difficulties with which the student was struggling. "Mr. Baker is preparing for the examination of the Outdoor Customs Department. One of the subjects is English composition, and really, you know, that isn't quite such a simple matter as some people think." Baker beamed upon the visitor with a homely, good-natured smile. "I can make headway with the other things, sir," he said, striking the table lightly with his clenched fist. "There's handwriting, there's orthography, there's arithmetic. I'm not afraid of one of 'em, as Mr. Biffen'll tell you, sir. But when it comes to compersition, that brings out the sweat on my forehead, I do assure you." "You're not the only man in that case, Mr. Baker," replied Reardon. "It's thought a tough job in general, is it, sir?" "It is indeed." 200 marks for composition," continued the man. "Now how many would they have given me for this bit of a try, Mr. Biffen?" Well, I can't exactly say. But you improve decidedly. Peg away for another week or two." "Oh, don't fear me, sir. I'm not easily beaten when I've set my mind on a thing, and I'll break up the compersition yet, see if I don't." Again his fist descended upon the table in a way that reminded one of the steam hammer cracking a nut. The lesson proceeded for about 10 minutes. Reardon, under pretence of reading, followed it with as much amusement as anything could excite in him nowadays. At length Mr. Baker stood up, collected his papers and books, and seemed about to depart. But after certain uneasy movements and glances, he said to Biffen in a subdued voice: "Perhaps I might speak to you outside the door a minute, sir." He and the teacher went out, the door closed, and Reardon heard sounds of muffled conversation. In a minute or two a heavy footstep descended the stairs, and Biffen re-entered the room. "Now that's a good, honest fellow," he said in an amused tone. "It's my pay night, but he didn't like to fork out money before you. A very unusual delicacy in a man of that standing. He pays me 6 pence for an hour's lesson. That brings me 2 shillings a week. I sometimes feel a little ashamed to take his money, but then the fact is he's a good deal better off than I am." "Will he get a place in the Customs, do you think?" "Oh, I've no doubt of it. If it seemed unlikely, I should have told him so before this. To be sure, that's a point I have often to consider, and once or twice my delicacy has asserted itself at the expense of my pocket. There was a poor consumptive lad came to me not long ago and wanted Latin lessons, talked about going in for the London Matric, on his way to the pulpit. I couldn't stand it. After a lesson or two I told him his cough was too bad, and he had no right to study until he got into better health. That was better, I think, than saying plainly he had no chance on earth. But the food I bought with his money was choking me. Oh yes, Baker will make his way right enough. A good, modest fellow." "You noticed how respectfully he spoke to me. It doesn't make any difference to him that I live in a garret like this. I'm a man of education, and he can separate this fact from my surroundings." "Biffen, why don't you get some decent position? Surely you might." "What position? No school would take me. I have neither credentials nor conventional clothing. For the same reason I couldn't get a private tutorship in a rich family. No, it's all right. I keep myself alive, and I get on with my work. By the by, I've decided to write a book called Mr. Bailey, Grocer." "What's the idea?" "An objectionable word, that. Better say, what's the reality?" "Well, Mr. Bailey is a grocer in a little street by here. I have dealt with him for a long time, and as he's a talkative fellow, I've come to know a good deal about him and his history. He's fond of talking about the struggle he had in his first year of business. He had no money of his own, but he married a woman who had saved £45 out of a cat's meat business. You should see that woman, a big, coarse, squinting creature. At the time of the marriage she was a widow and 42 years old. Now I'm going to tell the true story of Mr. Bailey's marriage, and of his progress as a grocer. It'll be a great book, a great book." He walked up and down the room, fervid with his conception. "There'll be nothing bestial in it, you know, the decently ignoble, as I've so often said. The thing'll take me a year at least. I shall do it slowly, lovingly. 1 volume, of course, the length of the ordinary French novel. There's something fine in the title, don't you think? Mr. Bailey, Grocer." "I envy you, old fellow," said Reardon, sighing. "You have the right fire in you. You have zeal and energy. Well, what do you think I have decided to do?" "I should like to hear." Reardon gave an account of his project. The other listened gravely, seated across a chair with his arms on the back. "Your wife is in agreement with this?" Oh, yes. He could not bring himself to say that Amy had suggested it. She has great hopes that the change will be just what I need. I should say so, too, if you were going to rest. But if you have to set to work at once, it seems to me very doubtful. Never mind. For heaven's sake, don't discourage me. If this fails, upon my soul, I think I shall kill myself. Pooh! Exclaimed Biffen gently. With a wife like yours? Just because of that. No, there'll be some way out of it. By the by, I passed Mrs Reardon this morning, but she didn't see me. It was in Tottenham Court Road, and Milvain was with her. I felt myself too seedy in appearance to stop and speak. In Tottenham Court Road? That was not the detail of the story which chiefly held Reardon's attention, yet he did not purposely make a misleading remark. His mind involuntarily played this trick. I only saw them just as they were passing, pursued Biffen. Oh, I knew I had something to tell you. Have you heard that Whelpdale is going to be married? Reardon shook his head in a preoccupied way. I had a note from him this morning telling me. He asked me to look him up tonight, and he'd let me know all about it. Let's go together, shall we? I don't feel much in the humour for Whelpdale. I'll walk with you and go on home. No, come and see him. It'll do you good to talk a little. But I must positively eat a mouthful before we go. I'm afraid you won't care to join. He opened his cupboard and brought out a loaf of bread and a saucer of dripping, with salt and pepper. Better dripping this than I've had for a long time. I get it at Mr Bailey's. That isn't his real name, of course. He assures me it comes from a large hotel where his wife's sister is a kitchen maid, and that it's perfectly pure. They very often mix flour with it, you know, and perhaps more obnoxious things that an economical man doesn't care to reflect upon. Now, with a little pepper and salt, this bread and dripping is as appetizing food as I know. I often make a dinner of it. I have done the same myself before now. Do you ever buy peas pudding? I should think so. I get magnificent pennyworths at a shop in Cleveland Street, of a very rich quality indeed. Excellent faggots they have there too. I'll give you a supper of them some night before you go. Biffen rose to enthusiasm in the contemplation of these dainties. He ate his bread and dripping with knife and fork. This always made the fare seem more substantial. Is it very cold out? He asked, rising from the table. Need I put my overcoat on? This overcoat, purchased second-hand 3 years ago, hung on a doornail. Comparative ease of circumstances had restored to the realist his ordinary indoor garment, a morning coat of the cloth called diagonal, rather large for him, but in better preservation than the other articles of his attire. Reardon judging the overcoat necessary, his friend carefully brushed it and drew it on with a caution which probably had reference to starting seams. Then he put into the pocket his pipe, his pouch, his tobacco stopper, and his matches, murmuring to himself a Greek iambic line which had come into his head apropos of nothing obvious. Go out, he said, and then I'll extinguish the lamp. Mind the second step down, as usual. They issued into Clipstone Street, turned northward, crossed Euston Road, and came into Albany Street, where, in a house of decent exterior, Mr Whelpdale had his present abode. A girl who opened the door requested them to walk up to the topmost story. A cheery voice called to them from within the room at which they knocked. This lodging spoke more distinctly of civilization than that inhabited by Biffen. It contained the minimum supply of furniture needed to give it somewhat the appearance of a study, but the articles were in good condition. One end of the room was concealed by a chintz curtain. Scrutiny would have discovered behind the draping the essential equipments of a bedchamber. Mr Whelpdale sat by the fire smoking a cigar. He was a plain-featured but graceful and refined-looking man of 30, with wavy chestnut hair and a trimmed beard which became him well. At present he wore a dressing-gown and was without collar. "Welcome, gents both!" he cried facetiously. "Ages since I saw you, Reardon. I've been reading your new book. Uncommonly good things in it here and there. Uncommonly good." Whelpdale had the weakness of being unable to tell a disagreeable truth, and a tendency to flattery which had always made Reardon rather uncomfortable in his society. Though there was no need whatever of his mentioning Margaret home, he preferred to frame smooth fictions rather than keep a silence which might be construed as unfavourable criticism. "In the last volume," he went on, "I think there are 1 or 2 things as good as you ever did. I do indeed." Reardon made no acknowledgment of these remarks. They irritated him, for he knew their insincerity. Biffen, understanding his friend's silence, struck in on another subject. Who is this lady of whom you write to me?" Quite a story. I'm going to be married, Reardon. A serious marriage. Light your pipes and I'll tell you all about it. Startled you, I suppose, Biffen? Unlikely news, eh? Some people would call it a rash step, I dare say. We shall just take another room in this house, that's all. I think I can count upon an income of a couple of guineas a week, and I have plans without end that are pretty sure to bring in coin. Reardon did not care to smoke, but Biffen lighted his pipe and waited with grave interest for the romantic narrative. Whenever he heard of a poor man's persuading a woman to share his poverty, he was eager of details. Perchance he himself might yet have that heavenly good fortune. "Well," began Whelpdale, crossing his legs and watching a wreath he had just puffed from the cigar, "you know all about my literary advisership. The business goes on reasonably well. I'm going to extend it in ways I'll explain to you presently. About 6 weeks ago I received a letter from a lady who referred to my advertisements, and said she had the manuscript of a novel which she would like to offer for my opinion. 2 publishers had refused it, but one with complimentary phrases, and she hoped it mightn't be impossible to put the thing into acceptable shape. Of course I wrote optimistically, and the manuscript was sent to me. Well, it wasn't actually bad. By Jove! You should have seen some of the things I have been asked to recommend to publishers. It wasn't hopelessly bad by any means, and I gave serious thought to it. After exchange of several letters, I asked the authoress to come and see me, that we might save postage stamps and talk things over. She hadn't given me her address. I had to direct to a stationer's in Bayswater. She agreed to come, and did come. I had formed a sort of idea, but of course I was quite wrong. Imagine my excitement when there came in a very beautiful girl, a tremendously interesting girl, about 21, just the kind of girl that most strongly appeals to me, dark, pale, rather consumptive looking, slender. No, there's no describing her, there really isn't. You must wait till you see her. "I hope the consumption was only a figure of speech," remarked Biffen, in his grave way. "Oh, there's nothing serious the matter, I think. A slight cough, poor girl." "The deuce!" interjected Reardon. "Oh, nothing. It'll be all right. Well, now, of course we talked over the story, in good earnest, you know. Little by little I induced her to speak of herself. This, after she'd come 2 or 3 times, and she told me lamentable things. She was absolutely alone in London, and hadn't had sufficient food for weeks, had sold all she could of her clothing, and so on. Her home was in Birmingham. She had been driven away by the brutality of a stepmother. A friend lent her a few pounds, and she came to London with an unfinished novel. Well, you know, this kind of thing would be enough to make me soft-hearted to any girl, let alone one who, to begin with, was absolutely my ideal. When she began to express a fear that I was giving too much time to her, that she wouldn't be able to pay my fees, and so on, I could restrain myself no longer. On the spot I asked her to marry me. I didn't practise any deception, mind. I told her I was a poor devil who had failed as a realistic novelist and was earning bread in haphazard ways. And I explained frankly that I thought we might carry on various kinds of business together. She might go on with her novel writing, and so on. But she was frightened. I had been too abrupt. That's a fault of mine, you know, but I was so confoundedly afraid of losing her. And I told her as much plainly." Biffen smiled. "This would be exciting," he said, "if we didn't know the end of the story." "Yes. Pity I didn't keep it a secret. Well, she wouldn't say yes, but I could see that she didn't absolutely say no. In any case, I said, 'You'll let me see you often. Fees be hanged, I'll work day and night for you. I'll do my utmost to get your novel accepted.' And I implored her to let me lend her a little money. It was very difficult to persuade her, but at last she accepted a few shillings. I could see in her face that she was hungry. Just imagine, a beautiful girl absolutely hungry. It drove me frantic. But that was a great point gained. After that we saw each other almost every day. And at last she consented. Did indeed, I can hardly believe it yet. We shall be married in a fortnight's time." "I congratulate you," said Reardon. "So do I," sighed Biffen. The day before yesterday she went to Birmingham to see her father and tell him all about the affair. I agreed with her it was as well. The old fellow isn't badly off, and he may forgive her for running away, though he's under his wife's thumb, it appears. I had a note yesterday. She had gone to a friend's house for the first day. I hoped to have heard again this morning. Must to-morrow, in any case. I live, as you may imagine, in wild excitement. Of course, if the old man stumps up a wedding present, all the better. But I don't care. We'll make a living somehow. What do you think I'm writing just now? An author's guide. You know the kind of thing. They sell splendidly. Of course I shall make it a good advertisement of my business. Then I have a splendid idea. I'm going to advertise, novel writing taught in 10 lessons. What do you think of that? No swindle, not a bit of it. I am quite capable of giving the ordinary man or woman 10 very useful lessons. I've been working out the scheme. It would amuse you vastly, Reardon. The first lesson deals with a question of subjects, local colour, that kind of thing. I gravely advise people, if they possibly can, to write of the wealthy middle class. That's the popular subject, you know. Lords and ladies are all very well, but the real thing is to take a story about people who have no titles, but live in good Philistine style. I urge study of horsey matters especially. That's very important. You must be well up, too, in military grades. Know about Sandhurst, and so on. Boating is an important topic. You see? Oh, I shall make a great thing of this. I shall teach my wife carefully, and then let her advertise lessons to girls. They'll prefer coming to a woman, you know. Biffen leant back and laughed noisily. How much shall you charge for the course? Asked Reardon. That'll depend. I shan't refuse a guinea or two, but some people may be made to pay 5, perhaps. Someone knocked at the door, and a voice said, "A letter for you, Mr. Whelpdale." He started up, and came back into the room with face illuminated. "Yes, it's from Birmingham. Posted this morning. Look what an exquisite hand she writes." He tore open the envelope. In delicacy, Reardon and Biffen averted their eyes. There was silence for a minute. Then a strange ejaculation from Whelpdale caused his friends to look up at him. He had gone pale, and was frowning at the sheet of paper which trembled in his hand. "No bad news, I hope," Biffen ventured to say. Whelpdale let himself sink into a chair. "Now, if this isn't too bad," he exclaimed in a thick voice. "If this isn't monstrously unkind! I never heard anything so gross as this. Never!" The two waited, trying not to smile. "She writes that she has met an old lover in Birmingham, that it was with him she had quarrelled, not with her father at all, that she ran away to annoy him and frighten him, that she has made it up again, and they're going to be married." He let the sheet fall, and looked so utterly woebegone that his friends at once exerted themselves to offer such consolation as the case admitted of. Reardon thought better of Whelpdale for this emotion. He had not believed him capable of it. "It isn't a case of vulgar cheating," cried the forsaken one presently. "Don't go away thinking that. She writes in real distress and penitence, she does indeed. Oh, the devil! Why did I let her go to Birmingham? A fortnight more and I should have had her safe. But it's just like my luck. Do you know that this is the 3rd time I've been engaged to be married? No, by Jove, the 4th. And every time the girl has got out of it at the last moment. What an unlucky beast I am! A girl who is positively my ideal. I haven't even a photograph of her to show you, but you'd be astonished at her face. Why, in the devil's name, did I let her go to Birmingham?" The visitors had risen. They felt uncomfortable, for it seemed as if Whelpdale might find vent for his distress in tears. "We had better leave you," suggested Biffen. "It's very hard, it is indeed." "Look here, read the letter for yourselves, do." They declined and begged him not to insist. "But I want you to see what kind of girl she is. It isn't a case of farcical deceiving, not a bit of it. She implores me to forgive her, and blames herself no end. Just my luck. The 3rd, no, the 4th time, by Jove! Never was such an unlucky fellow with woman. It's because I'm so damnably poor. That's it, of course." Reardon and his companion succeeded at length in getting away, though not till they had heard the virtues and beauty of the vanished girl described again and again in much detail. Both were in a state of depression as they left the house. "What do you think of this story?" asked Biffen. "Is this possible in a woman of any merit?" "Anything is possible in a woman," Reardon replied, harshly. They walked in silence as far as Portland Road Station. There, with an assurance that he would come to a garret supper before leaving London, Reardon parted from his friend and turned westward. As soon as he had entered, Amy's voice called to him, "Here's a letter from Jedwood, Edwin." He stepped into the study. "It came just after you went out, and it has been all I could do to resist the temptation to open it." "Why shouldn't you have opened it?" said her husband carelessly. He tried to do so himself, but his shaking hand thwarted him at first. Succeeding at length, he found a letter in the publisher's own writing, and the first word that caught his attention was regret. With an angry effort to command himself, he ran through the communication, then held it out to Amy. She read, and her countenance fell. Mr Jedwood regretted that the story offered to him did not seem likely to please that particular public to whom his series of one-volume novels made appeal. He hoped it would be understood that in declining, he by no means expressed an adverse judgment on the story itself, etc. "It doesn't surprise me," said Reardon. "I believe he is quite right. The thing is too empty to please the better kind of readers, yet not vulgar enough to please the worse." "But you'll try someone else?" "I don't think it's much use." They sat opposite each other and kept silence. Jedwood's letter slipped from Amy's lap to the ground. "So," said Reardon presently, "I don't see how our plan is to be carried out." "Oh, it must be." "But how?" "You'll get £7 or £8 from the Wayside, and hadn't we better sell the furniture instead of—" His look checked her. "It seems to me, Amy, that your one desire is to get away from me, on whatever terms." "Don't begin that over again," she exclaimed fretfully. "If you don't believe what I say—" They were both in a state of intolerable nervous tension. Their voices quivered, and their eyes had an unnatural brightness. "If we sell the furniture," pursued Reardon, "that means you'll never come back to me. You wish to save yourself and the child from the hard life that seems to be before us." "Yes, I do, but not by deserting you. I want you to go and work for us all, so that we may live more happily before long. Oh, how wretched this is!" She burst into hysterical weeping. But Reardon, instead of attempting to soothe her, went into the next room, where he sat for a long time in the dark. When he returned, Amy was calm again. Her face expressed a cold misery. "Where did you go this morning?" he asked, as if wishing to talk of common things. "I told you. I went to buy those things for Willie." "Oh yes." There was a silence. "Biffen passed you in Tottenham Court Road," he added. "I didn't see him." "No, he said you didn't." "Perhaps," said Amy, "it was just when I was speaking to Mr Milvain." "You met Milvain?" "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me?" "I'm sure I don't know. I can't mention every trifle that happens." "No, of course not." Amy closed her eyes as if in weariness, and for a minute or two Reardon observed her countenance. "So you think we had better sell the furniture?" "I shall say nothing more about it. You must do as seems best to you, Edwin." "Are you going to see your mother to-morrow?" "Yes, I thought you would like to come too." "No, there's no good in my going." He again rose, and that night they talked no more of their difficulties, though on the morrow, Sunday, it would be necessary to decide their course in every detail. Chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Livingston. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 17. The Parting. Amy did not go to church. Before her marriage she had done so as a mere matter of course, accompanying her mother. But Reardon's attitude with regard to the popular religion speedily became her own. She let the subject lapse from her mind, and cared neither to defend nor to attack where dogma was concerned. She had no sympathies with mysticism. Her nature was strongly practical, with something of zeal for intellectual attainment superadded. This Sunday morning she was very busy with domestic minutiae. Reardon noticed what looked like preparations for packing, and being as little disposed for conversation as his wife, he went out and walked for a couple of hours in the Hampstead region. Dinner over, Amy at once made ready for her journey to Westbourne Park. "Then you won't come?" she said to her husband. "No, I shall see your mother before I go away, but I don't care to till you have settled everything." It was half a year since he had met Mrs Yule. She never came to their dwelling, and Reardon could not bring himself to visit her. "You would much rather we didn't sell the furniture?" Amy asked. "Ask your mother's opinion. That shall decide." "There'll be the expense of moving it, you know. Unless money comes from the wayside, you'll only have £2 or £3 left." Reardon made no reply. He was overcome by the bitterness of shame. "I say, then," pursued Amy, who spoke with averted face, "that I am to go for good on Tuesday. I mean, of course, for the summer months." "I suppose so." Then he turned suddenly upon her. "Do you really imagine that at the end of summer I shall be a rich man? What do you mean by talking in this way? If the furniture is sold to supply me with a few pounds for the present, what prospect is there that I shall be able to buy new?" "How can we look forward at all?" replied Amy. "It has come to the question of how we are to subsist. I thought you would rather get money in this way than borrow of mother, when she has the expense of keeping me and Willie." "You are right," muttered Reardon. "Do as you think best." Amy was in her most practical mood, and would not linger for purposeless talk. A few minutes, and Reardon was left alone. He stood before his bookshelves and began to pick out the volumes which he would take away with him. Just a few, the indispensable companions of a bookish man who still clings to life, his Homer, his Shakespeare. The rest must be sold. He would get rid of them tomorrow morning. Altogether they might bring him a couple of sovereigns. Then his clothing. Amy had fulfilled all the domestic duties of a wife. His wardrobe was as good a state as circumstances allowed, but there was no object in burdening himself with winter garments, for, if he lived through the summer at all, he would be able to repurchase such few poor things as were needful. At present he could only think of how to get together a few coins, so he made a heap of such things as might be sold. The furniture, if it must go, the price could scarcely be more than £10 or £12. Well, perhaps 15. To be sure, in this way his summer's living would be abundantly provided for. He thought of Biffen enviously. Biffen, if need be, could support life on 3 or 4 shillings a week. Happy in the thought that no mortal had a claim upon him. If he starved to death, well, many another lonely man has come to that end. If he preferred to kill himself, who would be distressed? Spoilt child of fortune. The bells of St. Mary-le-Bone began to clang for afternoon service. In the idleness of dull pain his thoughts followed their summons, and he marvelled that there were people who could imagine it a duty or find solace to go and sit in that twilight church and listen to the droning of prayers. He thought of the wretched millions of mankind, to whom life is so barren that they must needs believe in a recompense beyond the grave. For that he neither looked nor longed. The bitterness of his lot was that this world might be sufficing paradise to him, if only he could clutch a poor little share of current coin. He had won the world's greatest prize, a woman's love, but could not retain it because his pockets were empty. That he should fail to make a great name, this was grievous disappointment to Amy, but this alone would not have estranged her. It was the dread and shame of penury that made her heart cold to him, and he could not in his conscience scorn her for being thus affected by the vulgar circumstances of life. Only a few supreme natures stand unshaken under such a trial, and though his love of Amy was still passionate, he knew that her place was among a certain class of women, and not on the isolated pinnacle where he had first visioned her. It was entirely natural that she shrank at the test of squalid suffering. A little money, and he could have rested secure in her love, for then he would have been able to keep ever before her the best qualities of his heart and brain. Upon him, too, penury had its debasing effect. As now he presented himself, he was not a man to be admired or loved. It was all simple and intelligible enough, a situation that would be misread only by shallow idealism. Worst of all, she was attracted by Jasper Milvain's energy and promise of success. He had no ignoble suspicions of Amy, but it was impossible for him not to see that she habitually contrasted the young journalist, who laughingly made his way among men, with her grave, dispirited husband, who was not even capable of holding such position as he had gained. She enjoyed Milvain's conversation. It put her in good humour. She liked him personally, and there could be no doubt that she had observed a jealous tendency in Reardon's attitude toward his former friend, always a harmful suggestion to a woman. Formerly she had appreciated her husband's superiority. She had smiled at Milvain's commoner stamp of mind and character, but tedious repetition of failure had outwearied her, and now she saw Milvain in the sunshine of progress, dwelt upon the worldly advantages of gifts and a temperament such as his, again simple and intelligible enough. Living apart from her husband, she could not be expected to forswear society, and doubtless she would see Milvain pretty often. He called occasionally at Mrs. Yule's, and would not do so less often when he knew that Amy was to be met there. There would be chance encounters like that of yesterday, of which she had chosen to keep silence. A dark fear began to shadow him. In yielding thus passively to stress of circumstances, was he not exposing his wife to a danger which outweighed all the ills of poverty? As one to whom she was inestimably dear, was he right in allowing her to leave him, if only for a few months? He knew very well that a man of strong character would never have entertained this project. He had got into the way of thinking of himself as too weak to struggle against the obstacles on which Amy insisted, and of looking for safety in retreat. But what was to be the end of this weakness if the summer did not at all advance him? He knew better than Amy could how unlikely it was that he should recover the energies of his mind in so short a time and under such circumstances. Only the feeble man's temptation to postpone effort had made him consent to this step, and now that he was all but beyond turning back, the perils of which he had thought too little forced themselves upon his mind. He rose in anguish, and stood looking about him as if aid might somewhere be visible. Presently there was a knock at the front door, and on opening he beheld the vivacious Mr. Carter. This gentleman had only made 2 or 3 calls here since Reardon's marriage. His appearance was a surprise. "I hear you are leaving town for a time," he exclaimed. "Edith told me yesterday, so I thought I'd look you up." He was in spring costume, and exhaled fresh odours. The contrast between his prosperous animation and Reardon's broken-spirited quietness could not have been more striking. "Going away for your health, they tell me. You've been working too hard, you know. You mustn't overdo it. And where do you think of going to?" "It isn't all that certain that I should go," Reardon replied. "I thought of a few weeks, somewhere at the seaside. I advise you to go north, went on Carter cheerily. You want a tonic, you know. Get up to Scotland and do some boating and fishing, that kind of thing. You'd come back a new man. Edith and I had a turn up there last year, you know. It did me heaps of good. Oh, I don't think I should go as far as that. But that's just what you want, a regular change, something bracing. You don't look at all well, that's the fact. A winter in London tries any man. It does me, I know. I've been seedy myself these last few weeks. Edith wants me to take her over to Paris at the end of this month, and I think it isn't a bad idea, but I'm so confoundedly busy. In the autumn we shall go to Norway, I think. It seems the right thing to do nowadays. Why shouldn't you have a run over to Norway? They say it can be done very cheaply. The steamers take you for next to nothing. He talked on, with the joyous satisfaction of a man whose income is assured, and whose future teems with a succession of lively holidays. Reardon could make no answer to such suggestions. He sat with a fixed smile on his face. "Have you heard," said Carter presently, "that we're opening a branch of the hospital in the City Road?" "No, I hadn't heard of it." "It'll only be for outpatients, open 3 mornings and 3 evenings alternately." "Who'll represent you there?" "I shall look in now and then. Of course there'll be a clerk, like the old place." He talked of the matter in detail, of doctors who would attend, and of certain new arrangements to be tried. "Have you engaged the clerk?" Reardon asked. "Not yet. I think I know a man who'll suit me, though." "You wouldn't be disposed to give me the chance?" Reardon spoke huskily, and ended with a broken laugh. "You're rather above my figures nowadays, old man," exclaimed Carter, joining in what he considered the jest. "Shall you pay £1 a week?" 25 shillings. It'll have to be a man who can be trusted to take money from the paying patients." "Well, I am serious. Will you give me the place?" Carter gazed at him, and checked another laugh. "What the deuce do you mean?" "The fact is," Reardon replied, "I want a variety of occupation. I can't stick at writing for more than a month or 2 at a time. It's because I have tried to do so that practically I have broken down. If you will give me this clerkship, it will relieve me from the necessity of perpetually writing novels. I shall be better for it in every way. You know I'm equal to the job. You can trust me. I dare say I shall be more useful than most clerks you could get." It was done, most happily done, on the first impulse. A minute more of pause, and he could not have faced the humiliation. His face burned, his tongue was parched. "I'm floored!" cried Carter. "I shouldn't have thought. But of course, if you really want it, I can hardly believe yet that you're serious, Reardon." "Why not? Will you promise me the work?" "Well, yes." "When shall I have to begin?" "The place'll be open tomorrow week. But how about your holiday?" "Oh, let that stand over. It'll be holiday enough to occupy myself in a new way, an old way too. I shall enjoy it." He laughed merrily, relieved beyond measure at having come to what seemed like an end of his difficulties. For half an hour they continued to talk over the affair. "Well, it's a comical idea," said Carter, as he took his leave, "but you know your own business best." When Amy returned, Reardon allowed her to put the child to bed before he sought any conversation. She came at length and sat down in the study. "Mother advises us not to sell the furniture," were her first words. "I'm glad of that, as I had quite made up my mind not to." There was a change in his way of speaking which she at once noticed. Have you thought of something?" "Yes. Carter has been here, and he happened to mention that they're opening an outpatient department of the hospital in the City Road. He'll want someone to help there. I asked for the post, and he promised it to me." The last words were hurried, though he resolved to speak with deliberation. No more feebleness. He had taken a decision, and would act upon it as became a responsible man. "The post?" said Amy. "What post?" "In plain English, the clerkship. It'll be the same work as I used to have, registering patients, receiving their letters, and so on. The pay is to be 25 shillings a week." Amy sat upright and looked steadily at him. "Is this a joke?" "Far from it, dear. It's a blessed deliverance." "You have asked Mr. Carter to take you back as a clerk?" "I have." "And you propose that we shall live on 25 shillings a week?" "Oh no! I shall be engaged only 3 mornings in the week and 3 evenings. In my free time I shall do literary work, and no doubt I can earn £50 a year by it, if I have your sympathy to help me. Tomorrow I shall go and look for rooms some distance from here. In Islington, I think. We've been living far beyond our means. That must come to an end. We'll have no more keeping up of sham appearances. If I can make my way in literature, well and good. In that case our position and prospects will of course change. But for the present we are poor people, and must live in a poor way. If our friends like to come and see us, they must put aside all snobbishness and take us as we are. If they prefer not to come, there'll be an excuse in our remoteness." Amy was stroking the back of her hand. After a long silence, she said in a very quiet but resolute tone, "I shall not consent to this." "In that case, Amy, I must do without your consent. The rooms will be taken, and our furniture transferred to them." "To me that will make no difference," returned his wife, in the same voice as before. "I have decided, as you told me to go with Willie to mother's next Tuesday. You of course must do as you please. I should have thought a summer at seaside would have been more helpful to you, but if you prefer to live in Islington—" Reardon approached her, and laid a hand on her shoulder. "Amy, are you my wife, or not?" "I am certainly not the wife of a clerk who is paid so much a week." He had foreseen a struggle, but without certainty of the form Amy's opposition would take. For himself he meant to be gently resolute, calmly regardless of protest. But in a man to whom so much self-assertion is a matter of conscious effort, tremor of the nerves will always interfere with a line of conduct he has conceived in advance. Already Reardon had spoken with far more bluntness than he proposed. Involuntarily his voice slipped from earnest determination to the note of absolutism, and, as is wont to be the case, the sound of these strange tones instigated him to further utterances of the same kind. He lost control of himself. Amy's last reply went through him like an electric shock, and for the moment he was a mere husband defied by his wife, the male stung to exertion of his brute force against the physically weaker sex. "However you regard me, you will do what I think fit. I shall not argue with you. If I choose to take lodgings in Whitechapel, there you will come and live." He met Amy's full look, and was conscious of that in which it corresponded to his own brutality. She had become suddenly a much older woman. Her cheeks were tight drawn into thinness. Her lips were bloodlessly hard. There was an unknown furrow along her forehead, and she glared like the animal that defends itself with tooth and claw. "Do as you think fit, indeed!" Could Amy's voice sound like that? Great heaven! With just such accent he had heard a wrangling woman retort upon her husband at the street corner. Is there no essential difference between a woman of this world and one of that? Does the same nature lie beneath such unlike surfaces? He had but to do one thing, to seize her by the arm, drag her up from the chair, dash her back again with all his force. There the transformation would be complete. They would stand towards each other on the natural footing, with an added curse perhaps. Instead of that he choked, struggled for breath, and shed tears. Amy turned scornfully away from him. Blows and a curse would have overawed her. At all events, from the moment, she would have felt, yes, he is a man, and I have put my destiny into his hands. His tears moved her to a feeling cruelly exultant. They were a sign of her superiority. It was she who should have wept, and never in her life had she been further from such a display of weakness. This could not be the end, however, and she had no wish to terminate the scene. They stood for a minute without regarding each other. Then Reardon faced her. "You refuse to live with me, then?" "Yes, if that is the kind of life you offer me." "You would be more ashamed to share your husband's misfortunes than to declare to everyone that you had deserted him?" "I shall declare to everyone the simple truth. You have the opportunity of making one more effort to save us from degradation. You refuse to take the trouble. You prefer to drag me down into a lower rank of life. I can't and won't consent to that. The disgrace is yours. It's fortunate for me that I have a decent home to go to." "Fortunate for you? You make yourself utterly contemptible. I have done nothing that justifies you in leaving me. It is for me to judge what I can do and what I can't. A good woman would see no degradation in what I ask of you, but to run from me just because I am poorer than you ever thought I should be." He was incoherent. 1,000 passionate things he wished to say clashed together in his mind and confused his speech. Defeated in the attempt to act like a strong man, he could not yet recover standing ground, knew not how to tone his utterances. "Yes, of course, that's how you will put it," said Amy. "That's how you will represent me to your friends. My friends will see it in a different light." "They will regard you as a martyr?" "No one shall make a martyr of me, you may be sure. I was unfortunate enough to marry a man who had no delicacy, no regard for my feelings. I am not the first woman who has made a mistake of this kind." "No delicacy? No regard for your feelings? Have I always utterly misunderstood you, or has poverty changed you to a woman I can't recognize?" He came nearer and gazed desperately into her face. Not a muscle of it showed susceptibility to the old influences. "Do you know, Amy," he added in a lower voice, "that if we part now, we part for ever?" "I'm afraid that is only too likely." She moved aside. "You mean that you wish it? You are weary of me, and care for nothing but how to make yourself free?" "I shall argue no more. I am tired to death of it." "Then say nothing. But listen for the last time to my view of the position we have come to. When I consented to leave you for a time, to go away and try to work in solitude, I was foolish and even insincere, both to you and to myself. I knew that I was undertaking the impossible. It was just putting off the evil day. That was all. Putting off the time when I should have to say plainly, I can't live by literature, so I must look out for some other employment. I shouldn't have been so weak but that I knew how you would regard such a decision as that. I was afraid to tell the truth, afraid. Now, when Carter of a sudden put this opportunity before me, I saw all the absurdity of the arrangements we had made. It didn't take me a moment to make up my mind. Anything was to be chosen rather than a parting from you on false pretenses, a ridiculous affectation of hope where there was no hope. He paused, and saw that his words had no effect upon her. And a grievous share of the fault lies with you, Amy. You remember very well, when I first saw how dark the future was, I was driven even to say that we ought to change our mode of living. I asked if you would be willing to leave this place and go into cheaper rooms, and you know what your answer was. Not a sign that you would stand by me if the worst came. I knew then what I had to look forward to, but I durst not believe it. I kept saying to myself, she loves me, and as soon as she really understands. That was all self-deception. If I had been a wise man, I should have spoken to you in a way you couldn't mistake. I should have told you we were living recklessly, and that I had determined to alter it. I have no delicacy, no regard for your feelings. Oh, if I had less! I doubt whether you can even understand some of the considerations that weighed with me, and made me cowardly, though I once thought there was no refinement of sensibility you couldn't enter into. Yes, I was absurd enough to say to myself, it will look as if I had consciously deceived her. She may suffer from the thought that I won her at all hazards, knowing that I should soon expose her to poverty and all sorts of humiliations. Impossible to speak of that again. I had to struggle desperately on, trying to hope. Oh, if you knew! His voice gave way for an instant. I don't understand how you could be so thoughtless and heartless. You knew that I was almost mad with anxiety at times. Surely any woman must have had the impulse to give up what was in her power. How could you hesitate? Had you no suspicion of what a relief and encouragement it would have been to me? If you said, yes, we must go and live in a simpler way, if only as proof that you loved me, how I should have welcomed that! You helped me in nothing. You threw all the responsibility upon me, always bearing in mind, I suppose, that there was a refuge for you. Even now I despise myself for saying such things to you, though I know so bitterly that they are true. It takes a long time to see you as such a different woman from the one I worshipped. In passion I can fling out violent words, but they don't yet answer to my actual feeling. It will be long enough yet before I think contemptuously of you. You know that when a light is suddenly extinguished, the image of it still shows before your eyes, but at last comes the darkness. Amy turned towards him once more. Instead of saying all this, you might be proving that I am wrong. Do so, and I will gladly confess it. That you are wrong? I don't see your meaning. You might prove that you are willing to do your utmost to save me from humiliation. Amy, I have done my utmost. I have done more than you can imagine. No, you have toiled on in illness and anxiety, I know that, but a chance is offered you now of working in a better way. Till that is tried, you have no right to give all up and try to drag me down with you." "I don't know how to answer. I have told you so often you can't understand me." "I can! I can!" Her voice trembled for the first time. "I know that you are so ready to give in to difficulties. Listen to me, and do as I bid you." She spoke in the strangest tone of command. It was command, not exhortation, but there was no harshness in her voice. "Go at once to Mr. Carter. Tell him you have made a ludicrous mistake in a fit of low spirits. Anything you like to say. Tell him of course you couldn't dream of becoming his clerk. Tonight, at once. You understand me, Edwin? Go now, this moment." "Have you determined to see how weak I am? Do you wish to be able to despise me more completely still?" "I am determined to be your friend, and to save you from yourself. Go at once. Leave all the rest to me. If I have let things take their course till now, it shan't be so in the future. The responsibility shall be with me. Only do as I tell you." "You know it's impossible." "It is not. I will find the money. No one shall be allowed to say that we are parting. No one has any such idea yet. You are going away for your health, just 3 summer months. I have been far more careful of appearances than you imagine, but you give me credit for so little. I will find the money you need, until you have written another book. I promise, I undertake it. Then I will find another home for us, of the proper kind. You shall have no trouble. You shall give yourself entirely to intellectual things." "But Mr. Carter must be told at once, before he can spread a report. If he has spoken, he must contradict what he has said." "But you amaze me, Amy. Do you mean to say that you look upon it as a veritable disgrace, my taking a clerkship?" "I do. I can't help my nature. I'm ashamed through and through that you should sink to this." "But everyone knows that I was a clerk once." "Very few people know it, and then that isn't the same thing. It doesn't matter what one has been in the past, especially a literary man. Everyone expects to hear that he was once poor. But to fall from the position you now have, and to take weekly wages, you surely can't know how people of my world regard that." "Of your world? I had thought your world was the same as mine, and knew nothing whatever of these imbecilities." "It is getting late. Go and see Mr. Carter, and afterwards I will talk as much as you like." He might, perhaps, have yielded, but the unemphasized contempt in that last sentence was more than he could bear. It demonstrated to him, more completely than set terms could have done, what a paltry weakling he would appear in Amy's eyes if he took his hat down from the peg and set out to obey her orders. "You are asking too much," he said with unexpected coldness. "If my opinions are so valueless to you that you dismiss them like those of a troublesome child, I wonder you think it worth while to try and keep appearances about me. It is very simple. Make known to everyone that you are in no way connected with the disgrace I have brought upon myself. Put an advertisement in the newspapers to that effect if you like, as men do about their wives' debts. I have chosen my part. I can't stultify myself to please you." She knew that this was final. His voice had the true ring of shame in revolt. "Then go your way, and I will go mine." Amy left the room. When Reardon went into the bedchamber an hour later, he unfolded a chair bedstead that stood there, threw some rugs upon it, and so lay down to pass the night. He did not close his eyes. Amy slept for an hour or two before dawn, and on waking she started up and looked anxiously about the room, but neither spoke. There was a pretence of ordinary breakfast. The little servant necessitated that. When she saw her husband was preparing to go out, Amy asked him to come into the study. "How long shall you be away?" she asked curtly. "It is doubtful. I am going to look for rooms." "Then no doubt I shall be gone when you come back. There's no object now in my staying here till tomorrow." "As you please." "Do you wish Lizzie still to come?" "No. Please to pay her wages and dismiss her. Here is some money." "I think you had better let me see to that." He flung the coin on to the table and opened the door. Amy stepped quickly forward and closed it again. "This is our good-bye, is it?" she asked, her eyes on the ground. "As you wish it, yes." "You will remember that I have not wished it." "In that case, you have only to go with me to the new home." "I can't." "Then you have made your choice." She did not prevent his opening the door at this time, and he passed out without looking at her. His return was at 3 in the afternoon. Amy and the child were gone. The servant was gone. The table in the dining-room was spread as if for one person's meal. He went into the bedroom. Amy's trunks had disappeared. The child's cot was covered over. In the study he saw that the sovereign he had thrown on the table still lay in the same place. As it was a very cold day, he lit a fire. Whilst it burnt up, he sat reading a torn portion of the newspaper, and became quite interested in the report of a commercial meeting in the city, a thing he would never have glanced at under ordinary circumstances. The fragment fell at length from his hands. His head drooped. He sank into a troubled sleep. About 6 he had tea. Then began the packing of the few books that were to go with him, and of such other things as could be enclosed in box or portmanteau. After a couple hours of this occupation he could no longer resist his weariness, so he went to bed. Before falling asleep he heard the 2 familiar clocks strike 8. This evening they were in unusual accord, and the querulous notes from the workhouse sounded between the deeper ones from St. Mary-le-Bone. Reardon tried to remember when he had last observed this. The matter seemed to have a peculiar interest for him, and in dreams he worried himself with a grotesque speculation thence derived. End of chapter 17. Recording by Emily Livingston.
Chapter 18 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 18, The Old Home. Before her marriage, Mrs. Edmund Yule was one of 7 motherless sisters who constituted the family of a dentist slenderly provided in the matter of income. The pinching and paring which was the chief employment of her energies in those early days had disagreeable effects upon a character disposed rather to generosity than the reverse. During her husband's lifetime she had enjoyed rather too eagerly all the good things which he put at her command, sometimes forgetting that a wife has duties as well as claims, and in her widowhood she indulged a pretentiousness and querulousness which were the natural but not amiable results of suddenly restricted circumstances. Like the majority of London people, she occupied a house of which the rent absurdly exceeded the due proportion of her income, a pleasant foible turned to such good account by London landlords. Whereas she might have lived with a good deal of modest comfort, her existence was a perpetual effort to conceal the squalid background of what was meant for the eyes of her friends and neighbours. She kept only 2 servants who were so ill paid and so relentlessly overworked that it was seldom they remained with her for more than 3 months. In dealing with other people whom she perforce employed, she was often guilty of incredible meanness, as for instance when she obliged her half-starved dressmaker to purchase material for her, and then postponed payment alike for that and for the work itself to the last possible moment. This was not heartlessness in the strict sense of the word. The woman not only knew that her behaviour was shameful, she was in truth ashamed of it and sorry for her victims. But life was a battle. She must either crush or be crushed. With sufficient means she would have defrauded no one, and would have behaved generously to many. With barely enough for her needs, she set her face and defied her feelings, inasmuch as she believed there was no choice. She would shed tears over a pitiful story of want, and without shadow of hypocrisy. It was hard, it was cruel. Such things oughtn't to be allowed in a world where there were so many rich people. The next day she would argue with her charwoman about halfpence, in the end by paying the poor creature what she knew was inadequate and unjust. For the simplest reason, she hadn't more to give, without submitting to privations which she considered intolerable. But whilst she could be a positive hyena to strangers, to those who were akin to her, and to those of whom she was fond, her affectionate kindness was remarkable. One observes this peculiarity often enough. It reminds one how savage the social conflict is, in which those little groups of people stand serried against their common enemies, relentless to all others, among themselves only the more tender and zealous because of the ever-impending danger. No mother was ever more devoted. Her son, a gentleman of quite noteworthy selfishness, had board and lodging beneath her roof on nominal terms, and under no stress of pecuniary trouble had Mrs Yule called upon him to make the slightest sacrifice on her behalf. Her daughter she loved with profound tenderness, and had no will that was opposed to Amy's, and it was characteristic of her that her children were never allowed to understand of what baseness she often became guilty in the determination to support appearances. John Yule naturally suspected what went on behind the scenes. On one occasion, since Amy's marriage, he had involuntarily overheard a dialogue between his mother and a servant on the point of departing, which made him feel ashamed. But from Amy, every paltriness and meanness had always been concealed with the utmost care. Mrs Yule did not scruple to lie heroically when in danger of being detected by her daughter. Yet this energetic lady had no social ambitions that pointed above her own stratum. She did not aim at intimacy with her superiors, merely at superiority among her intimates. Her circle was not large, but in that circle she must be regarded with the respect due to a woman of refined tastes and personal distinction. Her little dinners might be of rare occurrence, but to be invited must be felt a privilege. Mrs Edmund Yule must sound well on people's lips, never be the occasion of those peculiar smiles which she herself was rather fond of indulging at the mention of other people's names. The question of Amy's marriage had been her constant thought from the time when the little girl shot into a woman grown. For Amy no common match, no acceptance of a husband merely for money or position. Few men who walked the earth were mates for Amy. But years went on, and the man of undeniable distinction did not yet present himself. Suitors offered, but Amy smiled coldly at their addresses, in private not seldom scornfully, and her mother, though growing anxious, approved. Then, of a sudden, appeared Edwin Reardon. A literary man? Well, it was one mode of distinction. Happily a novelist. Novelists now and then had considerable social success. Mr Reardon, it was true, did not impress one as a man likely to push forward where the battle called for rude vigour, but Amy soon assured herself that he would have a reputation far other than that of the average successful storyteller. The best people would regard him, he would be welcomed in the penetralia of culture. Superior persons would say, "Oh, I don't read novels as a rule, but of course Mr Reardon's." If that really were to be the case, all is well, for Mrs Yule could appreciate social and intellectual differences. Alas, alas, what was the end of those shining anticipations? First of all, Mrs Yule began to make less frequent mention of "my son-in-law, Mr Edwin Reardon." Next, she never uttered his name save when inquiries necessitated it. Then the most intimate of her intimates received little hints which were not quite easy to interpret. Mr. Reardon is growing so very eccentric, has an odd distaste for society, occupies himself with all sorts of out-of-the-way interests. No, I'm afraid we shan't have another of his novels for some time. I think he writes anonymously a good deal, and really such curious eccentricities. Many were the tears she wept after her depressing colloquies with Amy, and as was to be expected, she thought severely of the cause of these sorrows. On the last occasion when he came to her house, she received him with such extreme civility that Reardon thenceforth disliked her, whereas before he had only thought her a good-natured and silly woman. Alas for Amy's marriage with a man of distinction! From step to step of descent, till here was downright catastrophe. Bitter enough in itself, but most lamentable with reference to friends of the family. How was it to be explained, this return of Amy to her home for several months, whilst her husband was no further away than Worthing? The bald, horrible truth. Impossible! Yet Mr. Milvain knew it, and the Carters must guess it. What colour could be thrown upon such a vulgar distress? The worst was not yet. It declared itself this May morning when, quite unexpectedly, a cab drove up to the house, bringing Amy and her child and her trunks and her bandboxes and her whatnots. From the dining-room window Mrs. Yule was aware of this arrival, and in a few moments she learnt the unspeakable cause. She burst into tears, genuine as ever woman shed. "There's no use in that, mother," said Amy, whose temper was in a dangerous state. "Nothing worse can happen, that's one consolation." "Oh, it's disgraceful, disgraceful!" sobbed Mrs. Yule. "What are we to say? I cannot think." "I shall say nothing whatever. People can scarcely have the impertinence to ask us questions when we have shown that they are unwelcome. But there are some people I can't help giving some explanation to. My dear child, he is not in his right mind. I'm convinced of it there. He is not in his right mind." "That's nonsense, mother. He is as sane as I am." "But you have often said what strange things he says and does. You know you have, Amy. That talking in his sleep, I've thought a great deal of it since you told me about that, and so many other things. My love, I shall give it to be understood that he has become so very odd in his ways that—" "I can't have that," replied Amy with decision. "Don't you see, in that case I should be behaving very badly?" "I can't see that at all. There are many reasons, as you know very well, why one shouldn't live with a husband who is at all suspected of mental derangement. You have done your utmost for him, and this would be some sort of explanation, you know. I am so convinced that there is truth in it, too. Of course, I can't prevent you from saying what you like, but I think it would be very wrong to start a rumour of this kind." There was less resolve in this utterance. Amy mused and looked wretched. "Come up to the drawing-room, dear," said her mother, for they had held their conversation in the room nearest to the house door. "What state your mind must be in! Oh dear, oh dear!" She was a slender, well-proportioned woman, still pretty in face, and dressed in a way that emphasized her abiding charms. Her voice had something of plaintiveness, and although she was of frailer type than our daughter. "Is my room ready?" Amy inquired on the stairs. "I'm sorry to say it isn't, dear, as I didn't expect you till tomorrow, but it shall be seen to immediately." This addition to the household was destined to cause great difficulties with the domestic slaves, but Mrs. Yule would prove equal to the occasion. On Amy's behalf she would have worked her servants till they perished of exhaustion before her eyes. "Use my room for the present," she added. "I think the girl has finished up there, but wait here, I'll just go and see to things." Things were not quite satisfactory, as it proved. You should have heard the change that came in that sweetly plaintive voice when it addressed the luckless housemaid. It was not brutal, not at all, but so sharp, hard, unrelenting. The voice of the goddess Poverty herself perhaps sounds like that. Mad? Was he to be spoken of in a low voice and with finger pointing to the forehead? There was something ridiculous as well as repugnant in such a thought, but it kept possession of Amy's mind. She was brooding upon it when her mother came into the drawing-room. And he positively refused to carry out the former plan? Refused, said it was useless. How could it be useless? There's something so unaccountable in his behaviour. "I don't think it unaccountable," replied Amy. "It's weak and selfish, that's all. He takes the first miserable employment that offers rather than face the hard work of writing another book." She was quite aware that this did not truly represent her husband's position, but an uneasiness of conscience impelled her to harsh speak. "But just fancy," exclaimed her mother, "what can he mean by asking you to go and live with him on 25 shillings a week? Upon my word, if his mind isn't disordered, he must have made a deliberate plan to get rid of you." Amy shook her head. "You mean," asked Mrs. Yule, "that he really thinks it possible for all of you to be supported on those wages?" The last word was chosen to express the utmost scorn. "He talked of earning £50 a year by writing." Even then it could only make about 100 a year. My dear child, it's one of two things. Either he is out of his mind, or he has purposely cast you off." Amy laughed, thinking of her husband in the light of the latter alternative. "There's no need to seek so far for explanations," she said. "He has failed, that's all. Just like a man might fail in any other business. He can't write like he used to. It may be all the result of ill health, I don't know. His last book, you see, is positively refused. He has made up his mind that there's nothing but poverty before him, and he can't understand why I should object to live like the wife of a working man." "Well, I only know that he has placed you in an exceedingly difficult position. If he had gone away to Worthing for the summer, we might have made it seem natural. People are always ready to allow a literary man to do rather odd things, up to a certain point. We should have behaved as if there were nothing that called for explanation. But what are we to do now?" Like her multitudinous kind, Mrs Yule lived only in the opinions of other people. What others would say was her ceaseless preoccupation. She had never conceived of life as something proper to the individual. Independence in the directing of one's course seemed to her only possible in the case of very eccentric persons, or of such as were altogether out of society. Amy had advanced, intellectually, far beyond this standpoint, but lack of courage disabled her from acting upon her convictions. "People must know the truth, I suppose," she answered dispiritedly. Now, confession of the truth was the last thing that would occur to Mrs Yule when social relations were concerned. Her whole existence was based on bold denial of actualities. And, as is natural in such persons, she had the ostrich instinct strongly developed. Though very acute in the discovery of her friends' shams and lies, she deceived herself ludicrously in the matter of concealing her own embarrassments. "But the fact is, my dear," she answered, "we don't know the truth ourselves. You had better let yourself be directed by me. It will be better at first, if you see as few people as possible. I suppose you must say something or other to 2 or 3 of your own friends. If you take my advice, you'll be rather mysterious. Let them think what they like. Anything is better than to say plainly. My husband can't support me, and he has gone to work as a clerk for weekly wages. Be mysterious, darling. Depend on it, that's the safest." The conversation was pursued, with brief intervals, all through the day. In the afternoon 2 ladies paid a call, but Amy kept out of sight. Between 6 and 7 John Yule returned from his gentlemanly occupations. As he was generally in a touchy temper before dinner had soothed him, nothing was said to him of the latest development of his sister's affairs until late in the evening. He was allowed to suppose that Reardon's departure for the seaside had taken place a day sooner than had been arranged. Behind the dining-room was a comfortable little chamber set apart as John's sanctum. Here he smoked and entertained his male friends, and contemplated the portraits of those female ones who would not have been altogether at their ease in Mrs Yule's drawing-room. Not long after dinner his mother and sister came to talk with him in this retreat. With some nervousness Mrs Yule made known to him what had taken place. Amy the while stood by the table, and glanced over a magazine that she had picked up. "Well, I see nothing to be surprised at," was John's first remark. "It was pretty certain he'd come to this. But what I want to know is, how long are we to be at the expense of supporting Amy and her youngster?" This was practical, and just what Mrs Yule had expected from her son. "We can't consider such things as that," she replied. "You don't wish, I suppose, that Amy should go and live in a back street at Islington, and be hungry every other day, and soon have no decent clothes?" "I don't think Jack would be greatly distressed," Amy put in quietly. "This is a woman's way of talking," replied John. "I want to know what is to be the end of it all. I've no doubt it's uncommonly pleasant for Reardon to shift his responsibilities onto our shoulders. At this rate I think I shall get married, and live beyond my means until I can hold out no longer, and then hand my wife over to her relatives, with my compliments. It's about the coolest business that ever came under my notice." "But what is to be done?" asked Mrs Yule. "It's no use talking sarcastically, John, or making yourself disagreeable. We are not called upon to find a way out of the difficulty. The fact of the matter is, Reardon must get a decent berth. Somebody or other must pitch him into the kind of place that suits men who can do nothing in particular. Carter ought to be able to help, I should think." "You know very well," said Amy, "that places of that kind are not to be had for the asking. It may be years before any such opportunity offers." "Confound the fellow! Why the deuce doesn't he go on with his novel writing? There's plenty of money to be made out of novels." "But he can't write, Jack. He has lost his talent." "That's all bosh, Amy. If a fellow has once got into the swing of it, he can keep it up if he likes. He might write his 2 novels a year easily enough, just like 20 other men and women. Look here, I could do it myself if I weren't too lazy. And that's what the matter is with Reardon. He doesn't care to work." "I have thought of that myself," observed Mrs Yule. "It really is too ridiculous to say that he couldn't write some kind of novels if he chose. Look at Miss Blunt's last book. Why, anybody could have written that. I'm sure there isn't a thing in it I couldn't have imagined myself. Well, all I want to know is, what's Amy going to do if things don't alter?" "She shall never want a home as long as I have one to share with her." John's natural procedure, when beset by difficulties, was to find fault with everyone all round, himself maintaining a position of irresponsibility. "It's all very well, mother, but when a girl gets married she takes her husband, I have always understood, for better or worse, just as a man takes his wife. To tell the truth, it seems to me Amy has put herself in the wrong. It's deuced unpleasant to go and live in back streets, and to go without dinner now and then, but girls mustn't marry if they're afraid to face these things." "Don't talk so monstrously, John," exclaimed his mother. "How could Amy possibly foresee such things? The case is quite an extraordinary one." "Not so uncommon, I assure you. Someone was telling me the other day of a married lady, well educated and blameless, who goes to work at a shop somewhere or other because her husband can't support her." "And you wish to see Amy working in a shop?" "No, I can't say I do. I'm only telling you that her bad luck isn't unexampled. It's very fortunate for her that she has good-natured relatives." Amy had taken a seat apart. She sat with her head leaning on her hand. "Why don't you go and see Reardon?" John asked of his mother. "What would be the use? Perhaps he would tell me to mind my own business." "By jingo, precisely what you would be doing. I think you ought to see him and give him to understand that he's behaving in a confoundedly ungentlemanly way. Evidently he's the kind of fellow that wants stirring up. I've half a mind to go and see him myself. Where is this slum that he's gone to live in?" "We don't know his address yet." "So long as it's not the kind of place where one would be afraid of catching a fever, I think it wouldn't be amiss for me to look him up." "You'll do no good by that," said Amy indifferently. "Confound it, it's just because nobody does anything that things have come to this pass." The conversation was, of course, profitless. John could only return again and again to his assertion that Reardon must get a decent berth. At length Amy left the room in weariness and disgust. "I suppose they have quarrelled terrifically," said her brother, as soon as she was gone. "I'm afraid so." "Well, you must do as you please, but it's confounded hard lines that you should have to keep her and the kid. You know I can't afford to contribute." "My dear, I haven't asked you to." "No, but you'll have the devil's own job to make ends meet, I know that well enough." "I shall manage somehow." "All right, you're a plucky woman, but it's too bad. Reardon's a humbug, that's my opinion. I shall have a talk with Carter about him. I suppose he has transferred all their furniture to the slum?" "He can't have removed yet. It was only this morning that he went to search for lodgings." "Oh, then I tell you what it is. I shall look in there first thing tomorrow morning and just talk to him in a fatherly way. You needn't say anything to Amy. But I see he's just the kind of fellow that, if everyone leaves him alone, he'll be content with Carter's 25 shillings for the rest of his life, and never trouble his head about how Amy is living." To this proposal Mrs Yule readily assented. On going upstairs she found that Amy had all but fallen asleep upon a settee in the drawing-room. "You are quite worn out with your troubles," she said. "Go to bed and have a good long sleep." "Yes, I will." The neat, fresh bedchamber seemed to Amy a delightful haven of rest. She turned the key in the door with an enjoyment of the privacy thus secured such as she had never known in her life, for in maidenhood safe solitude was a matter of course to her, and since marriage she had not passed a night alone. Willie was fast asleep in a little bed shadowed by her own. In an impulse of maternal love and gladness she bent over the child and covered his face with kisses too gentle to awaken him. How clean and sweet everything was! It is often said, by people who are exquisitely ignorant of the matter, that cleanliness is a luxury within reach even of the poorest. Very far from that. Only with the utmost difficulty, with wearisome exertion, with harassing sacrifice, can people who are pinched for money preserve a moderate purity in their persons and in their surroundings. By painful degrees Amy had accustomed herself to compromises in this particular, which in the early days of her married life would have seemed intensely disagreeable, if not revolting. A housewife who lives in the country and has but a patch of back garden, or even a good-sized kitchen, can, if she thinks fit, take her place at the wash-tub and relieve her mind on laundry matters, but to the inhabitant of a miniature flat in the heart of London anything of that kind is out of the question. When Amy began to cut down her laundress's bill, she did it with a sense of degradation. One grows accustomed, however, to such unpleasant necessities, and already she had learnt what was the minimum of expenditure for one who is troubled with a lady's instincts. No, cleanliness is a costly thing, and a troublesome thing when appliances and means have to be improvised. It was, in part, the understanding she had gained of this side of the life of poverty that made Amy shrink in dread from the still narrower lodgings to which Reardon invited her. She knew how subtly one's self-respect can be undermined by sordid conditions. The difference between the life of well-to-do educated people and that of the uneducated poor is not greater in visible details than in the minutiae of privacy, and Amy must have submitted to an extraordinary change before it would have been possible for her to live at ease in the circumstances which satisfy a decent working-class woman. She was prepared for final parting from her husband rather than to try to effect that change in herself. She undressed at leisure, and stretched her limbs in the cold, soft, fragrant bed. A sigh of profound relief escaped her. How good it was to be alone! And in a quarter of an hour she was sleeping as peacefully as the child who shared her room. At breakfast in the morning she showed a bright, almost a happy face. It was long, long since she had enjoyed such a night's rest, so undisturbed with unwelcome thoughts on the threshold of sleep and on awakening. Her life was perhaps wrecked, but the thought of that did not press upon her. For the present she must enjoy her freedom. It was like a recovery of girlhood. There are few married women who would not, sooner or later, accept with joy the offer of some months of a maidenly liberty. Amy would not allow herself to think that her wedded life was at an end. With a woman's strange faculty of closing her eyes against facts that do not immediately concern her, she tasted the relief of the present and let the future lie unregarded. Reardon would get out of his difficulties sooner or later. Somebody or other would help him. That was the dim background of her agreeable sensations. He suffered, no doubt, but it was just as well that he should. Suffering would perhaps impel him to effort. When he communicated to her his new address, he could scarcely neglect to do that, she would send a not unfriendly letter and hint to him that now was his opportunity for writing a book, as good a book as those which formerly issued from his garret solitude. If he found that literature was in truth a thing of the past with him, then he must exert himself to obtain a position worthy of an educated man. Yes, in this way she would write to him, without a word that could hurt or offend. She ate an excellent breakfast, and made known her enjoyment of it. "I am so glad," replied her mother. "You have been getting quite thin and pale." "Quite consumptive," remarked John, looking up from his newspaper. "Shall I make arrangements for a daily landau at the livery stables round here?" "You can if you like," replied his sister. "It would do both mother and me good, and I have no doubt you could afford it quite well." "Oh, indeed! You're a remarkable young woman, let me tell you. By the by, suppose your husband is breakfasting on bread and water?" "I hope not, and I don't think it very likely." "Jack, Jack!" interposed Mrs Yule softly. Her son resumed his paper, and at the end of the meal rose with an unwonted briskness to make his preparations for departure. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Rosie. Chapter 19 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 19. The Past Revived. Nor would it be true to represent Edwin Reardon as rising to the new day wholly disconsolate. He, too, had slept unusually well, and with returning consciousness the sense of a burden removed was more instant than that of his loss and all the dreary circumstances attaching to it. He had no longer to fear the effects upon Amy of such a grievous change as from their home-like flat to the couple of rooms he had taken in Islington. For the moment this relief helped him to bear the pain of all that had happened, and the uneasiness which troubled him when he reflected that his wife was henceforth a charge to her mother. Of course for the moment only. He had no sooner begun to move about, to prepare his breakfast, amid the relics of last evening's meal, to think of all the detestable work he had to do before tomorrow night, than his heart sank again. His position was well nigh as dolorous as that of any man who awoke that morning to the brutal realities of life. If only for the shame of it. How must they be speaking of him, Amy's relatives and her friends? A novelist who couldn't write novels, a husband who couldn't support his wife and child, a literate who made eager application for illiterate work at paltry wages. How interesting it would all sound in humorous gossip, and what hope had he that things would ever be better with him? Had he done well? Had he done wisely? Would it not have been better to have made that one last effort? There came before him a vision of quiet nooks beneath the Sussex cliffs, of the long lines of green breakers bursting into foam. He heard the wave music and tasted the briny freshness of the sea breeze. Inspiration, after all, would perchance have come to him. If Amy's love had but been of more enduring quality, if she had strengthened him for this last endeavour with the brave tenderness of an ideal wife! But he had seen such hateful things in her eyes. Her love was dead, and she regarded him as the man who had spoilt her hopes of happiness. It was only for her own sake that she urged him to strive on. Let his be the toil, that hers might be the advantage, if he succeeded. She would be glad if I were dead. She would be glad. He had the conviction of it. Oh yes, she would shed tears. They come so easily to women. But to have him dead and out of her way, to be saved from her anomalous position, to see once more a chance in life, she would welcome it. But there was no time for brooding. Today he had to sell all the things that were superfluous, and to make arrangements for the removal of his effects tomorrow. By Wednesday night, in accordance with his agreement, the flat must be free for the new occupier. He had taken only 2 rooms, and fortunately, as things were, 3 would have cost more than he was likely to be able to afford for a long time. The rent of the 2 was to be 6 and sixpence, and how, if Amy had consented to come, could he have met the expenses of their living out of his weekly 25 shillings? How could he have pretended to do literary work in such cramped quarters, he who had never been able to write a line save in strict seclusion? In his despair he had faced the impossible. Amy had shown more wisdom, though in a spirit of unkindness. Towards 10 o'clock he was leaving the flat to go and find people who would purchase his books and old clothing and other superfluities, but before he could close the door behind him, an approaching step on the stairs caught his attention. He saw the shining silk hat of a well-equipped gentleman. It was John Yule. "Ha! Good morning," John exclaimed, looking up. "A minute or two and I should have been too late, I see." He spoke in quite a friendly way, and, on reaching the landing, shook hands. "Are you obliged to go at once, or could I have a word with you?" "Come in." They entered the study, which was in some disorder. Reardon made no reference to circumstances, but offered a chair and seated himself. "Have a cigarette?" said Yule, holding out a box of them. "No, thank you. I don't smoke so early." "Then I'll light one myself. It always makes talk easier to me. You're on the point of moving, I suppose?" "Yes, I am." Reardon tried to speak in quite a simple way, with no admission of embarrassment. He was not successful, and to his visitor the tone seemed rather offensive. "I suppose you'll let Amy know your new address?" "Certainly. Why should I conceal it?" No, I didn't mean to suggest that, but you might be taking it for granted that the rupture was final, I thought." There had never been any intimacy between these 2 men. Reardon regarded his wife's brother as rather snobbish and disagreeably selfish. John Yule looked upon the novelist as a prig, and now of late as a shuffling, untrustworthy fellow. It appeared to John that his brother-in-law was assuming a manner wholly unjustifiable, and he had a difficulty in behaving to him with courtesy. Reardon, on the other hand, felt injured by the turn his visitor's remarks were taking, and began to resent the visit altogether. "I take nothing for granted," he said coldly, "but I'm afraid nothing is to be gained by a discussion of our difficulties. The time for that is over." "I can't quite see that. It seems to me that the time has just come." "Please tell me, to begin with, do you come on Amy's behalf?" "In a way, yes. She hasn't sent me, but my mother and I are so astonished at what is happening that it was necessary for one or other of us to see you." "I think it is all between Amy and myself." "Difficulties between husband and wife are generally best left to the people themselves, I know. But the fact is, there are peculiar circumstances in the present case. It can't be necessary for me to explain further." Reardon could find no suitable words of reply. He understood what Yule referred to, and began to feel the full extent of his humiliation. "You mean, of course," he began, but his tongue failed him. "Well, we should really like to know how long it is proposed that Amy shall remain with her mother." John was perfectly self-possessed. It took much to disturb his equanimity. He smoked his cigarette, which was in an amber mouthpiece, and seemed to enjoy its flavour. Reardon found himself observing the perfection of the young man's boots and trousers. "That depends entirely on my wife herself," he replied mechanically. "How so?" "I offer her the best home I can." Reardon felt himself a poor, pitiful creature, and hated the well-dressed man who made him feel so. "But really, Reardon," began the other, uncrossing and recrossing his legs, "do you tell me in seriousness that you expect Amy to live in such lodgings as you can afford on £1 a week?" "I don't. I said that I had offered her the best home I could. I know it's impossible, of course." Either he must speak thus or break into senseless wrath. It was so hard to hold back the angry words that were on his lips, but he succeeded, and he was glad he had done so. "Then it doesn't depend on Amy," said John. "I suppose not." "You see no reason, then, why she shouldn't live as at present for an indefinite time?" To John, whose perspicacity was not remarkable, Reardon's changed tone conveyed simply an impression of bland impudence. He eyed his brother-in-law rather haughtily. "I can only say," returned the other, who was becoming wearily indifferent, "that as soon as I can afford a decent home I shall give my wife the opportunity of returning to me." "But pray, when is that likely to be?" John had passed the bounds. His manner was too frankly contemptuous. "I see no right you have to examine me in this fashion," Reardon exclaimed. "With Mrs Yule I should have done my best to be patient if she had asked these questions. But you are not justified in putting them, at all events not in this way." "I'm very sorry you speak like this, Reardon," said the other, with calm insolence. "It confirms unpleasant ideas, you know." "What do you mean?" "Why, one can't help thinking that you are rather too much at your ease under these circumstances. It isn't exactly an everyday thing, you know, for a man's wife to be sent to her own people—" Reardon could not endure the sound of these words. He interrupted hotly. "I can't discuss it with you. You are utterly unable to comprehend me and my position, utterly. It would be useless to defend myself. You must take whatever view seems to you the natural one." John, having finished his cigarette, rose. "The natural view is an uncommonly disagreeable one," he said. "However, I have no intention of quarrelling with you. I'll only just say that, as I take a share in the expenses of my mother's house, this question decidedly concerns me, and I'll add that I think it ought to concern you a good deal more than it seems to." Reardon, ashamed already of his violence, paused upon these remarks. "It shall," he uttered at length, coldly. "You have put it clearly enough to me, and you shan't have spoken in vain. Is there anything else you wish to say?" "Thank you, I think not." They parted with distant civility, and Reardon closed the door behind his visitor. He knew that his character was seen through a distorting medium by Amy's relatives, to some extent by Amy herself, but hitherto the reflection that this must always be the case when a man of his kind is judged by people of the world had strengthened him in defiance. An endeavour to explain himself would be maddeningly hopeless. Even Amy did not understand aright the troubles through which his intellectual and moral nature was passing, and to speak of such experiences to Mrs Yule or to John would be equivalent to addressing them in alien tongues. He and they had no common criterion by reference to which he could make himself intelligible. The practical tone in which John had explained the opposing view of the situation made it impossible for him to proceed as he had purposed. Amy would never come to him in his poor lodgings. Her mother, her brother, all her advisers would regard such a thing as out of the question. Very well. Recognizing this, he must also recognize his wife's claim upon him for material support. It was not in his power to supply her with means sufficient to live upon, but what he could afford she should have. When he went out, it was with a different purpose from that of half an hour ago. After a short search in the direction of Edgware Road, he found a dealer in second-hand furniture, whom he requested to come as soon as possible to the flat on a matter of business. An hour later the man kept his appointment. Having brought him into the study, Reardon said, "I wish to sell everything in this flat, with a few exceptions that I'll point out to you." "Very good, sir," was the reply. "Let's have a look through the rooms." That the price offered would be strictly a minimum Reardon knew well enough. The dealer was a rough and rather dirty fellow, with the distrustful glance which distinguishes his class. Men of Reardon's type, when hapless enough to be forced into vulgar commerce, are doubly at a disadvantage. Not only their ignorance, but their sensitiveness, makes them ready victims of even the least subtle man of business. To deal on equal terms with a person, you must be able to assert with calm confidence that you are not to be cheated. Reardon was too well aware that he would certainly be cheated, and shrank scornfully from the higgling of the market. Moreover, he was in a half-frenzied state of mind, and cared for little but to be done with the hateful details of this process of ruin. He penciled a list of the articles he must retain for his own use. It would of course be cheaper to take a bare room than furnished lodgings, and every penny he could save was of importance to him. The chair bedstead, with necessary linen and blankets, a table, 2 chairs, a looking-glass, strictly the indispensable things, no need to complete the list. Then there were a few valuable wedding presents which belonged rather to Amy than to him. These he would get packed and send to Westbourne Park. The dealer made his calculation, with many side glances at the vendor. "And what may you ask for the lot?" "Please to make an offer." "Most of the things has had a good deal of wear." I know. Just let me hear what you will give." "Well, if you want a valuation, I say £18.10. It was more than Reardon had expected, though much less than a man who understood such affairs would have obtained. "That's the most you can give?" "Wouldn't pay me to give a 6 pence more. You see," he began to point out defects, but Reardon cut him short. "Can you take them away at once?" "At once? Would 2 o'clock do?" "Yes, it would." "And might you want these other things taken anywheres?" "Yes, but not till tomorrow. They have to go to Islington. What would you do it for?" This bargain also was completed, and the dealer went his way. Thereupon Reardon set to work to dispose of his books. By 1:30 he had sold them for a couple of guineas. At 2 came the cart that was to take away the furniture, and at 4 o'clock nothing remained in the flat save what had to be removed on the morrow. The next thing to be done was to go to Islington, forfeit a week's rent for the 2 rooms he had taken, and find a single room at the lowest possible cost. On the way he entered an eating-house and satisfied his hunger, for he had had nothing since breakfast. It took him a couple hours to discover the ideal garret. It was found at length in a narrow little byway running out of Upper Street. The rent was £0.50 a week. At 7 o'clock he sat down in what once was called his study, and wrote the following letter. "Enclosed in this envelope you will find £20. I have been reminded that your relatives will be at the expense of your support. It seemed best to me to sell the furniture, and now I send you all the money I can spare at present. You will receive tomorrow a box containing several things I did not feel justified in selling. As soon as I begin to have my payment from Carter, half of it shall be sent to you every week. My address is 5 Manville Street, Upper Street, Islington. Edwin Reardon." He enclosed the money in notes and gold, and addressed the envelope to his wife. She must receive it this very night, and he knew not how to ensure that save by delivering it himself. So he went to Westbourne Park by train and walked to Mrs Yule's house. At this hour the family were probably at dinner. Yes, the window of the dining room showed lights within, whilst those of the drawing room were in shadow. After a little hesitation he rang the servant's bell. When the door opened he handed his letter to the girl and requested that it might be given to Mrs Reardon as soon as possible. With one more hasty glance at the window, Amy was perhaps enjoying her unwonted comfort, he walked quickly away. As he re-entered what had been his home, its bareness made his heart sink. An hour or two had sufficed for this devastation. Nothing remained upon the uncarpeted floors but the needments he would carry with him into the wilderness, such few evidences of civilization as the poorest cannot well dispense with. Anger, revolt, a sense of outraged love, all manner of confused passions had sustained him throughout this day of toil. Now he had leisure to know how faint he was. He threw himself upon his chair bedstead and lay for more than an hour in torpor of body and mind. But before he could sleep he must eat. Though it was cold, he could not exert himself to light a fire. There was some food still in the cupboard, and he consumed it in the fashion of a tired labourer, with the plate on his lap, using his fingers and a knife. What had he to do with delicacies? He felt utterly alone in the world. Unless it were Biffen, what mortal would give him kindly welcome under any roof? These stripped rooms were symbolical of his life. Losing money, he had lost everything. Be thankful that you exist, that these morsels of food are still granted you. Man has a right to nothing in this world that he cannot pay for. Did you imagine that love was an exception? Foolish idealist! Love is one of the first things to be frightened away by poverty. Go and live upon your 12 and 6 a week, and on your memories of the past. In this room he had sat with Amy on their return from the wedding holiday. Shall you always love me as you do now? Forever, forever. Even if I disappoint you, if I failed? How could that affect my love? The voices seemed to be lingering still, in a sad, faint echo, so short a time it was since those words were uttered. His own fault. A man has no business to fail, least of all can he be expected others to have time to look back upon him or pity him if he sink under the stress of conflict. Those behind will trample over his body. They can't help it. They themselves are borne onwards by resistless pressure. He slept for a few hours, then lay watching the light of dawn as it revealed his desolation. The morning's post brought him a large, heavy envelope, the aspect of which for a moment puzzled him, but he recognized the handwriting and understood. The editor of The Wayside, in a pleasantly written note, begged to return the paper on Pliny's letters which had recently been submitted to him. He was sorry it did not strike him as quite so interesting as the other contributions from Reardon's pen. This was a trifle. For the first time he received a rejected piece of writing without distress. He even laughed at the artistic completeness of the situation. The money would have been welcome, but on that very account he might have known it would not come. The cart that was to transfer his property to the room at Islington arrived about midday. By that time he had dismissed the last details of business in relation to the flat, and was free to go back to the obscure world whence he had risen. He felt that for 2 years and a half he had been a pretender. It was not natural to him to live in the manner of people who enjoy an assured income. He belonged to the class of casual wage earners. Back to obscurity. Carrying a bag which contained a few things best kept in his own care, he went by train to King's Cross, and thence walked up Pentonville Hill to Upper Street and his own little byway. Manville Street was not unreasonably squalid. The house in which he had found a home was not alarming in its appearance, and the woman who kept it had an honest face. Amy would have shrunk in apprehension, but to one who had experience of London garrets this was a rather favourable specimen of its kind. The door closed more satisfactorily than poor Biffen's, for instance, and there were not many of those knotholes in the floor which give admission to piercing little draughts. Not a pane of the window was cracked, not one. A man might live here comfortably, could memory be destroyed. "There's a letter come for you," said the landlady as she admitted him. "You'll find it on your mantel." He assented hastily. The letter must be from Amy, as no one else knew his address. Yes, and its contents were these: "As you have really sold the furniture, I shall accept half this money that you send. I must buy clothing for myself and Willie, but the other £10 I shall return to you as soon as possible. As for your offer of half of what you are to receive from Mr. Carter, that seems to me ridiculous. In any case, I cannot take it. If you seriously abandon all further hope from literature, I think it is your duty to make every effort to obtain a position suitable to a man of your education. Amy Reardon." Doubtless Amy thought it was her duty to write in this way. Not a word of sympathy. He must understand that no one was to blame but himself, and that her hardships were equal to his own. In the bag he had brought with him there were writing materials. Standing at the mantelpiece, he forthwith penned a reply to this letter. The money is for your support as far as it will go. If it comes back to me, I shall send it again. If you refuse to make use of it, you will have the kindness to put it aside and consider it as belonging to Willie. The other money of which I spoke will be sent to you once a month. As our concerns are no longer between us alone, I must protect myself against anyone who would be likely to accuse me of not giving you what I could afford. For your advice I thank you, but remember that in withdrawing me from your affection you have lost all right to offer me counsel. He went out and posted this at once. By 3 o'clock the furniture of his room was arranged. He had not kept a carpet, that was luxury and beyond his due. His score of volumes must rank upon the mantelpiece, his clothing must be kept in the trunk. Cups, plates, knives, forks, and spoons would lie in the little open cupboard, the lowest section of which was for his supply of coals. When everything was in order, he drew water from a tap on the landing and washed himself. Then, with his bag, went out to make purchases. A loaf of bread, butter, sugar, condensed milk, a remnant of tea he had brought with him. On returning, he lit as small a fire as possible, put on his kettle, and sat down to meditate. How familiar it all was to him! And not unpleasant, for it brought back the days when he had worked to such good purpose. It was like a restoration of youth. Of Amy he would not think. Knowing his bitter misery, she could write to him in cold, hard words without a touch even of womanly feeling. If ever they were to meet again, the advance must be from her side. He had no more tenderness for her until she strove to revive it. Next morning he called at the hospital to see Carter. The secretary's peculiar look and smile seemed to betray a knowledge of what had been going on since Sunday, and his first words confirmed this impression of Reardon's. "You have removed, I hear." "Yes, I had better give you my new address." Reardon's tone was meant to signify that further remark on the subject would be unwelcome. Musingly, Carter made a note of the address. "You still wish to go on with this affair?" "Certainly. Come and have some lunch with me then, and afterwards we'll go to the City Road and talk things over on the spot." The vivacious young man was not quite so genial as of wont, but he evidently strove to show that the renewal of their relations as employer and clerk would make no difference in the friendly intercourse which had since been established. The invitation to lunch evidently had this purpose. "I suppose," said Carter, when they were seated in a restaurant, "you wouldn't object to anything better if a chance turned up?" "I should take it, to be sure. But you don't want a job that would occupy all your time. You're going on with writing, of course?" "Not for the present, I think." "Then you would like me to keep a lookout? I haven't anything in view, nothing whatever, but one hears of things sometimes." "I should be obliged to you if you could help me to anything satisfactory." Having brought himself to this admission, Reardon felt more at ease. To what purpose should he keep up transparent pretenses? It was manifestly his duty to earn as much money as he could, in whatever way. Let the man of letters be forgotten. He was seeking for remunerative employment, just as if he had never written a line. Amy did not return the £10, and did not write again, so, presumably, she would accept the moiety of his earnings. He was glad of it. After paying £0.50 for rent, there would be left 10 shillings. Something like £3 that still remained to him he would not reckon. This must be for casualties. Half a sovereign was enough for his needs. In the old times he had counted it a competency which put his mind quite at rest. The day came, and he entered upon his duties in City Road. It needed but an hour or two, and all the intervening time was cancelled. He was back once more in the days of no reputation, a harmless clerk, a decent wage earner. End of chapter 19. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 20 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Livingston. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 20. The End of Waiting. It was more than a fortnight after Reardon's removal to Islington when Jasper Milvain for the first time heard of what had happened. He was coming down from the office of the Will-o'-the-Wisp one afternoon, after a talk with the editor concerning a paragraph in his last week's causerie which had been complained of as libellous, and which would probably lead to the case so much desired by everyone connected with the paper. when someone, descending from a higher story of the building, overtook him and laid a hand on his shoulder. He turned and saw Whelpdale. "What brings you on these premises?" he asked, as they shook hands. "A man I know has just been made sub-editor of Chat, upstairs. He has half promised to let me do a column of answers to the correspondence." "Cosmetics? Fashions? Cookery?" "I'm not so versatile as all that, unfortunately. No, the general information column. Will you be so good as to inform me, through the medium of your invaluable paper, what was the exact area devastated by the Great Fire of London? That kind of thing, you know. Hopburn, that's the fellow's name, tells me that his predecessor always called the paper Chat Moss because of the frightful difficulty he had in filling it up each week. By the by, what a capital column that it is of yours in Will-o'-the-Wisp. I know nothing like it in English journalism. Upon my word, I don't." "Glad you like it. Some people are less fervent in their admiration." Jasper recounted the affair, which had just been under discussion in the office. "It may cost a couple of thousands, but the advertisement is worth that. Pat Wynne thinks. Barlow is delighted. He wouldn't mind paying double the money to make those people a laughing-stock for a week or two." They issued into the street and walked together. Milvain, with his keen eye and critical smile, unmistakably the modern young man who cultivates the art of success; his companion of a less pronounced type, but distinguished by a certain subtlety of countenance, a blending of the sentimental and the shrewd. "Of course you know all about the Reardons," said Whelpdale. "Haven't seen or heard of them lately. What is it?" "Then you don't know they have parted?" "Parted?" "I only heard about it last night. Biffen told me. Reardon is doing clerk's work at a hospital somewhere in the East End, and his wife has gone to live at her mother's house." "Ho, ho!" exclaimed Jasper thoughtfully. "Then the crash has come. Of course I knew it must be impending. I'm sorry for Reardon." "I'm sorry for his wife." "Trust you for thinking of women first, Whelpdale." "It's in an honourable way, my dear fellow. I'm a slave to women, true, but all in an honourable way. After the last adventure of mine, most men would be savage and cynical, wouldn't they now? I'm nothing of the kind. I'm no worse of women, not a bit. I reverence them as much as ever. There must be a good deal of magnanimity in me, don't you think?" Jasper laughed unrestrainedly. "But it's the simple truth," pursued the other. "You should have seen the letter I wrote to that girl in Birmingham. All charity and forgiveness. I meant it, every word of it. I shouldn't talk to everyone like this, you know, but it's as well to show a friend one's best qualities now and then." "Is Reardon still living at the old place?" "No, no. They sold everything and left the flat. He's in lodgings somewhere or other. I'm not quite intimate enough with him to go and see him under the circumstances, but I'm surprised you know nothing about it." "I haven't seen much of them this year. Reardon, well, I'm afraid he hasn't very much of the virtue you claim for yourself. It rather annoys him to see me going ahead." "Really? His character never struck me in that way." "You haven't come enough in contact with him. At all events, I can't explain his change of manner in any other way. But I'm sorry for him. I am indeed. At a hospital? I suppose Carter has given him the old job again." "Don't know. Biffen doesn't talk very freely about it. There's a good deal of delicacy in Biffen, you know. A thoroughly good-hearted fellow. And so is Reardon, I believe, though no doubt he has his weaknesses." "Oh, an excellent fellow, but weakness isn't the word. Why, I foresaw all this from the very beginning. The first hour's talk I ever had with him was enough to convince me that he'd never hold his own. But he really believed that the future was clear before him. He imagined he'd go on getting more and more for his books. An extraordinary thing that girl had such faith in him." They parted soon after this, and Milvain went homeward, musing upon what he had heard. It was his purpose to spend the whole evening on some work which pressed for completion, but he found an unusual difficulty in settling to it. About 8 o'clock he gave up the effort, arrayed himself in the costume of black and white, and journeyed to Westbourne Park, where his destination was the house of Mrs. Edmund Yule. Of the servant who opened to him he inquired if Mrs. Yule was at home, and received an answer in the affirmative. "Any company with her?" "A lady, Mrs. Carter." "Then please to give my name, and ask if Mrs. Yule can see me." He was speedily conducted to the drawing-room, where he found the lady of the house, her son, and Mrs. Carter. For Mrs. Reardon his eye sought in vain. "I'm so glad you have come," said Mrs. Yule, in a confidential tone. "I have been wishing to see you. Of course, you know our sad trouble." "I have heard of it only to-day." "From Mr. Reardon himself?" "No, I haven't seen him." "I do wish you had. We should have been so anxious to know how he impressed you." "How he impressed me?" "My mother has got hold of the notion," put in John Yule, "that he's not exactly compos mentis. I'll admit that he went on in a queer sort of way the last time I saw him." "And my husband thinks he is rather strange," remarked Mrs. Carter. "He has gone back to the hospital, I understand." "To a new branch that has just been opened in the City Road," replied Mrs. Yule. "And he's living in a dreadful place, one of the most shocking alleys in the worst part of Islington. I should have gone to see him, but I really feel afraid. They give me such an account of the place, and everyone agrees that he has such a very wild look, and speaks so strangely." "Between ourselves," said John, "there's no use in exaggerating. He's living in a vile hole, that's true, and Carter says he looks miserably ill, but of course he may be as sane as we are." Jasper listened to all this with no small astonishment. "And Mrs. Reardon?" he asked. "I am sorry to say she is far from well," replied Mrs. Yule. "To-day she has been obliged to keep her room. You can imagine what a shock it has been to her. It came with such extraordinary suddenness. Without a word of warning, her husband announced that he had taken a clerkship, and was going to remove immediately to the East End. Fancy! And this when he had already arranged, as you know, to go to the South Coast and write his next book under the influences of the sea air. He was anything but well, we all knew that, and we had all joined in advising him to spend the summer at the seaside. It seemed better that he should go alone. Mrs. Reardon would, of course, have gone down for a few days now and then, and at a moment's notice everything is changed, and in such a dreadful way. I cannot believe that this is the behaviour of a sane man." Jasper understood that an explanation of the matter might have been given in much more homely terms. It was natural that Mrs Yule should leave out of sight the sufficient but ignoble cause of her son-in-law's behaviour. "You see in what a painful position we are placed," continued the euphemistic lady. "It is so terrible even to hint that Mr Reardon is not responsible for his actions. Yet how are we to explain to our friends this extraordinary state of things?" "My husband is afraid Mr Reardon may fall seriously ill," said Mrs Carter. "And how dreadful, in such a place as that!" "It would be so kind of you to go and see him, Mr Milvain," urged Mrs Yule. "We should be so glad to hear what you think." "Certainly I will go," replied Jasper. "Will you give me his address?" He remained for an hour, and before his departure the subject was discussed with rather more frankness than at first. Even the word money was once or twice heard. "Mr Carter has very kindly promised," said Mrs Yule, "to do his best to hear of some position that would be suitable. It seems a most shocking thing that a successful author should abandon his career in this deliberate way. Who could have imagined anything of the kind 2 years ago? But it is clearly quite impossible for him to go on as at present, if there is really no reason for believing his mind disordered." A cab was summoned for Mrs Carter, and she took her leave, suppressing her native cheerfulness to the tone of the occasion. A minute or two after, Milvain left the house. He had walked perhaps 20 yards, almost to the end of the silent street in which his friend's house was situated, when a man came round the corner and approached him. At once he recognized the figure, and in a moment he was face to face with Reardon. Both stopped. Jasper held out his hand, but the other did not seem to notice it. "You are coming from Mrs Yule's?" said Reardon, with a strange smile. By the gaslight his face showed pale and sunken, and he met Jasper's look with fixedness. "Yes, I am. The fact is, I went there to hear of your address. Why haven't you let me know about all this?" "You went to the flat?" "No, I was told about you by Whelpdale." Reardon turned in the direction whence he had come, and began to walk slowly. Jasper kept beside him. "I'm afraid there's something amiss between us, Reardon," said the latter, just glancing at his companion. "There's something amiss between me and everyone," was the reply, in an unnatural voice. "You look at things too gloomily. Am I detaining you, by the by? You were going—" "Nowhere." "Then come to my rooms, and let's see if we can't talk more in the old way." "Your old way of talk isn't much to my taste, Milvain. It has cost me too much." Jasper gazed at him. Was there some foundation in Mrs Yule's seeming extravagance? This reply sounded so meaningless, and so unlike Reardon's manner of speech, that the younger man experienced a sudden alarm. "Cost you too much? I don't understand you." They had turned into a broader thoroughfare, which, however, was less frequented at this hour. Reardon, his hands thrust into the pockets of a shabby overcoat, and his head bent forward, went on at a slow pace, observant of nothing. For a moment or two he delayed reply, then said in an unsteady voice: "Your way of talking has always been to glorify success, to insist upon it as the one end a man ought to keep in view. If you had talked so to me alone, it wouldn't have mattered, but there was generally someone else present. Your words had their effect, I can see that now. It's very much owing to you that I am deserted, now that there's no hope of my ever succeeding." Jasper's first impulse was to meet this accusation with indignant denial, but a sense of compassion prevailed. It was so painful to see the defeated man, wandering at night near the house where his wife and child were comfortably sheltered, and the tone in which he spoke revealed such profound misery. "That's a most astonishing thing to say," Jasper replied. "Of course I know nothing of what has passed between you and your wife, but I feel certain that I have no more to do with what has happened than any other of your acquaintances." "You may feel as certain as you will, but your words and your example have influenced my wife against me. You didn't intend that. I don't suppose it for a moment. It's my misfortune, that's all." "That I intended nothing of the kind you need hardly say, I should think. But you are deceiving yourself in the strangest way. I'm afraid to speak plainly. I'm afraid of offending you. But can you recall something that I said about the time of your marriage? You didn't like it then, and it certainly won't be pleasant to you to remember it now. If you mean that your wife has grown unkind to you because you are unfortunate, there's no need to examine into other people's influence for an explanation of that." Reardon turned his face towards the speaker. "Then you have always regarded my wife as a woman likely to fail me in time of need?" "I don't care to answer a question put in that way. If we are no longer to talk with the old friendliness, it is far better we shouldn't discuss things such as this." "Well, practically you have answered. Of course I remember those words of yours that you refer to. Whether you were right or wrong doesn't affect what I say." He spoke with a dull doggedness, as though a mental fatigue did not allow him to say more. "It is impossible to argue against such a charge," said Milvain. "I am convinced that it isn't true, and that's all I can answer. But perhaps you think this extraordinary influence of mine is still being used against you?" "I know nothing about it," Reardon replied, in the same unmodulated voice. "Well, as I have told you, this was my first visit to Mrs Yule's since your wife has been there, and I didn't see her. She isn't very well, and keeps her room. I'm glad it happened so that I didn't meet her. Henceforth I shall keep away from the family altogether. So long, at all events, as your wife remains with them. Of course I shan't tell anyone why, that would be impossible, but you shan't have to fear that I am decrying you. By Jove, an amiable figure you make of me." "I have said what I didn't wish to say, and what I oughtn't to have said. You must misunderstand me. I can't help it." Reardon had been walking for hours, and was, in truth, exhausted. He became mute. Jasper, whose misrepresentation was wilful, though not maliciously so, also fell into silence. He did not believe that his conversations with Amy had so seriously affected the course of events, but he knew that he had often said things to her in private which would scarcely have fallen from his lips if her husband had been present, little deprecatory phrases, wrong rather in tone than in terms, which came of his irresistible desire to assume superiority whenever it was possible. He, too, was weak, but with quite another kind of weakness than Reardon's. His was the weakness of vanity, which sometimes leads a man to commit treacheries of which he would believe himself incapable. Self-accused, he took refuge in the pretence of misconception, which again was a betrayal of littleness. They drew near to Westbourne Park Station. "You are living a long way from here?" Jasper said coldly. "Are you going by train?" "No. You said my wife was ill?" "Oh, not ill. At least, I didn't understand that it was anything serious. Why don't you walk back to the house?" "I must judge of my own affairs." "True. I beg your pardon. I take the train here, so I'll say good night." They nodded to each other, but did not shake hands. A day or two later, Milvain wrote to Mrs Yule, and told her that he had seen Reardon. He did not describe the circumstances under which the interview had taken place, but gave it as his opinion that Reardon was in a state of nervous illness, and made by suffering quite unlike himself. That he might be on his way to a positive mental disease seemed likely enough. "Unhappily, I myself can be of no use to him. He has not the same friendly feeling for me as he used to have. But it is very certain that those of his friends who have the power should exert themselves to raise him out of this fearful slough of despond. If he isn't effectually helped, there's no saying what may happen. One thing is certain, I think. He is past helping himself. Sane literary work cannot be expected from him. It seems a monstrous thing that so good a fellow, and one with such excellent brains too, should perish by the way, when influential people would have no difficulty in restoring him to health and usefulness." All the months of summer went by. Jasper kept his word, and never visited Mrs Yule's house. But once in July he met that lady at the Carters', and heard then, what he knew from other sources, that the position of things was unchanged. In August, Mrs Yule spent a fortnight at the seaside, and Amy accompanied her. Milvain and his sisters accepted an invitation to visit the friends at Wattleborough, and were out of town about 3 weeks, the last 10 days being passed in the Isle of Wight. It was an extravagant holiday, but Dora had been ailing, and her brother declared that they would all work better for the change. Alfred Yule, with his wife and daughter, rusticated somewhere in Kent. Dora and Marian exchanged letters, and here is a passage from one written by the former. "Jasper has shown himself in an unusually amiable light since we left town. I looked forward to this holiday with some misgivings, as I know by experience that it doesn't do for him and us to be too much together. He gets tired of our company, and then his selfishness, believe me, he has a good deal of it, comes out in a way that we don't appreciate. But I have never known him to be so forbearing. To me he is particularly kind, on account of my headaches and general shakiness. It isn't impossible that this young man, if all goes well with him, may turn out far better than Maud and I ever expected. But things will have to go very well if the improvement is to be permanent. I only hope he may make a lot of money before long. If this sounds rather gross to you, I can only say that Jasper's moral nature will never be safe as long as he is exposed to the risk of poverty. There are such people, you know. As a poor man, I wouldn't trust him out of my sight. With money, he will be a tolerable creature as men go." Dora, no doubt, had her reasons for writing in this strain. She would not have made such remarks in conversation with her friend, but took the opportunity of being at a distance to communicate them in writing. On their return, the two girls made good progress with the book they were manufacturing for Messrs. Jolly and Monk, and early in October it was finished. Dora was now writing little things for the English Girl, and Maud had begun to review an occasional novel for an illustrated paper. In spite of their poor lodgings, they had been brought into social relations with Mrs. Boston Wright and a few of her friends. Their position was understood, and in accepting invitations they had no fear lest unwelcome people should pounce down upon them in their shabby little sitting-room. The younger sister cared little for society, such as Jasper procured them. With Marian Yule for a companion she would have been quite content to spend her evenings at home. But Maud relished the introduction to strangers. She was admired, and knew it. Prudence could not restrain her from buying a handsomer dress than those she had brought from her country home, and it irked her solely that she might not reconstruct all her equipment to rival the appearance of well-to-do girls whom she studied and envied. Her disadvantages, for the present, were insuperable. She had no one to chaperon her. She could not form intimacies because of her poverty. A rare invitation to luncheon, a permission to call at the sacred hour of small talk, this was all she could hope for. "I advise you to possess your soul in patience," Jasper said to her, as they talked one day on the seashore. "You are not to blame that you live without conventional protection, but it necessitates your being very careful. These people you are getting to know are not rigid about social observances, and they won't exactly despise you for poverty. All the same, their charity mustn't be tested too severely. Be quiet for the present. Let it be seen that you understand that your position isn't quite regular. I mean, of course, do so in a modest and nice way. As soever it's possible, we'll arrange for you to live with someone who will preserve appearances. All this is contemptible, of course, but we belong to a contemptible society, and can't help ourselves. For heaven's sake, don't spoil your chances by rashness. Be content to wait a little, till some more money comes in." Midway in October, about 8:30 one evening, Jasper received an unexpected visit from Dora. He was in his sitting-room, smoking and reading a novel. "Anything wrong?" he asked as his sister entered. "No, but I'm alone this evening, and I thought I would see if you were in." "Where's Maud, then?" "She went to go see the Lanes this afternoon, and Mrs. Lane invited her to go to the Gaiety tonight. She said a friend whom she had invited couldn't come, and the ticket would be wasted. Maud went back to dine with them. She'll come home in a cab." "Why is Mrs. Lane so affectionate all at once? Take your things off. I have nothing to do." "Miss Radway was going as well." "Who's Miss Radway?" "Don't you know her? She's staying with the Lanes. Maud says she writes for the West End." "And will that fellow Lane be with them?" "I think not." Jasper mused, contemplating the bowl of his pipe. "I suppose she was in rare excitement." "Pretty well. She has wanted to go to the Gaiety for a long time. There's no harm, is there?" Dora asked the question with the absent air which girls are wont to assume when they touch on doubtful subjects. "Harm? No. Idiocy and lively music, that's all. It's too late, or I'd have taken you, for the joke of the thing. Confound it, she ought to have better dresses." "Oh, she looked very nice in that best." Pooh! I don't care for her to be running about with the Lanes. Lane is too big a blackguard. It reflects upon his wife to a certain extent." They gossiped for half an hour. Then a tap at the door interrupted them. It was the landlady. "Mr. Whelpdale is called to see you, sir. I mentioned as Miss Milvain was here, so he said he wouldn't come up unless you sent to ask him." Jasper smiled at Dora, and said in a low voice, "What do you say? Shall he come up? He can behave himself." "Just as you please, Jasper." "Ask him to come up, Mrs. Thompson, please." Mr. Whelpdale presented himself. He entered with much more ceremony than when Milvain was alone. On his visage was a grave respectfulness. His step was light, his whole bearing expressed diffidence and pleasurable anticipation. "My younger sister, Whelpdale," said Jasper, with subdued amusement. The dealer in literary advice made a bow which did himself no discredit, and began to speak in a low, reverential tone not at all disagreeable to the ear. His breeding, in truth, had been that of a gentleman, and it was only of late years that he had fallen into the hungry region of New Grub Street. "How is the manual going off?" Milvain inquired. "Excellently. We have sold nearly 600. My sister is one of your readers. I believe she has studied the book with much conscientiousness." "Really? You have really read it, Miss Milvain?" Dora assured him that she had, and his delight knew no bounds. "It isn't all rubbish by any means," said Jasper graciously. "In the chapter on writing for magazines there are one or two very good hints. What a pity you can't apply your own advice, Whelpdale." "Now that's horribly unkind of you," protested the other. "You might have spared me this evening. But unfortunately it's quite true, Miss Milvain. I pointed the way, but I haven't been able to travel it myself. You mustn't think I have never succeeded in getting things published, but I can't keep it up as a profession." "Your brother is the successful man, a marvellous facility. I envy him. Few men at present writing have such talent." "Please don't make him more conceited than he naturally is," interposed Dora. "What news of Biffen?" asked Jasper presently. "He says he shall finish Mr. Bailey, grocer, in about a month. He read me one of the later chapters the other night. It's really very fine, most remarkable writing, it seems to me. It will be scandalous if he can't get it published, it will indeed." "I do hope he may," said Dora, laughing. "I have heard so much of Mr. Bailey that it will be a great disappointment if I am never to read it." "I'm afraid it would give you very little pleasure," Whelpdale replied hesitatingly. "The matter is so very gross." "And the hero grocer!" shouted Jasper mirthfully. "Oh, but it's quite decent, only rather depressing. The decently ignoble, or the ignobly decent. Which is Biffen's formula? I saw him a week ago, and he looked hungrier than ever." "Ah, but poor Reardon! I passed him at King's Cross not long ago. He didn't see me, walks with his eyes to the ground always, and I hadn't the courage to stop him. He's the ghost of his old self. He can't live long." Dora and her brother exchanged a glance. It was a long time since Jasper had spoken to his sisters about the Reardons. Nowadays he seldom heard either of husband or wife. The conversation that went on was so agreeable to Whelpdale that he lost consciousness of time. It was past 11 o'clock when Jasper felt obliged to remind him. Dora, I think I must be taking you home." The visitor at once made ready for departure, and his leave-taking was as respectful as his entrance had been. Though he might not say what he thought, there was very legible upon his countenance a hope that he would again be privileged to meet Miss Dora Milvain. "Not a bad fellow in his way," said Jasper, when Dora and he were alone again. "Not at all." She heard the story of Whelpdale's hapless wooing half a year ago, and her recollection of it explained the smile with which she spoke. "Never get on, I'm afraid," Jasper pursued. "He has his allowance of £20 a year, and he makes perhaps 50 or 60 more. If I were in his position, I should go in for some kind of regular business. He has people who could help him. Good-natured fellow, but what's the use of that if you've no money?" They set out together, and walked to the girls' lodgings. Dora was about to use her latchkey, but Jasper checked in. "No, there's a light in the kitchen still. Better knock, as we're so late." "But why?" "Never mind. Do as I tell you." The landlady admitted them, and Jasper spoke a word or two with her, explaining that he would wait until his elder sister's return. The darkness of the second-floor windows had shown that Maud was not yet back. "What strange fancies you have," remarked Dora when they were upstairs. "So have people in general, unfortunately." A letter lay on the table. It was addressed to Maud, and Dora recognized the handwriting as that of a Wattleborough friend. "There must be some news here," she said. "Mrs. Haines wouldn't write unless she had something special to say." Just upon midnight a cab drew up before the house. Dora ran down to open the door to her sister, who came in with very bright eyes and more colour than usual on her cheeks. "How very late for you to be here!" she exclaimed on entering the sitting-room and seeing Jasper. "I shouldn't have felt comfortable till I knew that you were back all right." "What fear was there?" She threw off her wraps, laughing. "Well, have you enjoyed yourself?" "Oh, yes," she replied carelessly. "This letter from me? What has Mrs. Haines got to say, I wonder?" She opened the envelope and began to glance hurriedly over the sheet of paper. Then her face changed. "What do you think? Mr. Yule is dead!" Dora uttered an exclamation. Jasper displayed the keenest interest. "He died yesterday. No, it would be the day before yesterday. He had a fit of some kind at a public meeting, was taken to the hospital because it was nearest, and died in a few hours. So that has come at last. Now what'll be the result of it, I wonder?" "When shall you be seeing Marian?" asked her brother. "She might come tomorrow evening." "But won't she go to the funeral?" suggested Dora. "Perhaps. There's no saying. I suppose her father will, at all events. The day before yesterday? Then the funeral will be on Saturday, I should think." "Ought I to write Marian?" asked Dora. "No, I wouldn't," was Jasper's reply. "Better wait till she lets you hear. That's sure to be soon. She may have gone to Wattleborough this afternoon, or be going tomorrow morning." The letter from Miss Haines was passed from hand to hand. "Everybody feels sure," it said, "that a great deal of his money will be left for public purposes. The ground for the park being already purchased, he is sure to have made provision for carrying out his plans connected with it. But I hope your friends in London may benefit." It was some time before Jasper could put an end to the speculative conversation and betake himself homewards. And even on getting back to his lodgings he was little disposed to go to bed. This event of John Yule's death had been constantly in his mind, but there was always a fear that it might not happen for long enough. The sudden announcement excited him almost as much as if he were a relative of the deceased. "Confound his public purposes," was the thought upon which he at length slept. End of chapter 20. Recording by Emily Livingston.
Section 25, Chapter 21, Part 1 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 21, Part 1. Mr. Yule leaves town. Since the domestic incidents connected with that unpleasant review in The Current, the relations between Alfred Yule and his daughter had suffered a permanent change, though not in a degree noticeable by any one but the two concerned. To all appearances they worked together, and conversed very much as they had been wont to do, but Marian was made to feel in many subtle ways that her father no longer had complete confidence in her, no longer took the same pleasure as formerly in the skill and conscientiousness of her work, and Yule on his side perceived too clearly that the girl was preoccupied with something other than her old wish to aid and satisfy him, that she had a new life of her own, alien to, and in some respects irreconcilable with, the existence in which he desired to confirm her. There was no renewal of open disagreement, but their conversations frequently ended by tacit mutual consent at a point which threatened divergence, and in Yule's case every such warning was a cause of intense irritation. He feared to provoke Marian, and this fear was again a torture to his pride. Beyond the fact that his daughter was in constant communication with the Miss Milvains, he knew, and could discover, nothing of the terms on which she stood with the girl's brother, and this ignorance was harder to bear than full assurance of a disagreeable fact would have been. That a man like Jasper Milvain, whose name was every now and then forced upon his notice as a rising periodicalist, and a faithful henchman of the unspeakable Fadge, that a young fellow of such excellent prospects should seriously attach himself to a girl like Marian, seemed to him highly improbable, save indeed for the one consideration that Milvain, who assuredly had a very keen eye to chances, might regard the girl as a niece of old John Yule, and therefore worth holding in view until it was decided whether or not she would benefit by her uncle's decease. Fixed in his antipathy to the young man, he would not allow himself to admit any but a base motive on Milvain's side, if indeed Marian and Jasper were more to each other than slight acquaintances, and he persuaded himself that anxiety for the girl's welfare was at least as strong a motive with him as mere prejudice against the ally of Fadge, and it might be the reviewer of English prose. Milvain was quite capable of playing fast and loose with a girl, and Marian, owing to the peculiar circumstances of her position, would easily be misled by the pretence of a clever speculator. That she had never spoken again about the review in The Current might receive several explanations. Perhaps she had not been able to convince herself either for or against Milvain's authorship. Perhaps she had reason to suspect that the young man was the author. Perhaps she merely shrank from reviving a discussion in which she might betray what she desired to keep secret. This last was the truth. Finding that her father did not recur to the subject, Marian concluded that he had found himself to be misinformed. But Yule, though he heard the original rumour denied by people whom in other matters he would have trusted, would not lay aside the doubt that flattered his prejudices. If Milvain were not the writer of the review, he very well might have been, and what certainty could be arrived at in matters of literary gossip? There was an element of jealousy in the father's feeling. If he did not love Marian with all the warmth of which a parent is capable, at least he had more affection for her than for any other person, and of this he became strongly aware now that the girl seemed to be turning from him. If he lost Marian, he would indeed be a lonely man, for he considered his wife of no account. Intellectually again, he demanded an entire allegiance from his daughter. He could not bear to think that her zeal on his behalf was diminishing, that perhaps she was beginning to regard his work as futile and antiquated in comparison with that of the new generation. Yet this must needs be the result of frequent intercourse with such a man as Milvain. It seemed to him that he remarked it in her speech and manner, and at times he with difficulty restrained himself from a reproach or a sarcasm which would have led to trouble. Had he been in the habit of dealing harshly with Marian, as with her mother, of course his position would have been simpler. But he had always respected her, and he feared to lose that measure of respect with which she repaid him. Already he had suffered in her esteem, perhaps more than he liked to think, and the increasing embitterment of his temper kept him always in danger of the conflict he dreaded. Marian was not like her mother, she could not submit to tyrannous usage. Warned of that, he did his utmost to avoid an outbreak of discord, constantly hoping that he might come to understand his daughter's position, and perhaps discover that his greatest fear was unfounded. Twice in the course of the summer he inquired of his wife whether she knew anything about the Milvains, but Mrs Yule was not in Marian's confidence. "I only know that she goes to see the young ladies, and that they do writing of some kind." "She never even mentions their brother to you?" "Never. I haven't heard his name from her since she told me the Miss Milvains weren't coming here again." He was not sorry that Marian had taken the decision to keep her friends away from St. Paul's Crescent, for it saved him a recurring annoyance. But, on the other hand, if they had continued to come, he would not have been thus completely in the dark as to her intercourse with Jasper. Scraps of information must now and then have been gathered by his wife from the girl's talk. Throughout the month of July he suffered much from his wonted bilious attacks, and Mrs Yule had to endure a double share of his ill temper, that which was naturally directed against her, and that of which Marian was the cause. In August things were slightly better, but with the return to labour came a renewal of Yule's sullenness and savageness. Sundry pieces of ill luck of a professional kind, warnings, as he too well understood, that it was growing more and more difficult for him to hold his own against the new writers, exasperated his quarrel with destiny. The gloom of a cold and stormy September was doubly wretched in that house on the far borders of Camden Town, but in October the sun reappeared, and it seemed to mollify the literary man's mood. Just when Mrs Yule and Marian began to hope that this long distemper must surely come to an end, there befell an incident which at the best of times would have occasioned misery, and which in the present juncture proved disastrous. It was one morning about 11. Yule was in his study, Marian was at the museum, Mrs Yule had gone shopping. There came a sharp knock at the front door, and the servant, on opening, was confronted with a decently dressed woman, who asked in a peremptory voice if Mrs Yule was at home. "No." "Then is Mr Yule?" "Yes, mum, but I'm afraid he's busy." "I don't care, I must see him. Say that Mrs Goby wants to see him at once." The servant, not without apprehensions, delivered this message at the door of the study. "Mrs Goby? Who is Mrs Goby?" exclaimed the man of letters, irate at the disturbance. There sounded an answer out of the passage, for the visitor had followed close. I am Mrs. Goby of the Holloway Road, wife of Mr. C. O. Goby, haberdasher. I just want to speak to you, Mr. Yule, if you please, seeing that Mrs. Yule isn't in." Yule started up in fury and stared at the woman, to whom the servant had reluctantly given place. "What business can you have with me? If you wish to see Mrs. Yule, come again when she is at home." "No, Mr. Yule, I will not come again," cried the woman, red in the face. "I thought I might have had respectable treatment here, at all events, but I see you're pretty much like your relations in the way of behaving to people, though you do wear better clothes, and, I suppose, call yourself a gentleman. I won't come again, and you shall just hear what I've got to say." She closed the door violently and stood in an attitude of robust defiance. "What's all this about?" asked the enraged author, overcoming an impulse to take Mrs. Goby by the shoulders and throw her out, though he might have found some difficulty in achieving this feat. "Who are you, and why do you come here with your brawling?" "I'm the respectable wife of a respectable man, that's who I am, Mr. Yule, if you want to know. And I always thought Mrs. Yule was the same, from the dealings we've had with her at the shop, though not knowing any more of her, it's true, except that she lived in St. Paul's Crescent. And so she may be respectable, though I can't say as her husband behaves himself very much like what he pretends to be. But I can't say as much for her relations in Perker Street, Holloway, which I suppose they're your relations as well, at least by marriage, and if they think they're going to insult me and use their blackguard tongues—" "What are you talking about?" shouted Yule, who was driven to frenzy by the mention of his wife's humble family. "What have I to do with these people?" "What have you to do with them? I suppose they're your relations, ain't they? And I suppose the girl, Annie Rudd, is your niece, ain't she? At least she's your wife's niece, and that comes to the same thing, I've always understood, though I dare say a gentleman as has so many books about him can correct me if I've made a mistake." She looked scornfully, though also with some surprise, round the volumed walls. "And what of this girl? Will you have the goodness to say what your business is?" "Yes, I will have the goodness. I suppose you know very well that I took your niece, Annie Rudd, as a domestic servant." She repeated this precise definition. "As a domestic servant, because Mrs. Yule happened to ask me if I knew of a place for a girl of that kind as hadn't been out before, but could be trusted to do her best to give satisfaction to a good mistress. I suppose you know that." "I know nothing of the kind. What have I to do with servants?" "Well, whether you've much to do with them or little, that's how it was. And nicely she's paid me out, has your niece, Miss Rudd, of all the trouble I've ever had with a girl. And now she's run away back home, and when I take the trouble to go after her, I'm to be insulted and abused as never was. Oh, they're a nice respectable family, those Rudds. Mrs. Rudd, that's Mrs. Yule's sister, what a nice polite spoken lady she is, to be sure. If I was to repeat the language, but there, I wouldn't lower myself. And I've been a brute of a mistress. I ill use my servants, and I don't give 'em enough to eat, and I pay 'em worse than any woman in London. That's what I've learnt about myself by going to Perker Street, Holloway. And when I come here to ask Mrs. Yule what she means by recommending such a creature from such a home, I get insulted by her gentleman husband." Yule was livid with rage, but the extremity of his scorn withheld him from utterance of what he felt. "As I said, all this has nothing to do with me. I will let Mrs. Yule know that you have called. I have no more time to spare." Mrs. Goby repeated at still greater length the details of her grievance, but long before she had finished Yule was sitting again at his desk in ostentatious disregard of her. Finally the exasperated woman flung open the door, railed in a loud voice along the passage, and left the house with an alarming crash. It was not long before Mrs. Yule returned. Before taking off her things, she went down into the kitchen with certain purchases, and there she learnt from the servant what had happened during her absence. Fear and trembling possessed her, the sick, faint dread always excited by her husband's wrath, but she felt obliged to go at once to the study. The scene that took place there was one of ignoble violence on Yule's part, and, on that of his wife, of terrified self-accusation, changing at length to dolorous resentment of the harshness with which she was treated. When it was over, Yule took his hat and went out. He did not return for the midday meal, and when Marian, late in the afternoon, came back from the museum, he was still absent. Not finding her mother in the parlour, Marian called at the head of the kitchen stairs. The servant answered, saying that Mrs Yule was up in her bedroom, and that she didn't seem well. Marian at once went up and knocked at the bedroom door. In a moment or two her mother came out, showing a face of tearful misery. "What is it, mother? What's the matter?" They went into Marian's room, where Mrs Yule gave free utterance to her lamentations. "I can't put up with it, Marian. Your father is too hard with me. I was wrong, I dare say, and I might have known what would have come of it, but he couldn't speak to me worse if I did him all the harm I could on purpose. It's all about Annie, because I found a place for her at Mrs Goby's in the Holloway Road, and now Mrs Goby's been here and seen your father and told him she's been insulted by the Rudds, because Annie went off home, and she went after her to make inquiries. And your father's in such a passion about it as never was. That woman Mrs Goby rushed into the study when he was working. It was this morning when I happened to be out, and she throws all the blame on me for recommending her such a girl. And I did it for the best, that I did. Annie promised me faithfully she'd behave well and never give me trouble, and she seemed thankful to me because she wasn't happy at home. And now to think of her causing all this disturbance. I oughtn't to have done such a thing without speaking about it to your father, but you know how afraid I am to say a word to him about those people. And my sister's told me so often I ought to be ashamed of myself, never helping her and her children. She thinks I could do such a lot if only I liked. And now that I did try to do something, see what comes of it." Marian listened with a confusion of wretched feelings, but her sympathies were strongly with her mother. As well as she could understand the broken story, her father seemed to have no just cause for his pitiless rage, though such an occasion would be likely enough to bring out his worst faults. "Is he in the study?" she asked. "No, he went out at 12 o'clock, and he's never been back since. I feel as if I must do something. I can't bear with it, Marian. He tells me I'm the curse of his life. Yes, he said that. I oughtn't to tell you, I know I oughtn't, but it's more than I can bear. I've always tried to do my best, but it gets harder and harder for me. But for me he'd never be in these bad tempers. It's because he can't look at me without getting angry. He says I've kept him back all through his life. But for me he might have been far better off than he is. It may be true, I've often enough thought that, but I can't bear to have it told me like that, and to see it in his face every time he looks at me. I shall have to do something. He'd be glad if only I was out of his way." "Father has no right to make you so unhappy," said Marian. "I can't see that you did anything blameworthy. It seems to me that it was your duty to try and help Annie, and if it turned out unfortunately, that can't be helped. You oughtn't to think so much of what father says in his anger. I believe he hardly knows what he does say. Don't take it so much to heart, mother." "I've tried my best, Marian," sobbed the poor woman, who felt that even her child's sympathy could not be perfect, owing to the distance put between them by Marian's education and refined sensibilities. "I've always thought it wasn't right to talk to you about such things, but he's been too hard with me to-day." "I think it was better you should tell me. It can't go on like this. I feel that just as you do. I must tell father that he is making our lives a burden to us." "Oh, you mustn't speak to him like that, Marian. I wouldn't for anything make unkindness between you and your father. That would be the worst thing I'd done yet. I'd rather go away and work for my own living than make trouble between you and him." "It isn't you who make trouble, it's father. I ought to have spoken to him before this. I had no right to stand by and see how much you suffered from his ill temper." The longer they talked, the firmer grew Marian's resolve to front her father's tyrannous ill humour, and in one way or another to change the intolerable state of things. She had been weak to hold her peace so long. At her age it was a simple duty to interfere when her mother was treated with such a flagrant injustice. Her father's behaviour was unworthy of a thinking man, and he must be made to feel that. End of chapter 21, part 1. Section 26 of New Grub Street. Chapter 21, part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 21, part 2. Mr. Yule leaves town. Yule did not return. Dinner was delayed for half an hour. Then Marian declared that they would wait no longer. They too made a sorry meal, and afterwards went together into the sitting-room. At 8 o'clock they heard the front door open, and Yule's footstep in the passage. Marian rose. "Don't speak till to-morrow," whispered her mother, catching at the girl's arm. "Let it be till to-morrow, Marian." "I must speak. We can't live in this terror." She reached the study just as her father was closing the door behind him. Yule, seeing her enter, glared with bloodshot eyes. Shame and sullen anger were blended on his countenance. "Will you tell me what is wrong, father?" Marian asked, in a voice which betrayed her nervous suffering, yet indicated the resolve with which she had come. "I am not at all disposed to talk of the matter," he replied, with the awkward rotundity of phrase which distinguished him in his worst humour. "For information you had better go to Mrs. Goby, or a person of some such name, in Holloway Road. I have nothing more to do with it." "It was very unfortunate that the woman came and troubled you about such things, but I can't see that mother was to blame. I don't think you ought to be so angry with her." It cost Marian a terrible effort to address her father in these terms. When he turned fiercely upon her, she shrank back, and felt as if strength must fail her even to stand. "You can't see that she was to blame? Isn't it entirely against my wish that she keeps up any intercourse with these low people? Am I to be exposed to insulting disturbance in my very study, because she chooses to introduce girls of bad character as servants to vulgar women?" "I don't think Annie Rudd can be called a girl of bad character, and it was very natural that mother should try to do something for her. You have never actually forbidden her to see her relatives?" "1,000 times I have given her to understand that I utterly disapproved of such association. She knew perfectly well that this girl was as likely as not to discredit her. If she had consulted me, I should at once have forbidden anything of the kind. She was aware of that. She kept it secret from me, knowing that it would excite my displeasure. I will not be drawn into such squalid affairs. I won't have my name spoken in such connection. Your mother has only herself to blame if I am angry with her." "Your anger goes beyond all bounds. At the very worst, mother behaved imprudently, and with a very good motive. It is cruel that you should make her suffer as she is doing." Marian was being strengthened to resist. Her blood grew hot. The sensation which once before had brought her to the verge of conflict with her father possessed her heart and brain. "You are not a suitable judge of my behaviour," replied Yule severely. "I am driven to speak. We can't go on living in this way, father. For months our home has been almost ceaselessly wretched, because of the ill temper you are always in. Mother and I must defend ourselves. We can't bear it any longer. You must surely feel how ridiculous it is to make such a thing as happened this morning the excuse for violent anger. How can I help judging your behaviour? When mother is brought to the point of saying that she would rather leave home and everything than endure her misery any longer, I should be wrong if I didn't speak to you. Why are you so unkind? What serious cause has mother ever given you?" I refuse to argue such questions with you. Then you are very unjust. I am not a child, and there's nothing wrong in my asking you why home is made a place of misery, instead of being what home ought to be. You prove that you are a child in asking for explanations which ought to be clear enough to you. You mean that mother is to blame for everything? The subject is no fit one to be discussed between a father and his daughter. If you cannot see the impropriety of it, be so good as to go away and reflect, and leave me to my occupations. Marian came to a pause, but she knew that his rebuke was mere unworthy evasion. She saw that her father could not meet her look, and this perception of shame in him impelled her to finish what she had begun. I will say nothing of mother, then, but speak only for myself. I suffer too much from your unkindness. You ask too much endurance. You mean that I exact too much work from you? Asked her father, with a look that might have been directed to a recalcitrant clerk. No, but that you make the conditions of my work too hard. I live in constant fear of your anger. Indeed? When did I last ill-use you or threaten you? I often think that threats, or even ill-usage, would be easier to bear than an unchanging gloom which always seems on the point of breaking into violence. I am obliged to you for your criticism of my disposition and manner, but unhappily I am too old to reform. Life has made me what I am, and I should have thought that your knowledge of what my life has been would have gone far to excuse a lack of cheerfulness in me. The irony of this laborious period was full of self-pity. His voice quavered at the close, and a tremor was noticeable in his stiff frame. It isn't lack of cheerfulness that I mean, father. That could never have brought me to speak like this. If you wish me to admit that I am bad-tempered, surly, irritable, I make no difficulty about that. The charge is true enough. I can only ask you again, what are the circumstances that have ruined my temper? When you present yourself here with a general accusation of my behaviour, I am at a loss to understand what you ask of me, what you wish me to say or do. I must beg you to speak plainly. Are you suggesting that I should make provision for the support of you and your mother away from my intolerable proximity? My income is not large, as I think you are aware, but of course, if a demand of this kind is seriously made, I must do my best to comply with it. It hurts me very much that you can understand me no better than this. I am sorry. I think we used to understand each other, but that was before you were subjected to the influence of strangers. In his perverse frame of mind he was ready to give utterance to any thought which confused the point at issue. This last allusion was suggested to him by a sudden pang of regret for the pain he was causing Marian. He defended himself against self-reproach by hinting at the true reason of much of his harshness. I am subjected to no influence that is hostile to you, Marian replied. You may think that, but in such a matter it is very easy for you to deceive yourself. Of course I know what you refer to, and I can assure you that I don't deceive myself. Yule flashed a searching glance at her. Can you deny that you are on terms of friendship with a person who would at any moment rejoice to injure me? I am friendly with no such person. Will you say whom you are thinking of? It would be useless. I have no wish to discuss a subject on which we should only disagree unprofitably. Marian kept silence for a moment, then said in a low, unsteady voice, It is perhaps because we never speak of that subject that we are so far from understanding each other. If you think that Mr. Milvain is your enemy, that he would rejoice to injure you, you are grievously mistaken. When I see a man in close alliance with my worst enemy, and looking to that enemy for favour, I am justified in thinking that he would injure me if the right kind of opportunity offered. One need not be very deeply read in human nature to have assurance of that. But I know Mr. Milvain. You know him? Far better than you can, I am sure. You draw conclusions from general principles, but I know that they don't apply in this case. I have no doubt you sincerely think so. I repeat that nothing can be gained by such a discussion as this. One thing I must tell you. There was no truth in your suspicion that Mr. Milvain wrote that review in the Current. He assured me himself that he was not the writer, that he had nothing to do with it. Yule looked askance at her, and his face displayed solicitude, which soon passed, however, into a smile of sarcasm. The gentleman's word no doubt has weight with you. Father, what do you mean? Broke from Marian, whose eyes of a sudden flashed stormily. Would Mr. Milvain tell me a lie? I shouldn't like to say that it is impossible, replied her father, in the same tone as before. But what right have you to insult him so grossly? I have every right, my dear child, to express an opinion about him or any other man, provided I do it honestly. I beg you not to strike attitudes and address me in the language of the stage. You insist on my speaking plainly, and I have spoken plainly. I warned you that we were not likely to agree on this topic. Literary quarrels have made you incapable of judging honestly in things such as this. I wish I could have done for ever with the hateful profession that so poisons men's minds. Believe me, my girl, said her father incisively, the simpler thing would be to hold aloof from such people as use the profession in a spirit of unalloyed selfishness, who seek only material advancement, and who, whatever connection they form, have nothing but self-interest in view. And he glared at her with such meaning. Marian, both had remained standing all through the dialogue, cast down her eyes and became lost in brooding. I speak with profound conviction, pursued her father, and, however little you credit me with such a motive, out of desire to guard you against the dangers to which your inexperience is exposed. It is perhaps as well that you have afforded me this. There sounded at the house door that duplicated double knock which generally announces the bearer of a telegram. Yule interrupted himself and stood in an attitude of waiting. The servant was heard to go along the passage, to open the door, and then return towards the study. Yes, it was a telegram. Such dispatches rarely came to this house. Yule tore the envelope, read its contents, and stood with gaze fixed upon the slip of paper until the servant inquired if there was any reply for the boy to take with him. No reply. He slowly crumpled the envelope and stepped aside to throw it into the paper basket. The telegram he laid on his desk. Marian stood all the time with bent head. He now looked at her with an expression of meditative displeasure. I don't know that there is much good in resuming our conversation, he said, in quite a changed tone, as if something of more importance had taken possession of his thoughts, and had made him almost indifferent to the past dispute. But of course I am quite willing to hear anything you would still like to say. Marian had lost her vehemence. She was absent and melancholy. I can only ask you, she replied, to try and make life less of a burden to us. I shall have to leave town to-morrow for a few days. No doubt it will be some satisfaction to you to hear that. Marian's eyes turned involuntarily towards the telegram. As for your occupation in my absence, he went on, in a hard tone which yet had something tremulous, emotional, making it quite different from the voice he had hitherto used, that will be entirely a matter for your own judgment. I have felt for some time that you assisted me with less goodwill than formerly, and now that you have frankly admitted it, I shall of course have very little satisfaction in requesting your aid. I must leave it to you. Consult your own inclination. It was resentful, but not savage. Between the beginning and the end of his speech he softened to a sort of self-satisfied pathos. I can't pretend, replied Marian, that I have as much pleasure in the work as I should have if your mood were gentler. I am sorry. I might perhaps have made greater efforts to appear at ease when I was suffering. Do you mean physical suffering? Physical and mental. but that can't concern you. During my absence I will think of your reproof. I know that it is deserved in some degree. If it is possible, you shall have less to complain of in future. He looked about the room, and at length seated himself. His eyes were fixed in a direction away from Marian. "I suppose you had dinner somewhere?" Marian asked, after catching a glimpse of his worn, colourless face. "Oh, I had a mouthful of something. It doesn't matter." It seemed as if he found some special pleasure in assuming this tone of martyrdom just now. At the same time he was becoming more absorbed in thought. "Shall I have something brought up for you, father?" "Something? Oh, no, no, on no account." He rose again impatiently, then approached his desk and laid a hand on the telegram. Marian observed this movement, and examined his face. It was set in an expression of eagerness. "You have nothing more to say, then?" He turned sharply upon her. "I feel that I haven't made you understand me, but I can say nothing more." "I understand you very well, too well. That you should misunderstand and mistrust me, I suppose, is natural. You are young, and I am old. You are still full of hope, and I have been so often deceived and defeated that I dare not let a ray of hope enter my mind. Judge me as hardly as you like. My life has been one long, bitter struggle, and if now I say," he began a new sentence, "that only the hard side of life has been shown to me. Small wonder if I have become hard myself. Desert me, go your own way, as the young always do, but bear in mind my warning. Remember the caution I have given you." He spoke in a strangely sudden agitation. The arm with which he leant upon the table trembled violently. After a moment's pause he added, in a thick voice, "Leave me. I will speak to you again in the morning." Impressed in a way she did not understand, Marian at once obeyed, and rejoined her mother in the parlour. Mrs Yule gazed anxiously at her as she entered. "Don't be afraid," said Marian, with difficulty bringing herself to speak. "I think it will be better." "Was that a telegram that came?" her mother inquired after a silence. "Yes, I don't know where it was from, but father said he would have to leave town for a few days." They exchanged looks. "Perhaps your uncle is very ill," said the mother in a low voice. "Perhaps so." The evening passed drearily. Fatigued with her emotions, Marian went early to bed. She even slept later than usual in the morning, and on descending she found her father already at the breakfast table. No greeting passed, and there was no conversation during the meal. Marian noticed that her mother kept glancing at her in a peculiarly grave way, but she felt ill and dejected, and could fix her thoughts on no subject. As he left the table, Yule said to her, "I want to speak to you for a moment. I shall be in the study." She joined him there very soon. He looked coldly at her, and said in a distant tone, "The telegram last night was to tell me that your uncle is dead." "Dead?" "He died of apoplexy at a meeting in Wattleborough. I shall go down this morning, and of course remain till after the funeral. I see no necessity for your going, unless, of course, it is your desire to do so." "No, I should do as you wish." "I think you had better not go to the museum whilst I am away. You will occupy yourself as you think fit." "I shall go on with the Harrington notes." "As you please. I don't know what mourning it would be decent for you to wear. You must consult with your mother about that. That is all I wished to say." His tone was dismissal. Marian had a struggle with herself, but she could find nothing to reply to his cold phrases. And an hour or two afterwards Yule left the house without leave-taking. Soon after his departure there was a visitor's rat-tat at the door. It heralded Mrs. Goby. In the interview which then took place, Marian assisted her mother to bear the vigorous onslaughts of the haberdasher's wife. For more than 2 hours Mrs. Goby related her grievances against the fugitive servant, against Mrs. Yule, against Mr. Yule. Meeting with no irritating opposition, she was able in this space of time to cool down to the temperature of normal intercourse, and when she went forth from the house again, it was in a mood of dignified displeasure which she felt to be some recompense for the injuries of yesterday. A result of this annoyance was to postpone conversation between mother and daughter on the subject of John Yule's death until a late hour of the afternoon. Marian was at work in the study, or endeavouring to work, for her thoughts would not fix themselves on the matter in hand for many minutes together, and Mrs Yule came in with more than her customary diffidence. "Have you nearly done for to-day, dear?" "Enough for the present, I think." She laid down her pen and leant back in the chair. "Marian, do you think your father will be rich?" "I have no idea, mother. I suppose we shall know very soon." Her tone was dreamy. She seemed to herself to be speaking of something which scarcely at all concerned her, of vague possibilities which did not affect her habits of thought. "If that happens," continued Mrs Yule, in a low tone of distress, "I don't know what I shall do." Marian looked at her questioningly. "I can't wish that it mayn't happen," her mother went on. "I can't, for his sake and for yours. But I don't know what I shall do. He'd think me more in his way than ever. He'd wish to have a large house, and live in quite a different way, and how could I manage then? I couldn't show myself. He'd be too much ashamed of me. I shouldn't be in my place. Even you'd feel ashamed of me." "You mustn't say that, mother. I have never given you cause to think that." "No, my dear, you haven't, but it would be only natural. I couldn't live this kind of life that you're fit for. I shall be nothing but a hindrance and a shame to both of you." "To me you would never be either hindrance or shame. Be quite sure of that. And as for father, I am all but certain that, if he became rich, he would be a very much kinder man, a better man in every way. It is poverty that has made him worse than he naturally is. It has that effect on almost everybody. Money does harm too, sometimes, but never, I think, to people who have a good heart and a strong mind. Father is naturally a warm-hearted man. Riches would bring out all the best in him. He would be generous again, which he has almost forgotten how to be amongst all his disappointments and battlings. Don't be afraid of that change, but hope for it." Mrs Yule gave a troublous sigh, and for a few minutes pondered anxiously. "I wasn't thinking so much about myself," she said at length. "It's the hindrance I should be to father. Just because of me he mightn't be able to use his money as he'd wish. He'd always be feeling that if it wasn't for me things would be so much better for him and for you as well." "You must remember," Marian replied, "that at father's age people don't care to make such great changes. His home life, I feel sure, wouldn't be so very different from what it is now. He would prefer to use his money in starting a paper or magazine. I know that would be his first thought. If more acquaintances came to his house, what would that matter? It isn't as if he wished for fashionable society. They would be literary people, and why ever shouldn't you meet with them? I've always been the reason why he couldn't have many friends." "That's a great mistake. If father ever said that, in his bad temper, he knew it wasn't the truth. The chief reason has always been his poverty. It costs money to entertain friends, time as well. Don't think in this anxious way, mother. If we are to be rich, it will be better for all of us." Marian had every reason for seeking to persuade herself that this was true. In her own heart there was a fear of how wealth might affect her father, but she could not bring herself to face the darker prospect. For her, so much depended on that hope of a revival of generous feeling under sunny influences. It was only after this conversation that she began to reflect on all the possible consequences of her uncle's death. As yet she had been too much disturbed to grasp as a reality the event to which she had often looked forward, though as to something still remote and of quite uncertain results. Perhaps at this moment, though she could not know it, the course of her life had undergone the most important change. Perhaps there was no more need for her to labour upon this article she was manufacturing. She did not think it probable that she herself would benefit directly by John Yule's will. There was no certainty that even her father would, for he and his brother had never been on cordial terms. But on the whole it seemed likely that he would inherit money enough to free him from the toil of writing for periodicals. He himself anticipated that. What else could be the meaning of those words in which, and it was before the arrival of the news, he had warned her against people who made connections only with self-interest in view? This threw a sudden light upon her father's attitude towards Jasper Milvain. Evidently he thought that Jasper regarded her as a possible heiress, sooner or later. That suspicion was rankling in his mind. Doubtless it intensified the prejudice which originated in literary animosity. Was there any truth in his suspicion? She did not shrink from admitting that there might be. Jasper had from the first been so frank with her, had so often repeated that money was at present his chief need. If her father inherited substantial property, would it induce Jasper to declare himself more than her friend? She could view the possibility of that, and yet not for a moment be shaken in her love. It was plain that Jasper could not think of marrying until his position and prospects were greatly improved. Practically, his sisters depended upon him. What folly it would be to draw back if circumstances led him to avow what hitherto he had so slightly disguised. She had the conviction that he valued her for her own sake. If the obstacle between them could only be removed, what matter how? Would he be willing to abandon Clement Fadge and come over to her father's side, if Yule were able to found a magazine? Had she read or heard of a girl who went so far in concessions, Marian would have turned away, her delicacy offended. In her own case she could indulge to the utmost that practicality which colours a woman's thought even in mid-passion. The cold exhibition of ignoble scheming will repel many a woman who, for her own heart's desire, is capable of that same compromise with her strict sense of honour. Marian wrote to Dora Milvain, telling her what had happened, but she refrained from visiting her friends. Each night found her more restless, each morning less able to employ herself. She shut herself in the study merely to be alone with her thoughts, to be able to walk backwards and forwards, or sit for hours in feverish reverie. From her father came no news. Her mother was suffering dreadfully from suspense, and often had eyes red with weeping. Absorbed in her own hopes and fears, whilst every hour harassed her more intolerably, Marian was unable to play the part of an encourager. She had never known such exclusiveness of self-occupation. Yule's return was unannounced. Early in the afternoon, when he had been absent 5 days, he entered the house, deposited his travelling bag in the passage, and went upstairs. Marian had come out of the study just in time to see him up on the first landing. At the same moment Mrs Yule ascended from the kitchen. "Wasn't that father?" "Yes, he has gone up." "Did he say anything?" Marian shook her head. They looked at the travelling bag, then went into the parlour and waited in silence for more than a quarter of an hour. Yule's foot was heard on the stairs. He came down slowly, paused in the passage, entered the parlour with his usual grave, cold countenance. End of chapter 21, part 2. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 22. The Legatees. Each day Jasper came to inquire of his sisters if they had news from Wattleborough or from Marian Yule. He exhibited no impatience, spoke of the matter in a disinterested tone. Still, he came daily. One afternoon he found Dora working alone. Maud, he was told, had gone to lunch at Mrs. Lane's. So soon again? She's getting very thick with those people. And why don't they ask you? Maud has told them that I don't care to go out. It's all very well, but she mustn't neglect her work. Did she write anything last night or this morning? Dora bit the end of her pen and shook her head. Why not? The invitation came about 5 o'clock, and it seemed to unsettle her. Precisely. That's what I'm afraid of. She isn't the kind of girl to stick at work if people begin to send her invitations. But I tell you what it is, you must talk seriously to her. She has to get her living, you know. Mrs. Lane and her set are not likely to be much use, that's the worst of it. They'll merely waste her time, and make her discontented. His sister executed an elaborate bit of cross-hatching on some waste paper. Her lips were drawn together, and her brows wrinkled. At length she broke the silence by saying, Marian hasn't been yet. Jasper seemed to pay no attention. She looked up at him, and saw that he was in thought. Did you go to those people last night? She inquired. Yes. By the by, Miss Rupert was there. He spoke as if the name would be familiar to his hearer, but Dora seemed at a loss. Who is Miss Rupert? Didn't I tell you about her? I thought I did. Oh, I met her first of all at Barlow's, just after we got back from the seaside. Rather an interesting girl. She's the daughter of Manton Rupert, the advertising agent. But I wanted to get invited to their house. Useful people, you know. But is an advertising agent a gentleman? Jasper laughed. Do you think of him as a bill-poster? At all events, he's enormously wealthy, and has a magnificent house at Chislehurst. The girl goes about with her stepmother. I call her a girl, but she must be nearly 30, and Mrs. Rupert looks only 2 or 3 years older. I had quite a long talk with her, Miss Rupert, I mean, last night. She told me she was going to stay next week with the Barlows, so I shall have a run out to Wimbledon one afternoon. Dora looked at him inquiringly. Just to see Miss Rupert? She asked, meeting his eyes. To be sure, why not? Oh, ejaculated his sister, as if the question did not concern her. She isn't exactly good-looking, pursued Jasper meditatively, with a quick glance at the listener, but fairly intellectual, plays very well, and has a nice contralto voice. She sang that new thing of Tosti's, what do you call it? I thought her rather masculine when I first saw her, but the impression wears off when one knows her better. She rather takes to me, I fancy. But, began Dora, after a minute's silence. But what? Inquired her brother, with an air of interest. I don't quite understand you. In general, or with reference to some particular? What right have you to go to places just to see this Miss Rupert? What right? He laughed. I'm a young man with my way to make. I can't afford to lose any opportunity. If Miss Rupert is so good as to take an interest in me, I have no objection. She's old enough to make friends for herself. Oh, then you consider her simply a friend. I shall see how things go on. But pray, do you consider yourself perfectly free? Asked Dora, with some indignation. Why shouldn't I? Then I think you have been behaving very strangely. Jasper saw that she was in earnest. He stroked the back of his head and smiled at the wall. With regard to Marian, you mean? Of course I do. But Marian understands me perfectly. I have never for a moment tried to make her think that, well, to put it plainly, that I was in love with her. In all our conversations it has been my one object to afford her insight into my character, and to explain my position. She has no excuse whatever for misinterpreting me, and I feel assured that she has done nothing of the kind. Very well, if you feel satisfied with yourself. But come now, Dora, what's all this about? You're Marian's friend, and of course I don't wish you to say a word about her. But let me explain myself. I have occasionally walked part of the way home with Marian, when she and I have happened to go from here at the same time. Now there was nothing whatever in our talk at such times that any one mightn't have listened to. We are both intellectual people, and we talk in an intellectual way. You seem to have rather old-fashioned ideas, provincial ideas. A girl like Marian Yule claims the new privileges of woman. She would resent it if you supposed that she couldn't be friendly with a man without attributing intentions to him, to use the old word. We don't live in Wattleborough, where liberty is rendered impossible by the cackling of gossips." "No, but—" "Well?" "It seems to me rather strange, that's all. We had better not talk about it any more." "But I have only just begun to talk about it. I must try to make my position intelligible to you. Now suppose, a quite impossible thing, that Marian inherited some 20 or 30,000 pounds. I should forthwith ask her to be my wife." "Oh, indeed!" "I see no reason for sarcasm. It would be a most rational proceeding. I like her very much, but to marry her, supposing she would have me, without money, would be a gross absurdity, simply spoiling my career and leading to all sorts of discontents." "No one would suggest that you should marry as things are." "No, but please to bear in mind that to obtain money somehow or other, and I see no other way than by marriage, is necessary to me, and that with as little delay as possible. I am not at all likely to get a big editorship for some years to come, and I don't feel disposed to make myself prematurely old by toiling for a few hundreds per annum in the meantime. Now all this I have frankly and fully explained to Marian. I dare say she suspects what I should do if she came into possession of money. There's no harm in that. But she knows perfectly well that, as things are, we remain intellectual friends." "Then listen to me, Jasper. If we hear that Marian gets nothing from her uncle, you had better behave honestly, and let her see that you haven't as much interest in her as before." "That would be brutality." "It would be honest." "Well, no, it wouldn't. Strictly speaking, my interest in Marian wouldn't suffer at all. I should know that we could be nothing but friends, that's all. Hitherto I haven't known what might come to pass. I don't know yet. So far from following your advice, I shall let Marian understand that, if anything, I am more her friend than ever, seeing that henceforth there can be no ambiguities." "I can only tell you that Maud would agree with me in what I have been saying." "Then both of you have distorted views." "I think not. It's you who are unprincipled." "My dear girl, haven't I been showing you that no man could be more above board, more straightforward?" "You've been talking nonsense, Jasper." "Nonsense? Oh, this female lack of logic. Then my argument has been utterly thrown away. Now that's one of the things I like in Miss Rupert. She can follow an argument and see consequences. And for that matter, so can Marian. I only wish it were possible to refer this question to her." There was a tap at the door. Dora called, "Come in," and Marian herself appeared. "What an odd thing!" exclaimed Jasper, lowering his voice. "I was that moment saying I wished it were possible to refer a question to you." Dora reddened and stood in an embarrassed attitude. It was the old dispute whether women in general are capable of logic. "But pardon me, Miss Yule, I forget that you have been occupied with sad things since I last saw you." Dora led her to a chair, asking if her father had returned. "Yes, he came back yesterday." Jasper and his sister could not think it likely that Marian had suffered much from grief at her uncle's death. Practically, John Yule was a stranger to her. Yet her face bore the signs of acute mental trouble, and it seemed as if some agitation made it difficult for her to speak. The awkward silence that fell upon the three was broken by Jasper, who expressed a regret that he was obliged to take his leave. "Maud is becoming a young lady of society," he said, just for the sake of saying something, as he moved towards the door. "If she comes back whilst you are here, Miss Yule, warn her that that is the path of destruction for literary people." "You should bear that in mind yourself," remarked Dora, with a significant look. "Oh, I am cool-headed enough to make society serve my own ends." Marian turned her head with a sudden movement which was checked before she had quite looked round to him. The phrase he uttered last appeared to have affected her in some way. Her eyes fell, and an expression of pain was on her brows for a moment. "I can only stay a few minutes," she said, bending with a faint smile towards Dora as soon as they were alone. I have come on my way from the museum." "Where you have tired yourself to death as usual, I can see." "No, I have done scarcely anything. I only pretended to read. My mind is too much troubled. Have you heard anything about my uncle's will?" "Nothing whatever." "I thought it might have been spoken of in Wattleborough, and some friend might have written to you. But I suppose there has hardly been time for that. I shall surprise you very much. Father receives nothing, but I have a legacy of £5,000. Dora kept her eyes down. "Then, what do you think?" continued Marian. "My cousin Amy has £10,000. Good gracious, what a difference that will make!" "Yes, indeed. And her brother John has 6,000, but nothing to their mother. There are a good many other legacies, but most of the property goes to the Wattleborough Park, Yule Park it will be called, and to the volunteers and things of that kind. They say he wasn't as rich as people thought." "Do you know what Miss Harrow gets? She has the house for her life, and £1,500. "And your father nothing whatever?" "Nothing, not a penny. Oh, I am so grieved. I think it so unkind, so wrong. Amy and her brother to have £16,000, and father nothing. I can't understand it. There was no unkind feeling between him and father. He knew what a hard life father has had. Doesn't it seem heartless?" "What does your father say?" "I think he feels the unkindness more than he does the disappointment. Of course he must have expected something. He came into the room where mother and I were, and sat down and began to tell us about the will, just as if he were speaking to strangers about something he had read in the newspaper. That's the only way I can describe it. Then he got up and went away into the study. I waited a little and then went to him there. He was sitting at work, as if he hadn't been away from home at all. I tried to tell him how sorry I was, but I couldn't say anything. I began to cry foolishly. He spoke kindly to me, far more kindly than he has done for a long time, but he wouldn't talk about the will, and I had to go away and leave him. Poor mother, for all she was afraid that we were going to be rich, is broken-hearted at his disappointment." "Your mother was afraid?" said Dora. "Because she thought herself unfitted for life in a large house, and feared we should think her in our way." She smiled sadly. "Poor mother! She is so humble and so good. I do hope that father will be kinder to her. But there's no telling yet what the result of this may be. I feel guilty when I stand before him." "But he must feel glad that you have £5,000. Marian delayed her reply for a moment, her eyes down. "Yes, perhaps he is glad of that." "Perhaps?" "He can't help thinking, Dora, what use he could have made of it. It has always been his greatest wish to have a literary paper of his own, like The Study, you know. He would have used the money in that way, I am sure." "But all the same he ought to feel pleasure in your good fortune." Marian turned to another subject. "Think of the Reardons. What a change all at once! What will they do, I wonder? Surely they won't continue to live apart?" "We shall hear from Jasper." Whilst they were discussing the affairs of that branch of the family, Maud returned. There was ill humour on her handsome face, and she greeted Marian but coldly. Throwing off her hat and gloves and mantle, she listened to the repeated story of John Yule's bequests. "But why has Mrs Reardon so much more than any one else?" she asked. "We can only suppose it is because she was the favourite child of the brother he liked best. Yet at her wedding he gave her nothing, and spoke contemptuously of her for marrying a literary man." "Fortunate for her poor husband that her uncle was able to forgive her. I wonder what's the date of the will. Who knows but he may have rewarded her for quarrelling with Mr Reardon?" This excited a laugh. "I don't know when the will was made," said Marian, "and I don't know whether uncle had even heard of the Reardons' misfortunes. I suppose he must have done. My cousin John was at the funeral, but not my aunt. I think it most likely father and John didn't speak a word to each other. Fortunately the relatives were lost sight of in the great crowd of Wattleborough people. There was an enormous procession, of course." Maud kept glancing at her sister. The ill humour had not altogether passed from her face, but it was now blended with reflectiveness. A few moments more, and Marian had to hasten home. When she was gone, the sisters looked at each other. £5,000, murmured the elder. I suppose that is considered nothing. I suppose so. He was here when Marian came, but didn't stay. Then you'll take him the news this evening? Yes, replied Dora. Then, after musing, he seemed annoyed that you were at the Lanes again. Maud made a movement of indifference. What has been putting you out? Things were rather stupid. Some people who were to have come didn't turn up, and, well, it doesn't matter. She rose and glanced at herself in the little oblong mirror over the mantelpiece. Did Jasper ever speak to you of a Miss Rupert? Asked Dora. Not that I remember. What do you think? He told me in the calmest way that he didn't see why Marian should think of him as anything but the most ordinary friend. Said he had never given her reason to think anything else. Indeed! And Miss Rupert is someone who has the honour of his preference? He says she is about 30, and rather masculine, but a great heiress. Jasper is shameful. What do you expect? I consider it is your duty to let Marian know everything he says, otherwise you help to deceive her. He has no sense of honour in such things. Dora was so impatient to let her brother have the news that she left the house as soon as she had had tea, on the chance of finding Jasper at home. She had not gone a dozen yards before she encountered him in person. I was afraid Marian might still be with you, he said, laughing. I should have asked the landlady. Well? We can't stand talking here. You had better come in. He was in too much excitement to wait. Just tell me, what has she? Dora walked quickly towards the house, looking annoyed. Nothing at all? Then what has her father? He has nothing, replied his sister, and she has £5,000. Jasper walked on with bent head. He said nothing more until he was upstairs in the sitting-room, where Maud greeted him carelessly. Mrs Reardon anything? Dora informed him. What? He cried incredulously. 10,000? You don't say so. He burst into uproarious laughter. So Reardon is rescued from the slum and the clerk's desk. Well, I'm glad. By Jove, I am. I should have liked it better if Marian had had the 10,000 and he the 5, but it's an excellent joke. Perhaps the next thing will be that he'll refuse to have anything to do with his wife's money. That would be just like him. After amusing himself with this subject for a few minutes more, he turned to the window and stood there in silence. Are you going to have tea with us? Dora inquired. He did not seem to hear her. On a repetition of the inquiry, he answered absently, Yes, I may as well. Then I can go home and get to work. During the remainder of his stay he talked very little, and as Maud also was in an abstracted mood, tea passed almost in silence. On the point of departing, he asked, When is Marian likely to come here again? I haven't the least idea, answered Dora. He nodded and went his way. It was necessary for him to work at a magazine article which he had begun this morning, and on reaching home he spread out his papers in the usual business-like fashion. The subject out of which he was manufacturing copy had its difficulties, and was not altogether congenial to him. This morning he had laboured with unwonted effort to produce about a page of manuscript, and now that he tried to resume the task his thoughts would not centre upon it. Jasper was too young to have thoroughly mastered the art of somnambulistic composition. To write he was still obliged to give exclusive attention to the matter under treatment. Dr. Johnson's saying, that a man may write at any time if he will set himself doggedly to it, was often upon his lips, and had even been of help to him, as no doubt it has to many another man obliged to compose amid distracting circumstances. But the formula had no efficacy this evening. Twice or thrice he rose from his chair, paced the room with a determined brow, and sat down again with vigorous clutch of the pen. Still he failed to excogitate a single sentence that would serve his purpose. "I must have it out with myself before I can do anything," was his thought as he finally abandoned the endeavour. "I must make up my mind." To this end he settled himself in an easy chair and began to smoke cigarettes. Some dozen of these aids to reflection only made him so nervous that he could no longer remain alone. He put on his hat and overcoat and went out, to find that it was raining heavily. He returned for an umbrella, and before long was walking aimlessly about the Strand, unable to make up his mind whether to turn into a theatre or not. Instead of doing so, he sought a certain upper room of a familiar restaurant, where the day's papers were to be seen, and perchance an acquaintance might be met. Only half a dozen men were there, reading and smoking, and all were unknown to him. He drank a glass of lager beer, skimmed the news of the evening, and again went out into the bad weather. After all, it was better to go home. Everything he encountered had an unsettling effect upon him, so that he was further than ever from the decision at which he wished to arrive. In Mornington Road he came upon Whelpdale, who was walking slowly under an umbrella. "I've just called at your place." "All right, come back if you like." "But perhaps I shall waste your time," said Whelpdale, with unusual diffidence. Reassured, he gladly returned to the house. Milvain acquainted him with the fact of John Yule's death, and with its results, so far as it concerned the Reardons. They talked of how the couple would probably behave under this decisive change of circumstances. "Biffen professes to know nothing about Mrs Reardon," said Whelpdale. "I suspect he keeps his knowledge to himself, out of regard for Reardon. It wouldn't surprise me if they live apart for a long time yet." "Not very likely. It was only want of money." "They're not at all suited to each other. Mrs Reardon, no doubt, repents her marriage bitterly, and I doubt whether Reardon cares much for his wife." "As there's no way of getting divorced, they'll make the best of it. £10,000 produce about 400 a year. It's enough to live on, and be miserable on, if they no longer love each other." "You're such a sentimental fellow," cried Jasper. "I believe you seriously think that love, the sort of frenzy you understand by it, ought to endure throughout married life. How has a man come to your age with such primitive ideas?" "Well, I don't know. Perhaps you err a little in the opposite direction." "I haven't much faith in marrying for love, as you know. What's more, I believe it's the very rarest thing for people to be in love with each other. Reardon and his wife perhaps were an instance. Perhaps. I'm not quite sure about her. As a rule, marriage is the result of a mild preference, encouraged by circumstances, and deliberately heightened into strong sexual feeling. You, of all men, know well enough that the same kind of feeling could be produced for almost any woman who wasn't repulsive." "The same kind of feeling, but there's vast difference of degree." "To be sure. I think it's only a matter of degree. When it rises to the point of frenzy, people may strictly be said to be in love, and as I tell you, I think that comes to pass very rarely indeed. For my own part, I have no experience of it, and think I never shall have." "I can't say the same." They laughed. "I dare say you have imagined yourself in love, or really been so, for aught I know, a dozen times. How the deuce you can attach any importance to such feeling where marriage is concerned, I don't understand." "Well now," said Whelpdale, "I have never upheld the theory, at least not since I was 16, that a man can be in love only once, or that there is one particular woman, if he misses whom he can never be happy. There may be thousands of women whom I could love with equal sincerity." "I object to the word love altogether. It has been vulgarised. Let us talk about compatibility. Now, I should say that, no doubt, and speaking scientifically, there is one particular woman supremely fitted to each man. I put aside consideration of circumstances. We know that circumstances will disturb any degree of abstract fitness. But in the nature of things, there must be one woman whose nature is specially well adapted to harmonize with mine, or with yours. If there were any means of discovering this woman in each case, then I have no doubt it would be worth a man's utmost effort to do so, and any amount of erotic jubilation would be reasonable when the discovery was made. But the thing is impossible, and what's more, we know what ridiculous fallibility people display when they imagine they have found the best substitute for that indiscoverable. This is what makes me impatient with sentimental talk about marriage. An educated man mustn't play so into the hands of ironic destiny. Let him think he wants to marry a woman, but don't let him exaggerate his feelings or idealize their nature. There's a good deal in all that, admitted Whelpdale, though discontentedly. There's more than a good deal. There's the last word on the subject. The days of romantic love are gone by. The scientific spirit has put an end to that kind of self-deception. Romantic love was inextricably blended with all sorts of superstitions, belief in personal immortality, in superior beings, in all the rest of it. What we think of now is moral and intellectual and physical compatibility. I mean, if we are reasonable people. And if we are not so unfortunate as to fall in love with an incompatible, added Whelpdale, laughing. Well, that is a form of unreason, a blind desire which science could explain in each case. I rejoice that I am not subject to that form of epilepsy. You positively never were in love? As you understand it, never. But I have felt a very distinct preference. Based on what you think compatibility? Yes. Not strong enough to make me lose sight of prudence and advantage. No, not strong enough for that. He seemed to be reassuring himself. Then of course that can't be called love, said Whelpdale. Perhaps not, but as I told you, a preference of this kind can be heightened into emotion if one chooses. In the case of which I am thinking, it easily might be, and I think it very improbable indeed that I should repent it if anything led me to indulge such an impulse. Whelpdale smiled. This is very interesting. I hope it may lead to something. I don't think it will. I am far more likely to marry some woman for whom I have no preference, but who can serve me materially. I confess that amazes me. I know the value of money as well as you do, but I wouldn't marry a rich woman for whom I had no preference. By Jove, no. Yes, yes, you are a consistent sentimentalist. Doomed to perpetual disappointment, said the other, looking disconsolately about the room. Courage, my boy. I have every hope that I shall see you marry and repent. I admit the danger of that. But shall I tell you something I have observed? Each woman I fall in love with is of a higher type than the one before. Jasper roared irreverently, and his companion looked hurt. But I am perfectly serious, I assure you. To go back only 3 or 4 years, there was the daughter of my landlady in Grub Street. Well, a nice girl enough, but limited, decidedly limited. Next came that girl at the stationer's, you remember. She was distinctly an advance, both in mind and person. Then there was Miss Embleton. Yes, I think she made again an advance. She had been at Bedford College, you know, and was really a girl of considerable attainments, morally admirable. Afterwards. He paused. The maiden from Birmingham, wasn't it? Said Jasper, again exploding. Yes, it was. Well, I can't be quite sure, but in many respects that girl was my ideal. She really was. As you once or twice told me at the time. I really believe she would rank above Miss Embleton, at all events from my point of view, and that's everything, you know. It's the effect a woman produces on one that has to be considered. The next should be a paragon, said Jasper. The next? Whelpdale again looked about the room, but added nothing, and fell into a long silence. When left to himself, Jasper walked about a little, then sat down at his writing table, for he felt easier in mind, and fancied that he might still do a couple of hours' work before going to bed. He did, in fact, write 6 lines, but with the effort came back his former mood. Very soon the pen dropped, and he was once more in the throes of anxious mental debate. He sat till after midnight, and when he went to his bedroom it was with a lingering step, which proved him still a prey to indecision. Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 23. A Proposed Investment. Alfred Yule's behaviour under his disappointment seemed to prove that, even for him, the uses of adversity could be sweet. On the day after his return home he displayed a most unwonted mildness in such remarks as he addressed to his wife, and his bearing towards Marian was gravely gentle. At meals he conversed, or rather monologised, on literary topics, with occasionally one of his grim jokes, pointed for Marian's appreciation. He became aware that the girl had been overtaxing her strength of late, and suggested a few weeks of recreation among new novels. The coldness and gloom which had possessed him when he made a formal announcement of the news appeared to have given way before the sympathy manifested by his wife and daughter. He was now sorrowful, but resigned. He explained to Marian the exact nature of her legacy. It was to be paid out of her uncle's share in a wholesale stationery business, with which John Yule had been connected for the last 20 years, but from which he had not long ago withdrawn a large portion of his invested capital. This house was known as Turberville and Co., a name which Marian now heard for the first time. "I knew nothing of his association with them," said her father. "They tell me that £7,000 or £8,000 will be realized from that source. It seems a pity that the investment was not left to you intact. Whether there will be any delay in withdrawing the money, I can't say." The executors were two old friends of the deceased, one of them a former partner in his paper-making concern. On the evening of the second day, about an hour after dinner was over, Mr. Hinks called at the house. As usual he went into the study. Before long came a second visitor, Mr. Quarmby, who joined Yule and Hinks. The three had all sat together for some time, when Marian, who happened to be coming down the stairs, saw her father at the study door. "Ask your mother to let us have some supper at 9:45, he said urbanely, "and come in, won't you? We are only gossiping." It had not often happened that Marian was invited to join parties of this kind. "Do you wish me to come?" she asked. "Yes, I should like you to, if you have nothing particular to do." Marian informed Mrs. Yule that the visitors would have supper, and then went to the study. Mr. Quarmby was smoking a pipe. Mr. Hinks, who on grounds of economy had long since given up tobacco, sat with his hands in his trouser pockets, and his long thin legs tucked beneath the chair. Both rose and greeted Marian with more than ordinary warmth. "Will you allow me 5 or 6 more puffs?" asked Mr. Quarmby, laying one hand on his ample stomach and elevating his pipe as if it were a glass of beaded liquor. "I shall then have done." "As many more as you like," Marian replied. The easiest chair was placed for her, Mr. Hinks hastening to perform this courtesy, and her father apprised her of the topic they were discussing. "What's your view, Marian? Is there anything to be said for the establishment of a literary academy in England?" Mr. Quarmby beamed benevolently upon her, and Mr. Hinks, his scraggy neck at full length, awaited her reply with a look of the most respectful attention. "I really think we have quite enough literary quarrelling as it is," the girl replied, casting down her eyes and smiling. Mr. Quarmby uttered a hollow chuckle. Mr. Hinks laughed thinly, and exclaimed, "Very good indeed, very good." Yule affected to applaud with impartial smile. "It wouldn't harmonise with the Anglo-Saxon spirit," remarked Mr. Hinks, with an air of diffident profundity. Yule held forth on the subject for a few minutes in laboured phrases. Presently the conversation turned to periodicals, and the three men were unanimous in an opinion that no existing monthly or quarterly could be considered as representing the best literary opinion. "We want," remarked Mr. Quarmby, "we want a monthly review which shall deal exclusively with literature. The fortnightly, the contemporary, they are very well in their way, but then they are mere miscellanies. You will find one solid literary article amid a confused mass of politics and economics and general claptrap." "Articles on the currency, and railway statistics, and views of evolution," said Mr. Hinks, with a look as if something were grating between his teeth. "The quarterlies," put in Yule. "Well, the original idea of the quarterlies was that there are not enough important books published to occupy solid reviewers more than 4 times a year. That may be true, but then a literary monthly would include much more than professed reviews. Hinks's essays on the historical drama would have come out in it very well, or your Spanish poets, Quarmby." "I threw out the idea to Jedwood the other day," said Mr. Quarmby, "and he seemed to nibble at it." "Yes, yes," came from Yule, "but Jedwood has so many irons in the fire, I doubt if he has the necessary capital at command just now. No doubt he's the man, if some capitalist would join him." "No enormous capital needed," opined Mr. Quarmby. "The thing would pay its way almost from the first. It would take a place between the literary weeklies and the quarterlies. The former are too academic, the latter too massive for multitudes of people who yet have strong literary tastes. Foreign publications should be liberally dealt with, but, as Hinks says, no meddling with the books that are no books, biblia a biblia. Nothing about essays on bimetallism, or treatises for or against vaccination." Even here, in the freedom of a friend's study, he laughed his reading room laugh, folding both hands upon his expansive waistcoat. "Fiction, I presume a serial of the better kind might be admitted," said Yule. "That would be advisable, no doubt, but strictly of the better kind." "Oh, strictly of the better kind," chimed in Mr. Hinks. They pursued the discussion as if they were an editorial committee planning a review of which the first number was shortly to appear. It occupied them until Mrs. Yule announced at the door that supper was ready. During the meal Marian found herself the object of unusual attention. Her father troubled to inquire if the cut of cold beef he sent her was to her taste, and kept an eye on her progress. Mr. Hinks talked to her in a tone of respectful sympathy, and Mr. Quarmby was paternally jovial when he addressed her. Mrs. Yule would have kept silence in her ordinary way, but this evening her husband made several remarks which he had adapted to her intellect, and even showed that a reply would be graciously received. Mother and daughter remained together when the men withdrew to their tobacco and toddy. Neither made allusion to the wonderful change, but they talked more light-heartedly than for a long time. On the morrow Yule began by consulting Marian with regard to the disposition of matter in an essay he was writing. What she said he weighed carefully, and seemed to think that she had set his doubts at rest. "Poor old Hinks," he said presently with a sigh. "Breaking up, isn't he? He positively totters in his walk. I'm afraid he's the kind of man to have a paralytic stroke. It wouldn't astonish me to hear at any moment that he was lying helpless." "Whatever would become of him in that case?" "Goodness knows. One might ask the same of so many of us. What would become of me, for instance, if I were incapable of work?" Marian could make no reply. "There's something I'll just mention to you," he went on in a lowered tone, "though I don't wish you to take it too seriously. I'm beginning to have a little trouble with my eyes." She looked at him startled. "With your eyes?" "Nothing, I hope. But, well, I think I shall see an oculist. One doesn't care to face a prospect of failing sight, perhaps of cataract or something of that kind. Still, it's better to know the facts, I should say." "By all means go to an oculist," said Marian, earnestly. "Don't disturb yourself about it. It may be nothing at all, but in any case I must change my glasses." He rustled over some slips of manuscript, whilst Marian regarded him anxiously. "Now I appeal to you, Marian," he continued. "Could I possibly save money out of an income that has never exceeded £250, and often, I mean even in latter years, has been much less?" "I don't see how you could." "In one way, of course, I have managed it. My life is insured for £500, but that is no provision for possible disablement. If I could no longer earn money with my pen, what would become of me?" Marian could have made an encouraging reply, but did not venture to utter her thoughts. "Sit down," said her father. "You are not to work for a few days, and I myself shall be none the worse for a morning's rest. Poor old Hinks! I suppose we shall help him among us, somehow. Quarmby, of course, is comparatively flourishing. Well, we have been companions for a quarter of a century, we three. When I first met Quarmby I was a Grub Street gazetteer, and I think he was even poorer than I. A life of toil, a life of toil. That it has been, indeed. By the by," he threw an arm over the back of his chair, "what did you think of our imaginary review, the thing we were talking about last night?" "There are so many periodicals," replied Marian, doubtfully. "So many? My dear child, if we live another 10 years we shall see the number trebled." "Is it desirable?" "That there should be such growth of periodicals? Well, from one point of view, no. No doubt they take up the time which some people would give to solid literature. But, on the other hand, there's a far greater number of people who would probably not read at all but for the temptations of these short and new articles, and they may be induced to pass on to substantial works. Of course it all depends on the quality of the periodical matter you offer. Now magazines like" he named 2 or 3 of popular stamp "might very well be dispensed with, unless one regards them as an alternative to the talking of scandal or any other vicious result of total idleness. But such a monthly as we projected would be of distinct literary value. There can be no doubt that some one or other will shortly establish it." "I am afraid," said Marian, "I haven't so much sympathy with literary undertakings as you would like me to have." Money is a great fortifier of self-respect. Since she had become really conscious of her position as the owner of £5,000, Marian spoke with a steadier voice, walked with a firmer step. Mentally she felt herself altogether a less dependent being. She might have confessed this lukewarmness towards literary enterprise in the anger which her father excited 8 or 9 days ago, but at that time she could not have uttered her opinion calmly, deliberatively, as now. The smile which accompanied the words was also new. It signified deliverance from pupilage. "I have felt that," returned her father, after a slight pause to command his voice that it might be suave instead of scornful. "I greatly fear that I have made your life something of a martyrdom." "Don't think I meant that, father. I'm speaking only of the general question. I can't be so zealous as you are, that's all. I love books, but I could wish people were content for a while with those we already have." "My dear Marian, don't suppose that I am out of sympathy with you here. Alas! how much of my work has been mere drudgery, mere labouring for a livelihood. How gladly I would have spent much more of my time among the great authors, with no thought of making money of them. If I speak approvingly of a scheme for a new periodical, it is greatly because of my necessities." He paused and looked at her. Marian returned the look. "You would of course write for it," she said. "Marian, why shouldn't I edit it? Why shouldn't it be your property?" "My property?" She checked a laugh. Then came into her mind a more disagreeable suspicion than she had ever entertained of her father. Was this the meaning of his softened behaviour? Was he capable of calculated hypocrisy? That did not seem consistent with his character as she knew it. "Let us talk it over," said Yule. He was in visible agitation, and his voice shook. "The idea may well startle you at first. It will seem to you that I propose to make away with your property before you have even come into possession of it." He laughed. "But in fact what I have in mind is merely an investment for your capital, and that an admirable one. £5,000 at 3%, one doesn't care to reckon on more, represents 150 a year. Now, there can be very little doubt that, if it were invested in literary property such as I have in mind, it would bring you 5 times that interest, and before long perhaps much more. Of course I am now speaking in the roughest outline. I should have to get trustworthy advice. Complete and detailed estimates would be submitted to you. At present I merely suggest to you this form of investment." He watched her face eagerly, greedily. When Marian's eyes rose to his, he looked away. "Then of course," she said, "you don't expect me to give any decided answer." "Of course not, of course not. I merely put before you the chief advantages of such an investment. As I am a selfish old fellow, I'll talk about the benefit to myself first of all. I should be editor of the new review. I should draw a stipend sufficient to all my needs, quite content at first to take far less than another man would ask, and to progress with the advance of the periodical. This position would enable me to have done with mere drudgery. I should only write when I felt called to do so, when the spirit moved me." Again he laughed, as though desirous of keeping his listener in good humour. "My eyes would be greatly spared henceforth." He dwelt on that point, waiting its effect on Marian. As she said nothing, he proceeded: "And suppose I really were doomed to lose my sight in the course of a few years, am I wrong in thinking that the proprietor of this periodical would willingly grant a small annuity to the man who had firmly established it?" "I see the force of all that," said Marian, "but it takes for granted that the periodical will be successful." "It does. In the hands of a publisher like Jedwood, a vigorous man of the new school, its success could scarcely be doubtful." "Do you think £5,000 would be enough to start such a review?" "Well, I can say nothing definite on that point. For one thing, the coat must be made according to the cloth. Expenditure can be largely controlled without endangering success. Then again, I think Jedwood would take a share in the venture. These are the details. At present I only want to familiarise you with the thought that an investment of this sort will very probably offer itself to you." "It would be better if we called it a speculation," said Marian, smiling uneasily. Her one object at present was to oblige her father to understand that the suggestion by no means lured her. She could not tell him what he proposed was out of the question, though as yet that was the light in which she saw it. His subtlety of approach had made her feel justified in dealing with him in a matter-of-fact way. He must see that she was not to be cajoled. Obviously, and in the nature of the case, he was urging a proposal in which he himself had all faith, but Marian knew his judgment was far from infallible. It mitigated her sense of behaving unkindly to reflect that in all likelihood this disposal of her money would be the worst possible for her own interests, and therefore for his. If indeed his dark forebodings were warranted, then upon her would fall the care of him, and the steadiness with which she faced that responsibility came from a hope of which she could not speak. "Name it as you will," returned her father, hardly suppressing a note of irritation. "True, every commercial enterprise is a speculation. But let me ask you one question, and beg you to reply frankly. Do you distrust my ability to conduct this periodical?" She did. She knew that he was not in touch with the interests of the day, and that all manner of considerations akin to the prime end of selling his review would make him an untrustworthy editor. But how could she tell him this? "My opinion would be worthless," she replied. "If Jedwood were disposed to put confidence in me, you also would?" "There's no need to talk of that now, father. Indeed, I can't say anything that would sound like a promise." He flashed a glance at her. "Then she was more than doubtful?" "But you have no objection, Marian, to talk in a friendly way of a project that would mean so much to me." "But I am afraid to encourage you," she replied frankly. "It is impossible for me to say whether I can do as you wish or not." "Yes, yes, I perfectly understand that. Heaven forbid that I should regard you as a child, to be led independently of your own views and wishes. With so large a sum of money at stake, it would be monstrous if I acted rashly, and tried to persuade you to do the same. The matter will have to be most gravely considered." "Yes." She spoke mechanically. "But if only it should come to something! You don't know what it would mean to me, Marian." "Yes, father, I know very well how you think and feel about it." "Do you?" He leant forward, his features working under the stress of emotion. "If I could see myself the editor of an influential review, all my bygone toils and sufferings would be as nothing. I should rejoice in them as the steps to this triumph. Meminisse juvabit. My dear, I am not a man fitted for subordinate places. My nature is framed for authority. The failure of all my undertakings rankles so in my heart that sometimes I feel capable of every brutality, every meanness, every hateful cruelty. To you I have behaved shamefully. Don't interrupt me, Marian. I have treated you abominably, my child, my dear daughter, and all the time with a full sense of what I was doing. That's the punishment of faults such as mine. I hate myself for every harsh word and angry look I have given you. At the time I hated myself." "Father!" "No, no, let me speak, Marian. You have forgiven me, I know it. You were always ready to forgive, dear. Can I ever forget that evening when I spoke like a brute, and you came afterwards and addressed me as if the wrong had been on your side? It burns in my memory. It wasn't I who spoke, it was the demon of failure, of humiliation. My enemies sit in triumph and scorn at me. The thought of it is infuriating. Have I deserved this? Am I the inferior of those men who have succeeded and now try to trample on me? No, I am not. I have a better brain and a better heart." Listening to this strange outpouring, Marian more than forgave the hypocrisy of the last day or two. Nay, could it be called hypocrisy? It was only his better self declared at the impulse of a passionate hope. "Why should you think so much of these troubles, father? Is it such a great matter that narrow-minded people triumph over you?" "Narrow-minded?" He clutched at the word. "You admit they are that?" "I feel very sure that Mr. Fadge is." "Then you are not on his side against me?" "How could you suppose such a thing?" "Well, well, we won't talk of that. Perhaps it isn't a great matter. No, from a philosophical point of view, such things are unspeakably petty. But I am not much of a philosopher." He laughed with a break in his voice. "Defeat in life is defeat after all, and unmerited failure is a bitter curse. You see, I am not too old to do something yet. My sight is failing, but I can take care of it. If I had my own review, I would write every now and then a critical paper in my very best style. You remember poor old Hinks's note about me in his book? We laughed at it, but he wasn't so far wrong. I have many of those qualities. A man is conscious of his own merits as well as of his defects. I have done a few admirable things. You remember my paper on Lord Herbert of Cherbury. No one ever wrote a more subtle piece of criticism, but it was swept aside among the rubbish of the magazines. And it's just because of my pungent phrases that I have excited so much enmity. Wait, wait! Let me have my own review and leisure and satisfaction of mind. Heavens, what I will write! How I will scarify!" "That is unworthy of you. How much better to ignore your enemies! In such a position I should carefully avoid every word that betrayed personal feeling." "Well, well, you are of course right, my good girl, and I believe I should do injustice to myself if I made you think that those ignoble motives are the strongest in me. No, it isn't so. From my boyhood I have had a passionate desire of literary fame, deep down below all the surface faults of my character. The best of my life has gone by, and it drives me to despair when I feel that I have not gained the position due to me. There is only one way of doing this now, and that is by becoming the editor of an important periodical. Only in that way shall I succeed in forcing people to pay attention to my claims. Many a man goes to his grave unrecognized, just because he has never had a fair judgment. Nowadays it is the unscrupulous men of business who hold the attention of the public. They blow their trumpets so loudly that the voices of honest men have no chance of being heard. Marian was pained by the humility of his pleading with her, for what was all this but an endeavour to move her sympathies, and by the necessity she was under of seeming to turn a deaf ear. She believed that there was some truth in his estimate of his own powers, though as an editor he would almost certainly fail. As a man of letters he had probably done far better work than some who had passed him by on their way to popularity. Circumstances might enable her to assist him, though not in the way he proposed. The worst of it was that she could not let him see what was in her mind. He must think that she was simply balancing her own satisfaction against his, when in truth she suffered from the conviction that to yield would be as unwise in regard to her father's future as it would be perilous to her own prospect of happiness. "Shall we leave this to be talked of when the money has been paid over to me?" she said, after a silence. "Yes. Don't suppose I wish to influence you by dwelling on my own hardships. That would be contemptible. I have only taken this opportunity of making myself better known to you. I don't readily talk of myself, and in general my real feelings are hidden by the faults of my temper. In suggesting how you could do me a great service, and at the same time reap advantage for yourself, I couldn't but remember how little reason you have to think kindly of me. But we will postpone further talk. You will think over what I have said." Marian promised that she would, and was glad to bring the conversation to an end. When Sunday came, Yule inquired of his daughter if she had any engagement for the afternoon. "Yes, I have," she replied, with an effort to disguise her embarrassment. "I'm sorry. I thought of asking you to come with me to Quarmby's. Shall you be away through the evening?" "Till about 9 o'clock, I think." "Ah, never mind, never mind." He tried to dismiss the matter as if it were of no moment, but Marian saw the shadow that passed over his countenance. This was just after breakfast. For the remainder of the morning she did not meet him, and at the midday dinner he was silent, though he brought no book to the table with him, as he was wont to do when in his dark moods. Marian talked with her mother, doing her best to preserve the appearance of cheerfulness which was natural since the change in Yule's demeanour. She chanced to meet her father in the passage just as she was going out. He smiled, it was more like a grin of pain, and nodded, but said nothing. When the front door closed he went into the parlour. Mrs Yule was reading, or at all events turning over a volume of an illustrated magazine. "Where do you suppose she has gone?" he asked, in a voice which was only distant, not offensive. "To the Miss Milvains, I believe," Mrs Yule answered, looking aside. "Did she tell you so?" "No, we don't talk about it." He seated himself on the corner of a chair and bent forward, his chin in his hands. "Has she said anything to you about the review?" "Not a word." She glanced at him timidly, and turned a few pages of her book. "I wanted her to come to Quarmby's, because there'll be a man there who is anxious that Jedwood should start a magazine, and it would be useful for her to hear practical opinions. There'd be no harm if you just spoke to her about it now and then. Of course, if she has made up her mind to refuse me, it's no use troubling myself any more. I should think you might find out what's really going on." Only dire stress of circumstances could have brought Alfred Yule to make distinct appeal for his wife's help. There was no underhand plotting between them to influence their daughter. Mrs Yule had as much desire for the happiness of her husband as for that of Marian, but she felt powerless to effect anything on either side. "If ever she says anything, I'll let you know. But it seems to me that you have a right to question her." "I can't do that, Alfred." "Unfortunately there are a good many things you can't do." With that remark, familiar to his wife in substance, though the tone of it was less caustic than usual, he rose and sauntered from the room. He spent a gloomy hour in the study, then went off to join the literary circle at Mr. Quarmby's. Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 24. Jasper's Magnanimity. Occasionally Milvain met his sisters as they came out of church on Sunday morning, and walked home to have dinner with them. He did so to-day, though the sky was cheerless and a strong north-west wind made it anything but agreeable to wait about in open spaces. "Are you going to Mrs. Wright's this afternoon?" he asked, as they went on together. "I thought of going," replied Maud. "Marian will be with Dora." "You ought both to go. You mustn't neglect that woman." He said nothing more just then, but when presently he was alone with Dora in the sitting-room for a few minutes, he turned with a peculiar smile and remarked quietly: "I think you had better go with Maud this afternoon." "But I can't. I expect Marian at 3. "That's just why I want you to go." She looked her surprise. "I want to have a talk with Marian. We'll manage it in this way, and at 2:45 you two shall start, and as you go out you can tell the landlady that if Miss Yule comes she is to wait for you, as you won't be long. She'll come upstairs, and I shall be there, you see." Dora turned half-way, disturbed a little, but not displeased. "And what about Miss Rupert?" she asked. "Oh, Miss Rupert may go to Jericho for all I care. I'm in a magnanimous mood." "Very, I've no doubt." "Well, you'll do this? One of the results of poverty, you see. One can't even have a private conversation with a friend without plotting to get the use of a room. But there shall be an end of this state of things." He nodded significantly. Thereupon Dora left the room to speak with her sister. The device was put into execution, and Jasper saw his sisters depart, knowing that they were not likely to return for some 3 hours. He seated himself comfortably by the fire and mused. 5 minutes had hardly gone by when he looked at his watch, thinking Marian must be unpunctual. He was nervous, though he had believed himself secure against such weakness. His presence here, with the purpose he had in his mind, seemed to him distinctly a concession to impulses he ought to have controlled, but to this resolve he had come, and it was now too late to recommence the arguments with himself. Too late? Well, not strictly so. He had committed himself to nothing. Up to the last moment of freedom he could always. That was doubtless Marian's knock at the front door. He jumped up, walked the length of the room, sat down on another chair, returned to his former seat. Then the door opened, and Marian came in. She was not surprised. The landlady had mentioned to her that Mr Milvain was upstairs, waiting the return of his sisters. "I'm to make Dora's excuses," Jasper said. "She begged you would forgive her, that you would wait." "Oh yes." "And you were to be sure to take off your hat," he added in a laughing tone, "and to put your umbrella in the corner, like that." He had always admired the shape of Marian's head, and the beauty of her short, soft, curly hair. As he watched her uncovering it, he was pleased with the grace of her arms and the pliancy of her slight figure. "Which is usually your chair?" "I'm sure I don't know." When one goes to see a friend frequently, one gets into regular habits in these matters. In Biffin's garret I used to have the most uncomfortable chair it was ever my lot to sit upon. Still I came to feel an affection for it. At Reardon's I always had what was supposed to be the most luxurious seat, but it was too small for me, and I eyed it resentfully on sitting down and rising. Have you any news about the Reardons? Yes, I'm told that Reardon has had the offer of a secretaryship to a boys' home, or something of the kind, at Croydon, but I suppose there'll be no need for him to think of that now. Surely not. Oh, there's no saying. Why should he do work of that kind now? Perhaps his wife will tell him that she wants her money all for herself. Marian laughed. It was very rarely that Jasper had heard her laugh at all, and never so spontaneously as this. He liked the music. You haven't a very good opinion of Mrs Reardon, she said. She is a very difficult person to judge. I never disliked her by any means, but she was decidedly out of place as the wife of a struggling author. Perhaps I've been a little prejudiced against her since Reardon quarrelled with me on her account. Marian was astonished at this unlooked-for explanation of the rupture between Milvain and his friend. That they had not seen each other for some months she knew from Jasper himself, but no definite cause had been assigned. I may as well let you know all about it, Milvain continued, seeing that he had disconcerted the girl, as he meant to. I met Reardon not long after they had parted, and he charged me with being in great part the cause of his troubles. The listener did not raise her eyes. You would never imagine what my fault was. Reardon declared that the tone of my conversation had been morally injurious to his wife. He said I was always glorifying worldly success, and that this had made her discontented with her lot. Sounds rather ludicrous, don't you think? It was very strange. Reardon was in desperate earnest, poor fellow, and to tell you the truth, I fear there may have been something in his complaint. I told him at once that I should henceforth keep away from Mrs Edmund Yule's, and so I have done, with the result, of course, that they suppose I condemn Mrs Reardon's behaviour. The affair was a nuisance, but I had no choice, I think. You say that perhaps your talk really was harmful to her? It may have been, though such a danger never occurred to me. Then Amy must be very weak-minded. To be influenced by such a paltry fellow? To be influenced by anyone in such a way. You think the worse of me for this story? Jasper asked. I don't quite understand it. How did you talk to her? As I talk to everyone. You have heard me say the same things many a time. I simply declare my opinion that the end of literary work, unless one is a man of genius, is to secure comfort and repute. This doesn't seem to me very scandalous. But Mrs Reardon was perhaps too urgent in repeating such views to her husband. She saw that in my case they were likely to have solid results, and it was a misery to her that Reardon couldn't or wouldn't work in the same practical way. It was very unfortunate. And you are inclined to blame me? No, because I am so sure that you only spoke in the way natural to you, without a thought of such consequences. Jasper smiled. That's precisely the truth. Nearly all men who have their way to make think as I do, but most feel obliged to adopt a false tone, to talk about literary conscientiousness and so on. I simply say what I think, with no pretences. I should like to be conscientious, but it's a luxury I can't afford. I've told you all this often enough, you know. Yes. But it hasn't been morally injurious to you? He said, with a laugh. Not at all. Still, I don't like it. Jasper was startled. He gazed at her. Ought he, then, to have dealt with her less frankly? Had he been mistaken in thinking that the usual openness of his talk was attractive to her? She spoke with quite unaccustomed decision. Indeed, he had noticed from her entrance that there was something unfamiliar in her way of conversing. She was so much more self-possessed than of wont, and did not seem to treat him with the same deference, the same subdual of her own personality. You don't like it? He repeated calmly. It has become rather tiresome to you? I feel sorry that you should always represent yourself in an unfavourable light." He was an acute man, but the self-confidence with which he had entered upon this dialogue, his conviction that he had but to speak when he wished to receive assurance of Marian's devotion, prevented him from understanding the tone of independence she had suddenly adopted. With more modesty he would have felt more subtly at this juncture, would have divined that the girl had an exquisite pleasure in drawing back now that she saw him approaching her with unmistakable purpose, that she wished to be wooed in less off-hand fashion before confessing what was in her heart. For the moment he was disconcerted. Those last words of hers had a slight tone of superiority, the last thing he would have expected upon her lips. "Yet I surely haven't always appeared so to you?" he said. "No, not always." "But you are in doubt concerning the real man?" "I'm not sure that I understand you. You say that you do really think as you speak." "So I do. I think that there is no choice for a man who can't bear poverty. I have never said, though, that I had pleasure in mean necessities. I accept them because I can't help it." It was a delight to Marian to observe the anxiety with which he turned to self-defence. Never in her life had she felt this joy of holding a position of command. It was nothing to her that Jasper valued her more because of her money. Impossible for it to be otherwise. Satisfied that he did value her, to begin with, for her own sake, she was very willing to accept money as her ally in the winning of his love. He scarcely loved her yet, as she understood the feeling, but she perceived her power over him, and passion taught her how to exert it. "But you resign yourself very cheerfully to the necessity," she said, looking at him with merely intellectual eyes. "You had rather I lamented my fate in not being able to devote myself to nobly unremunerative work?" There was a note of irony here. It caused her a tremor, but she held her position. "That you never do so would make one think but I won't speak unkindly." "That I neither care for good work nor am capable of it." Jasper finished her sentence. "I shouldn't have thought it would make you think so." Instead of replying, she turned her look towards the door. There was a footstep on the stairs, but it passed. "I thought it might be Dora," she said. "She won't be here for another couple of hours at least," replied Jasper, with a slight smile. "But you said—" "I sent her to Mrs. Boston Wright's that I might have an opportunity of talking to you. Will you forgive the stratagem?" Marian resumed her former attitude, the faintest smile hovering about her lips. "I'm glad there's plenty of time," he continued. "I begin to suspect that you have been misunderstanding me of late. I must set that right." "I don't think I have misunderstood you." "That may mean something very disagreeable. I know that some people whom I esteem have a very poor opinion of me, but I can't allow you to be one of them. What do I seem to you? What is the result on your mind of all our conversations?" "I have already told you." "Not seriously? Do you believe I am capable of generous feeling?" "To say no would be to put you in the lowest class of men, and that a very small one." "Good. Then I am not among the basest. But that doesn't give me very distinguished claims upon your consideration. Whatever I am high in some of my ambitions." "Which of them?" "For instance, I have been daring enough to hope that you might love me." Marian delayed for a moment, then said quietly: "Why do you call that daring?" "Because I have enough of old-fashioned thought to believe that a woman who is worthy of a man's love is higher than he, and condescends in giving herself to him." His voice was not convincing. The phrase did not sound natural on his lips. It was not thus that she had hoped to hear him speak. Whilst he expressed himself thus conventionally, he did not love her as she desired to be loved. "I don't hold that view," she said. "It doesn't surprise me. You are very reserved on all subjects, and we have never spoken of this. But of course I know that your thought is never commonplace. Hold what view you like of woman's position. That doesn't affect mine." "Is yours commonplace, then?" Desperately. Love is a very old and common thing, and I believe I love you in the old and common way. I think you beautiful. You seem to me womanly in the best sense, full of charm and sweetness. I know myself a coarse being in comparison. All this has been felt and said in the same way by men infinite in variety. Must I find some new expression before you can believe me?" Marian kept silence. "I know what you are thinking," he said. "The thought is as inevitable as my consciousness of it." For an instant she looked at him. "Yes, you look the thought. Why have I not spoken to you in this way before? Why have I waited until you are obliged to suspect my sincerity?" "My thought is not so easily read, then," said Marian. "To be sure, it hasn't a gross form, but I know you wish, whatever your real feeling towards me, that I had spoken a fortnight ago. You would wish that of any man in my position, merely because it is painful to you to see a possible insincerity. Well, I am not insincere. I have thought of you, as of no other woman, for some time. But yes, you shall have the plain, coarse truth, which is good in its way, no doubt. I was afraid to say that I loved you. You don't flinch. So far, so good. Now what harm is there in this confession? In the common course of things I shouldn't be in a position to marry for perhaps 3 or 4 years, and even then marriage would mean difficulties, restraints, obstacles. I have always dreaded the thought of marriage with a poor income. You remember? Love in a hut, with water and a crust, is, love forgive us, cinders, ashes, dust. You know that that is true." "Not always, I dare say." "But for the vast majority of mortals. There's the instance of the Reardons. They were in love with each other, if ever two people were, but poverty ruined everything. I'm not in the confidence of either of them, but I feel sure each has wished the other dead. What else was to be expected? Should I have dared to take a wife in my present circumstances, a wife as poor as myself?" "You will be in a much better position before long," said Marian. "If you loved me, why should you have been afraid to ask me to have confidence in your future?" "It's all so uncertain. It may be another 10 years before I can count on an income of £500 or £600, if I have to struggle on in the common way." "But tell me, what is your aim in life? What do you understand by success?" "Yes, I will tell you. My aim is to have easy command of all the pleasures desired by a cultivated man. I want to live among beautiful things, and never to be troubled by a thought of vulgar difficulties. I want to travel, and enrich my mind in foreign countries. I want to associate on equal terms with refined and interesting people. I want to be known, to be familiarly referred to feel when I enter a room that people regard me with some curiosity." He looked steadily at her with bright eyes. "And that's all?" asked Marian. "That is very much. Besides, you don't know how I suffer in feeling myself at a disadvantage. My instincts are strongly social, yet I can't be at my ease in society, simply because I can't do justice to myself. Want of money makes me the inferior of the people I talk with, though I might be superior to them in most things. I am ignorant in many ways, and merely because I am poor. Imagine my never having been out of England. It shames me when people talk familiarly of the Continent. So with regard to all manner of amusements and pursuits at home. Impossible for me to appear among my acquaintances at the theatre, at concerts. I am perpetually at a disadvantage. I haven't fair play. Suppose me possessed of money enough to live a full and active life for the next 5 years, why, at the end of that time my position would be secure. To him that hath shall be given. You know how universally true that is." "And yet," came in a low voice from Marian, "you say that you love me." "You mean I speak as if no such thing as love existed. But you asked me what I understood by success. I am speaking of worldly things. Now suppose I had said to you, 'My one aim and desire in life is to win your love.' Could you have believed me? Such phrases are always untrue. I don't know how it can give any one pleasure to hear them. But if I say to you, all the satisfactions I have described would be immensely heightened if they were shared with a woman who loved me. There is the simple truth. Marian's heart sank. She did not want truth such as this. She would have preferred that he should utter the poor common falsehoods. Hungry for passionate love, she heard with a sense of desolation all this calm reasoning. That Jasper was of cold temperament she had often feared, yet there was always the consoling thought that she did not see with perfect clearness into his nature. Now and then had come a flash, a hint of possibilities. She had looked forward with trembling eagerness to some sudden revelation, but it seemed as if he knew no word of the language which would have called such joyous response from her expectant soul. "We have talked for a long time," she said, turning her head as if his last words were of no significance. "As Dora is not coming, I think I will go now." She rose and went towards the chair on which lay her out-of-door things. At once Jasper stepped to her side. "You will go without giving me any answer?" "Answer? To what?" "Will you be my wife?" "It is too soon to ask me that." "Too soon? Haven't you known for months that I thought of you with far more than friendliness?" "How was it possible I should know that? You have explained to me why you would not let your real feelings be understood." The reproach was merited, and not easy to be outfaced. He turned away for an instant, then with a sudden movement caught both her hands. "Whatever I have done or said or thought in the past, that is of no account now. I love you, Marian. I want you to be my wife. I have never seen any other girl who impressed me as you did from the first. If I had been weak enough to try to win any one but you, I should have known that I had turned aside from the path of my true happiness. Let us forget for a moment all our circumstances. I hold your hands and look into your face, and say that I love you. Whatever answer you give, I love you." Till now her heart had only fluttered a little. It was a great part of her distress that the love she had so long nurtured seemed shrinking together into some far corner of her being, whilst she listened to the discourses which prefaced Jasper's declaration. She was nervous, painfully self-conscious, touched with maidenly shame, but could not abandon herself to that delicious emotion which ought to have been the fulfilment of all her secret imaginings. Now at length there began a throbbing in her bosom. Keeping her face averted, her eyes cast down, she waited for a repetition of the note that was in that last "I love you." She felt a change in the hands that held hers, a warmth, a moist softness. It caused a shock through her veins. He was trying to draw her nearer, but she kept at full arm's length and looked irresponsive. "Marian?" She wished to answer, but a spirit of perversity held her tongue. "Marian, don't you love me, or have I offended you by my way of speaking?" Persisting, she at length withdrew her hands. Jasper's face expressed something like dismay. "You have not offended me," she said, "but I am not sure that you don't deceive yourself in thinking, for the moment, that I am necessary to your happiness." The emotional current which had passed from her flesh to his whilst their hands were linked, made him incapable of standing aloof from her. He saw that her face and neck were warmer hued, and her beauty became more desirable to him than ever yet. "You are more to me than anything else in the compass of life," he exclaimed, again pressing forward. "I think of nothing but you, you yourself, my beautiful, gentle, thoughtful Marian." His arm captured her, and she did not resist. A sob, then a strange little laugh, betrayed the passion that was at length unfolding in her. "You do love me, Marian?" "I love you." And there followed the antiphony of ardour that finds its first utterance, a subdued music, often interrupted, ever returning upon the same rich note. Marian closed her eyes and abandoned herself to the luxury of the dream. It was her first complete escape from the world of intellectual routine, her first taste of life. All the pedantry of her daily toil slipped away like a cumbrous garment. She was clad only in her womanhood. Once or twice a shudder of strange self-consciousness went through her, and she felt guilty, immodest. But upon that sensation followed a surge of passionate joy, obliterating memory and forethought. "How shall I see you?" Jasper asked at length. "Where can we meet?" It was a difficulty. The season no longer allowed lingerings under the open sky, but Marian could not go to his lodgings, and it seemed impossible for him to visit her at home. "Will your father persist in unfriendliness to me?" She was only just beginning to reflect on all that was involved in this new relation. "I have no hope that he will change," she said sadly. "He will refuse to countenance your marriage?" "I shall disappoint him and grieve him bitterly. He has asked me to use my money in starting a new review." "Which he is to edit?" "Yes. Do you think there would be any hope of its success?" Jasper shook his head. "Your father is not the man for that, Marian. I don't say it disrespectfully. I mean that he doesn't seem to me to have that kind of aptitude. It would be a disastrous speculation." "I felt that. Of course I can't think of it now." She smiled, raising her face to his. "Don't trouble," said Jasper. "Wait a little till I have made myself independent of Fadge and a few other men, and your father shall see how heartily I wish to be of use to him. He will miss your help, I'm afraid?" "Yes. I shall feel it a cruelty when I have to leave him. He has only just told me that his sight is beginning to fail. Oh, why didn't his brother leave him a little money? It was such unkindness. Surely he had a much better right than Amy, or than myself either. But literature has been a curse to father all his life. My uncle hated it, and I suppose that was why he left father nothing." "But how am I to see you often? That's the first question. I know what I shall do. I must take new lodgings, for the girls and myself, all in the same house. We must have 2 sitting rooms. Then you will come to my room without any difficulty. These astonishing proprieties are so easily satisfied after all." "You will really do that?" "Yes, I shall go and look for rooms to morrow. Then, when you come, you can always ask for Maud or Dora, you know. They will be very glad of a change to more respectable quarters." "I won't stay to see them now, Jasper," said Marian, her thoughts turning to the girls. "Very well, you are safe for another hour, but to make certain you shall go at 4:45. Your mother won't be against us?" "Poor mother, no. But she won't dare to justify me before father." "I feel as if I should play a mean part in leaving it to you to tell your father. Marian, I will brave it out and go and see him." "Oh, it would be better not to. Then I will write to him such a letter as he can't possibly take in ill part." Marian pondered this proposal. "You shall do that, Jasper, if you are willing. But not yet. Presently." "You don't wish him to know at once?" "We had better wait a little. You know," she added, laughing, "that my legacy is only in name mine as yet. The will hasn't been proved, and then the money will have to be realised." She informed him of the details. Jasper listened with his eyes on the ground. They were now sitting on chairs drawn close to each other. It was with a sense of relief that Jasper had passed from dithyrambs to conversation on practical points. Marian's excited sensitiveness could not but observe this, and she kept watching the motions of his countenance. At length he even let go her hand. "You would prefer," he said reflectively, "that nothing should be said to your father until that business is finished?" "If you consent to it." "Oh, I have no doubt it's as well." Her little phrase of self-subjection, and its tremulous tone, called for another answer than this. Jasper fell again into thought, and clearly it was thought of practical things. "I must go now, Jasper," she said. "Must you? Well, if you had rather." He rose, though she was still seated. Marian moved a few steps away, but turned and approached him again. "Do you really love me?" she asked, taking one of his hands and folding it between her own. "I do indeed love you, Marian. Are you still doubtful?" "You're not sorry that I must go?" "But I am, dearest. I wish we could sit here undisturbed all through the evening." Her touch had the same effect as before. His blood warmed again, and he pressed her to his side, stroking her hair and kissing her forehead. "Are you sorry that I wear my hair short?" she asked, longing for more praise than he had bestowed on her. "Sorry? It is perfect. Everything else seems vulgar compared with this way of yours. How strange you would look with plaits and that kind of thing." "I am so glad it pleases you." "There is nothing in you that doesn't please me, my thoughtful girl." "You called me that before. Do I seem so very thoughtful?" "So grave and sweetly reserved, and with eyes so full of meaning." She quivered with delight, her face hidden against his breast. "I seem to be new born, Jasper. Everything in the world is new to me, and I am strange to myself. I have never known an hour of happiness till now, and I can't believe yet that it has come to me." She at length attired herself, and they left the house together, of course not unobserved by the landlady. Jasper walked about half the way to St. Paul's Crescent. It was arranged that he should address a letter for her to the care of his sisters, but in a day or two the change of lodgings would be effected. When they had parted, Marian looked back, but Jasper was walking quickly away, his head bent, in profound meditation. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25, Part 1 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 25, Part 1. A Fruitless Meeting. Refuge from despair is often found in the passion of self-pity and that spirit of obstinate resistance which it engenders. In certain natures the extreme of self-pity is intolerable, and leads to self-destruction. But there are less fortunate beings whom the vehemence of the revolt against faith strengthens to endure in suffering. These latter are rather imaginative than passionate. The stages of their woe impress them as the acts of a drama, which they cannot bring themselves to cut short. So various are the possibilities of its dark motive. The intellectual man who kills himself is most often brought to that decision by conviction of his insignificance. Self-pity merges in self-scorn, and the humiliated soul is intolerant of existence. He who survives under like conditions does so because misery magnifies him in his own estimate. It was by force of commiserating his own lot that Edwin Reardon continued to live through the first month after his parting from Amy. Once or twice a week, sometimes early in the evening, sometimes at midnight or later, he haunted the street at Westbourne Park where his wife was dwelling, and on each occasion he returned to his garret with a fortified sense of the injustice to which he was submitted, of revolt against the circumstances which had driven him into outer darkness, of bitterness against his wife for saving her own comfort rather than share his downfall. At times he was not far from that state of sheer distraction which Mrs. Edmund Yule preferred to suppose that he had reached. An extraordinary arrogance now and then possessed him. He stood amid his poor surroundings with the sensation of an outraged exile, and laughed aloud in furious contempt of all who censured or pitied him. On hearing from Jasper Milvain that Amy had fallen ill, or at all events was suffering in health from what she had gone through, he felt a momentary pang which all but determined him to hasten to her side. The reaction was a feeling of distinct pleasure that she had her share of pain, and even a hope that her illness might become grave. He pictured himself summoned to her sick chamber, imagined her begging his forgiveness. But it was not merely, nor in great part, a malicious satisfaction. He succeeded in believing that Amy suffered because she still had a remnant of love for him. As the days went by, and he heard nothing, Disappointment and resentment occupied him. At length he ceased to haunt the neighborhood. His desires grew sullen. He became fixed in the resolve to hold entirely apart and doggedly await the issue. At the end of each month he sent half the money he had received from Carter, simply enclosing postal orders in an envelope addressed to his wife. The first 2 remittances were in no way acknowledged. The third brought a short note from Amy. "As you continue to send these sums of money, I had perhaps better let you know that I cannot use them for any purposes of my own. Perhaps a sense of duty leads you to make this sacrifice, but I am afraid it is more likely that you wish to remind me every month that you are undergoing privations, and to pain me in this way. What you have sent I have deposited in the Post Office Savings Bank in Willie's name, and I shall continue to do so. A.R." For a day or two Reardon persevered in an intention of not replying, but the desire to utter his turbid feelings became in the end too strong. He wrote: "I regard it as quite natural that you should put the worst interpretation on whatever I do. As for my privations, I think very little of them. They are a trifle in comparison with the thought that I am forsaken just because my pocket is empty. And I am far indeed from thinking that you can be pained by whatever I may undergo. That would suppose some generosity in your nature." This was no sooner posted than he would gladly have recalled it. He knew that it was undignified, that it contained as many falsehoods as lines, and he was ashamed of himself for having written so. But he could not pen a letter of retraction, and there remained with him a new cause of exasperated wretchedness. Excepting the people with whom he came in contact at the hospital, he had no society but that of Biffen. The realist visited him once a week, and this friendship grew closer than it had been in the time of Reardon's prosperity. Biffen was a man of so much natural delicacy that there was a pleasure in imparting to him the details of private sorrow. Though profoundly sympathetic, he did his best to oppose Reardon's harsher judgments of Amy, and herein gave his friend a satisfaction which might not be avowed. "I really do not see," he exclaimed, as they sat in the garret one night of midsummer, "how your wife could have acted otherwise. Of course I am quite unable to judge the attitude of her mind, but I cannot help thinking, from what I knew of her, that there has been strictly a misunderstanding between you. It was a hard and miserable thing that she should have to leave you for a time, and you couldn't face the necessity in a just spirit. Don't you think there's some truth in this way of looking at it? As a woman, it was her part to soften the hateful necessity. She made it worse." "I'm not sure that you don't demand too much of her. Unhappily, I know little or nothing of delicately bred women, but I have a suspicion that one oughtn't to expect heroism in them, any more than in the women of the lower classes. I think of women as creatures to be protected. Is a man justified in asking them to be stronger than himself?" "Of course," replied Reardon, "there's no use in demanding more than a character is capable of, but I believed her of finer stuff. My bitterness comes of the disappointment." "I suppose there were faults of temper on both sides, and you saw at last only each other's weaknesses." "I saw the truth, which had always been disguised from me." Biffen persisted in looking doubtful, and in secret Reardon thanked him for it. As the realist progressed with his novel, Mr Bailey, grocer, he read the chapters to Reardon, not only for his own satisfaction, but in great part because he hoped that this example of productivity might in the end encourage the listener to resume his own literary tasks. Reardon found much to criticise in his friend's work. It was noteworthy that he objected and condemned with much less hesitation than in his better days, for sensitive reticence is one of the virtues wont to be assailed by suffering, at all events in the weaker natures. Biffen purposely urged these discussions as far as possible, and doubtless they benefited Reardon for the time. But the defeated novelist could not be induced to undertake another practical illustration of his own views. Occasionally he had an impulse to plan a story, but an hour's turning it over in his mind sufficed to disgust him. His ideas seemed barren, vapid. It would have been impossible for him to write half a dozen pages, and the mere thought of a whole book overcame him with the dread of insurmountable difficulties, immeasurable toil. In time, however, he was able to read. He had a pleasure in contemplating the little collection of sterling books that alone remained to him from his library. The sight of many volumes would have been a weariness, but these few, when he was again able to think of books at all, were as friendly countenances. He could not read continuously, but sometimes opened his Shakespeare, for instance, and dreamed over a page or two. From such glimpses there remained in his head a line or a short passage, which he kept repeating to himself wherever he went. Generally some example of sweet or sonorous metre which had a soothing effect upon him. With odd result on one occasion. He was walking in one of the back streets of Islington, and stopped idly to gaze into the window of some small shop. Standing thus, he forgot himself, and presently recited aloud: "Caesar, 'tis his schoolmaster, an argument that he is plucked, when hither he sends so poor a pinion of his wing, which had superfluous kings for messengers, not many moons gone by." The last two lines he uttered a second time, enjoying their magnificent sound, and then was brought back to consciousness by the loud mocking laugh of two men standing close by, who evidently looked upon him as a strayed lunatic. He kept one suit of clothes for his hours of attendance at the hospital. It was still decent, and with much care would remain so for a long time. That which he wore at home and in his street wanderings declared poverty at every point. It had been discarded before he left the old abode. In his present state of mind he cared nothing how disreputable he looked to passers-by. These seedy habiliments were the tokens of his degradation, and at times he regarded them, happening to see himself in a shop mirror, with pleasurable contempt. The same spirit often led him for a meal to the poorest of eating-houses, places where he rubbed elbows with ragged creatures who had somehow obtained the price of a cup of coffee and a slice of bread and butter. He liked to contrast himself with these comrades in misfortune. "This is the rate at which the world esteems me. I am worth no better provision than this." Or else, instead of emphasizing the contrast, he defiantly took a place among the miserables of the nether world, and nursed hatred of all who were well-to-do. One of these he desired to regard with gratitude, but found it difficult to support that feeling. Carter, the vivacious, though at first perfectly unembarrassed in his relations with the City Road clerk, gradually exhibited a change of demeanour. Reardon occasionally found the young man's eyes fixed upon him with a singular expression, and the secretary's talk, though still as a rule genial, was wont to suffer curious interruptions, during which he seemed to be musing on something Reardon had said, or on some point of his behaviour. The explanation of this was that Carter had begun to think there might be a foundation for Mrs Yule's hypothesis, that the novelist was not altogether in his sound senses. At first he scouted the idea, but as time went on it seemed to him that Reardon's countenance certainly had a gaunt wildness which suggested disagreeable things. Especially did he remark this after his return from an August holiday in Norway. On coming for the first time to the City Road branch, he sat down and began to favour Reardon with a lively description of how he had enjoyed himself abroad. It never occurred to him that such talk was not likely to inspirit the man who had passed his August between the garret and the hospital, but he observed before long that his listener was glancing hither and thither in a rather strange way. "You haven't been ill since I saw you?" he inquired. "Oh no. But you look as if you might have been. I say, we must manage for you to have a fortnight off, you know, this month." "I have no wish for it," said Reardon. "I'll imagine I have been to Norway. It has done me good to hear of your holiday." "I'm glad of that, but it isn't quite the same thing, you know, as having a run somewhere yourself." "Oh, much better. To enjoy myself may be mere selfishness, but to enjoy another's enjoyment is the purest satisfaction, good for body and soul. I am cultivating altruism." "What's that?" "A highly rarefied form of happiness. The curious thing about it is that it won't grow unless you have just twice as much faith in it as is required for assent to the Athanasian Creed." "Oh." Carter went away more than puzzled. He told his wife that evening that Reardon had been talking to him in the most extraordinary fashion, no understanding a word he said. All this time he was on the lookout for employment that would be more suitable to his unfortunate clerk. Whether slightly demented or not, Reardon gave no sign of inability to discharge his duties. He was conscientious as ever, and might, unless he changed greatly, be relied upon in positions of more responsibility than his present one. And at length, early in October, there came to the secretary's knowledge an opportunity with which he lost no time in acquainting Reardon. The latter repaired that evening to Clipstone Street, and climbed to Biffin's chamber. He entered with a cheerful look and exclaimed: I have just invented a riddle. See if you can guess it. Why is a London lodging-house like the human body? Biffen looked with some concern at his friend, so unwonted was a sally of this kind. Why is a London lodging-house? Haven't the least idea. Because the brains are always at the top. Not bad, I think, eh? Well, no, it'll pass. Distinctly professional, though. The general public would fail to see the point, I'm afraid. But what has come to you? Good tidings. Carter has offered me a place which will be a decided improvement. A house found, or rooms at all events, and a salary 150 a year. By Plutus, that's good hearing. Some duties attached, I suppose. I'm afraid that was inevitable, as things go. It's the secretaryship of a home for destitute boys at Croydon. The post is far from a sinecure, Carter assures me. There's a great deal of purely secretarial work, and there's a great deal of practical work. Some of it rather rough, I fancy. It seems doubtful whether I'm exactly the man. The present holder is a burly fellow over 6 feet high, delighting in gymnastics, and rather fond of a fight now and then when opportunity offers. But he is departing at Christmas, going somewhere as a missionary, and I can have the place if I choose. As I suppose you do. Yes, I shall try it, decidedly. Biffen waited a little, then asked, I suppose your wife will go with you? There's no saying. End of chapter 25, part 1. Chapter 25, part 2 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 25, part 2, A Fruitless Meeting. Reardon tried to answer indifferently, but it could be seen that he was agitated between hopes and fears. You'll ask her at all events. Oh, yes, was the half-absent reply. But surely there can be no doubt that she'll come. 150 a year, without rent to pay. Why, that's affluence. The rooms I occupy are in the home itself. Amy won't take very readily to a dwelling of that kind. And Croydon isn't the most inviting locality. Close to delightful country. Yes, but Amy doesn't care about that. You misjudge her, Reardon. You are too harsh. I implore you not to lose the chance of setting all right again. If only you could be put into my position for a moment, and then be offered the companionship of such a wife as yours. Reardon listened with a face of lowering excitement. I should be perfectly within my rights, he said sternly, if I merely told her when I have taken the position, and let her ask me to take her back, if she wishes. You have changed a great deal this last year, replied Biffen, shaking his head. A great deal. I hope to see you your old self again before long. I should have declared it impossible for you to become so rugged. Go and see your wife, there's a good fellow. No, I shall write to her. Go and see her, I beg you. No good ever came of letter writing between two people who have misunderstood each other. Go to Westbourne Park to-morrow, and be reasonable. Be more than reasonable. The happiness of your life depends on what you do now. Be content to forget whatever wrong has been done you. To think that a man should need persuading to win back such a wife. In truth, there needed little persuasion. Perverseness, one of the forms or issues of self-pity, made him strive against his desire, and caused him to adopt a tone of acerbity in excess of what he felt. But already he had made up his mind to see Amy. Even if this excuse had not presented itself, he must very soon have yielded to the longing for a sight of his wife's face, which day by day increased among all the conflicting passions of which he was the victim. A month or two ago, when the summer sunshine made his confinement to the streets a daily torture, he convinced himself that there remained in him no trace of his love for Amy. There were moments when he thought of her with repugnance, as a cold, selfish woman, who had feigned affection when it seemed her interest to do so, but brutally declared her true self when there was no longer anything to be hoped from him. That was the self-deception of misery. Love, even passion, was still alive in the depths of his being. The animation with which he sped to his friend, as soon as a new hope had risen, was the best proof of his feeling. He went home and wrote to Amy. I have a reason for wishing to see you. Will you have the kindness to appoint an hour on Sunday morning when I can speak with you in private? It must be understood that I shall see no one else. She would receive this by the first post to-morrow, Saturday, and doubtless would let him hear in reply some time in the afternoon. Impatience allowed him little sleep, and the next day was a long weariness of waiting. The evening he would have to spend at the hospital. If there came no reply before the time of his leaving home, he knew not how he should compel himself to the ordinary routine of work. Yet the hour came, and he had heard nothing. He was tempted to go at once to Westbourne Park, but reason prevailed with him. When he again entered the house, having walked at his utmost speed from the city road, the letter lay waiting for him. It had been pushed beneath his door, and when he struck a match he found that one of his feet was upon the white envelope. Amy wrote that she would be at home at 11 to-morrow morning. Not another word. In all probability she knew of the offer that had been made to him. Mrs. Carter would have told her. Was it of good or of ill omen that she wrote only these half-dozen words? Half-way through the night he plagued himself with suppositions, now thinking that her brevity promised a welcome, now that she wished to warn him against expecting anything but a cold, offended demeanour. At 7 he was dressed. 2.5 hours had to be killed before he could start on his walk westward. He would have wandered about the streets, but it rained. He had made himself as decent as possible in appearance, but he must necessarily seem an odd Sunday visitor at a house such as Mrs. Yule's. His soft felt hat, never brushed for months, was a grayish green, and stained round the band with perspiration. His necktie was discoloured and worn. Coat and waistcoat might pass muster, but of the trousers the less said the better. One of his boots was patched, but both were all but heelless. Very well, let her see him thus. Let her understand what it meant to live on 12 and 6 a week. Though it was cold and wet, he could not put on his overcoat. 3 years ago it had been a fairly good ulster. At present, the edges of the sleeves were frayed, 2 buttons were missing, and the original hue of the cloth was indeterminable. At 9:30 he set out and struggled with his shabby umbrella against wind and rain. Down Pentonville Hill, up Euston Road, all along Marylebone Road, then northwestwards towards the point of his destination. It was a good 6 miles from the one house to the other, but he arrived before the appointed time, and had to stray about until the cessation of bell clanging and the striking of clocks told him it was 11. Then he presented himself at the familiar door. On his asking for Mrs. Reardon, he was at once admitted and led up to the drawing-room. The servant did not ask his name. Then he awaited for a minute or two, feeling himself a squalid wretch amid the dainty furniture. The door opened. Amy, in a simple but very becoming dress, approached to within a yard of him. After the first glance she had averted her eyes, and she did not offer to shake hands. He saw that his muddy and shapeless boots drew her attention. "Do you know why I have come?" he asked. He meant the tone to be conciliatory, but he could not command his voice, and it sounded rough, hostile. "I think so," Amy answered, seating herself gracefully. She would have spoken with less dignity but for that accent of his. "The Carters have told you?" "Yes, I have heard about it." There was no promise in her manner. She kept her face turned away, and Reardon saw its beautiful profile, hard and cold as though in marble. "It doesn't interest you at all?" "I'm glad to hear that a better prospect offers for you." He did not sit down, and was holding his rusty hat behind his back. "You speak as if it in no way concerned yourself. Is that what you wish me to understand?" "Won't it be better if you tell me why you have come here? As you are resolved to find offence in whatever I say, I prefer to keep silence. Please to let me know why you have asked to see me." Reardon turned abruptly as if to leave her, but checked himself at a little distance. Both had come to this meeting prepared for a renewal of amity, but in these first few moments each was so disagreeably impressed by the look and language of the other, that a revulsion of feeling undid all the more hopeful effects of their long severance. On entering, Amy had meant to offer her hand, but the unexpected meanness of Reardon's aspect shocked and restrained her. All but every woman would have experienced that shrinking from the livery of poverty. Amy had but to reflect, and she understood that her husband could in no wise help this shabbiness. When he parted from her, his wardrobe was already in a long-suffering condition, and how was he to have purchased new garments since then? None the less such attire degraded him in her eyes. It symbolized the melancholy decline which he had suffered intellectually. On Reardon his wife's elegance had the same repellent effect. though this would not have been the case but for the expression of her countenance. Had it been possible for them to remain together during the first 5 minutes without exchange of words, sympathies might have prevailed on both sides. The first speech uttered would most likely have harmonized with their gentler thoughts. But the mischief was done so speedily. A man must indeed be graciously endowed if his personal appearance can defy the disadvantage of cheap modern clothing worn into shapelessness. Reardon had no such remarkable physique, and it was not wonderful that his wife felt ashamed of him. Strictly ashamed, he seemed to her a social inferior. The impression was so strong that it resisted all memory of his spiritual qualities. She might have anticipated this state of things, and have armed herself to encounter it, but somehow she had not done so. For more than 5 months she had been living among people who dressed well. The contrast was too suddenly forced upon her. She was especially susceptible in such matters, and had become none the less so under the demoralizing influence of her misfortunes. True, she soon began to feel ashamed of her shame, but that could not annihilate the natural feeling and its results. "I don't love him. I can't love him." Thus she spoke to herself, with immutable decision. She had been doubtful till now, but all doubt was at an end. Had Reardon been practical man enough to procure by hook or by crook a decent suit of clothes for this interview, that ridiculous trifle might have made all the difference in what was to result. He turned again, and spoke with the harshness of a man who feels that he is despised and is determined to show an equal contempt. "I came to ask what you propose to do in case I go to Croydon." "I have no proposal to make whatever." "That means, then, that you are content to go on living here?" "If I have no choice, I must make myself content." "But you have a choice." "None has yet been offered me." "Then I offer it now," said Reardon, speaking less aggressively. "I shall have a dwelling rent-free, and £150 a year. Perhaps it would be more in keeping with my station if I say that I shall have something less than £3 a week. You can either accept from me half this money, as up to now, or come and take your place again as my wife. Please to decide what you will do." "I will let you know by letter in a few days." It seemed impossible to her to say she would return, yet a refusal to do so involved nothing less than a separation for the rest of their lives. Postponement of decision was her only resource. "I must know at once," said Reardon. "I can't answer at once." "If you don't, I shall understand you to mean that you refuse to come to me. You know the circumstances; there is no reason why you should consult with anyone else. You can answer me immediately if you will." "I don't wish to answer you immediately," Amy replied, paling slightly. "Then that decides it. When I leave you we are strangers to each other." Amy made a rapid study of his countenance. She had never entertained for a moment the supposition that his wits were unsettled, but none the less the constant recurrence of that idea in her mother's talk had subtly influenced her against her husband. It had confirmed her in thinking that his behaviour was inexcusable, and now it seemed to her that any one might be justified in holding him demented, so reckless was his utterance. It was difficult to know him as the man who had loved her so devotedly, who was incapable of an unkind word or look. "If that is what you prefer," she said, "there must be a formal separation. I can't trust my future to your caprice." "You mean it must be put into the hands of a lawyer?" "Yes, I do." "That will be the best, no doubt." "Very well, I will speak with my friends about it." "Your friends!" he exclaimed bitterly. "But for those friends of yours this would never have happened. I wish you had been alone in the world and penniless." "A kind wish, all things considered." "Yes, it is a kind wish. Then your marriage with me would have been binding. You would have known that my lot was yours, and the knowledge would have helped your weakness. I begin to see how much right there is on the side of those people who would keep women in subjection. You have been allowed to act with independence, and the result is that you have ruined my life and debased your own. If I had been strong enough to treat you as a child, and bid you follow me wherever my own fortunes led, it would have been as much better for you as for me. I was weak, and I suffer as all weak people do." "You think it was my duty to share such a home as you have at present?" "You know it was. And if the choice had lain between that and earning your own livelihood, you would have thought that even such a poor home might be made tolerable. There were possibilities in you of better things than will ever come out now." There followed a silence. Amy sat with her eyes gloomily fixed on the carpet. Reardon looked about the room, but saw nothing. He had thrown his hat into a chair, and his fingers worked nervously together behind his back. "Will you tell me," he said at length, "how your position is regarded by these friends of yours? I don't mean your mother and brother, but the people who come to this house." "I have not asked such people for their opinion. Still, I suppose some sort of explanation has been necessary in your intercourse with them. Have you represented your relations with me?" "I can't see that that concerns you." "In a manner it does. Certainly it matters very little to me how I am thought of by people of this kind, but one doesn't like to be reviled without cause. Have you allowed it to be supposed that I have made life with me intolerable for you?" "No, I have not. You insult me by asking the question, but as you don't seem to understand feelings of that kind, I may as well answer you simply." "Then have you told them the truth, that I became so poor you couldn't live with me?" "I have never said that in so many words, but no doubt it is understood. It must be known also that you refused to take the step which might have helped you out of your difficulties." "What step?" She reminded him of his intention to spend half a year in working at the seaside. "I had utterly forgotten it," he returned with a mocking laugh. "That shows how ridiculous such a thing would have been." "You are doing no literary work at all?" Amy asked. "Do you imagine that I have the peace of mind necessary for anything of that sort?" This was in a changed voice. It reminded her so strongly of her husband before his disasters that she could not frame a reply. "Do you think I am able to occupy myself with the affairs of imaginary people?" "I didn't necessarily mean fiction." "That I can forget myself, then, in the study of literature? I wonder whether you really think of me like that. How, in heaven's name, do you suppose I spend my leisure time?" She made no answer. "Do you think I take this calamity as light-heartedly as you do, Amy?" "I am far from taking it light-heartedly." "Yet you are in good health. I see no sign that you have suffered." She kept silence. Her suffering had been slight enough, and chiefly due to considerations of social propriety. But she would not avow this, and did not like to make admission of it to herself. Before her friends she frequently affected to conceal a profound sorrow. But so long as her child was left to her, she was in no danger of falling a victim to sentimental troubles. "And certainly I can't believe it," he continued, "now you declare your wish to be formally separated from me." "I have declared no such wish." "Indeed you have. If you can hesitate a moment about returning to me when difficulties are at an end, that tells me you would prefer final separation." "I hesitate for this reason," Amy said, after reflecting. "You are so very greatly changed from what you used to be, that I think it doubtful if I could live with you." "Changed? Yes, that is true, I am afraid. But how do you think this change will affect my behaviour to you?" "Remember how you have been speaking to me." "And you think I should treat you brutally if you came into my power?" "Not brutally, in the ordinary sense of the word, but with faults of temper which I couldn't bear. I have my own faults. I can't behave as meekly as some women can." It was a small concession, but Reardon made much of it. "Did my faults of temper give you any trouble during the first year of our married life?" he asked gently. "No," she admitted. "They began to afflict you when I was so hard driven by difficulties that I needed all your sympathy, all your forbearance. Did I receive much of either from you, Amy?" "I think you did, until you demanded impossible things of me." "It was always in your power to rule me. What pained me worst and hardened me against you was that I saw you didn't care to exert your influence. There was never a time when I could have resisted a word of yours spoken out of your love for me. But even then, I am afraid, you no longer loved me, and now " He broke off, and stood watching her face. "Have you any love for me left?" burst from his lips, as if the words all but choked him in the utterance. Amy tried to shape some evasive answer, but could say nothing. "Is there ever so small a hope that I might win some love from you again?" "If you wish me to come and live with you when you go to Croydon, I will do so." "But that is not answering me, Amy." "It's all I can say." "Then you mean that you would sacrifice yourself out of what? Out of pity for me, let us say." "Do you wish to see Willie?" asked Amy, instead of replying. "No. It is you I have come to see. The child is nothing to me compared with you. It is you, who loved me, who became my wife, you only I care about. Tell me you will try to be as you used to be. Give me only that hope, Amy. I will ask nothing except that, now." I can't say anything except that I will come to Croydon if you wish it." "And reproach me always because you have to live in such a place, away from your friends, without a hope of the social success which was your dearest ambition." Her practical denial that she loved him wrung this taunt from his anguished heart. He repented the words as soon as they were spoken. "What is the good?" exclaimed Amy in irritation, rising and moving away from him. "How can I pretend that I look forward to such a life without any hope?" He stood in mute misery, inwardly cursing himself and his fate. "I have said that I will come," she continued, her voice shaken with nervous tension. "Ask me or not, as you please, when you are ready to go there. I can't talk about it." "I shall not ask you," he replied. "I will have no woman slave dragging out a weary life with me. Either you are my willing wife or you are nothing to me. I am married to you, and that can't be undone. I repeat that I shan't refuse to obey you. I shall say no more." She moved to a distance, and there seated herself, half turned from him. "I shall never ask you to come," said Reardon, breaking a short silence. "If our married life is ever to begin again, it must be of your seeking. Come to me of your own will, and I shall never reject you. But I will die in utter loneliness rather than ask you again." He lingered a few moments watching her. She did not move. Then he took his hat, went in silence from the room, and left the house. It rained harder than before. As no trains were running at this hour, he walked in the direction where he would be likely to meet with an omnibus. But it was a long time before one passed which was any use to him. When he reached home, he was in a cheerless plight enough. To make things pleasanter, one of his boots had let in water abundantly. "The first sore throat of the season, no doubt," he muttered to himself. Nor was he disappointed. By Tuesday the cold had firm grip of him. A day or two of influenza or sore throat always made him so weak that with difficulty he supported the least physical exertion. But at present he must go to his work at the hospital. Why stay at home? To what purpose spare himself? It was not as if life had any promise for him. He was a machine for earning so much money a week, and would at least give faithful work for his wages until the day of final breakdown. But midway in the week Carter discovered how ill his clerk was. "You ought to be in bed, my dear fellow, with gruel and mustard plasters and all the rest of it. Go home and take care of yourself. I insist upon it." Before leaving the office, Reardon wrote a few lines to Biffen, whom he had visited on the Monday. "Come and see me if you can. I am down with a bad cold, and have to keep in for the rest of the week. All the same, I feel far more cheerful. Bring a new chapter of your exhilarating romance." End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie. New Grub Street by George Gissing, Chapter 26. Married Woman's Property. On her return from church that Sunday, Mrs. Edmund Yule was anxious to learn the result of the meeting between Amy and her husband. She hoped fervently that Amy's anomalous position would come to an end now that Reardon had the offer of something better than a mere clerkship. John Yule never ceased to grumble at his sister's permanence in the house, especially since he had learned that the money sent by Reardon each month was not made use of. Why it should not be applied for household expenses passed his understanding. "It seems to me," he remarked several times, "that the fellow only does his bare duty in sending it. What is it to anyone else whether he lives on 12 shillings a week or 12 pence? It is his business to support his wife. If he can't do that, to contribute as much to her support as possible. Amy's scruples are all very fine, if she could afford them. It's very nice to pay for your delicacies of feeling out of other people's pockets." "There'll have to be a formal separation," was the startling announcement with which Amy answered her mother's inquiry as to what had passed. "A separation? But, my dear!" Mrs. Yule could not express her disappointment and dismay. "We couldn't live together. It's no use trying." "But at your age, Amy! How can you think of anything so shocking? And then you know it will be impossible for him to make you a sufficient allowance. I shall have to live as well as I can on the £75 a year. If you can't afford to let me stay with you for that, I must go into cheap lodgings in the country, like poor Mrs. Butcher did." This was wild talking for Amy. The interview had upset her, and for the rest of the day she kept apart in her own room. On the morrow Mrs. Yule succeeded in eliciting a clear account of the conversation which had ended so hopelessly. "I would rather spend the rest of my days in the workhouse than beg him to take me back," was Amy's final comment, uttered with the earnestness which her mother understood but too well. "But you are willing to go back, dear?" "I told him so." "Then you must leave this to me. The Carters will let us know how things go on, and when it seems to be time, I must see Edwin myself." "I can't allow that. Anything you could say on your own account would be useless, and there is nothing to say from me." Mrs. Yule kept her own counsel. She had a full month before her during which to consider the situation, but it was clear to her that these young people must be brought together again. Her estimate of Reardon's mental condition had undergone a sudden change from the moment when she heard that a respectable post was within his reach. She decided that he was strange, but then all men of literary talent had marked singularities, and doubtless she had been too hasty in interpreting the peculiar features natural to a character such as his. A few days later arrived the news of the relative's death at Wattleborough. This threw Mrs. Yule into a commotion. At first she decided to accompany her son and be present at the funeral. After changing her mind 20 times, she determined not to go. John must send or bring back the news as soon as possible. That it would be of a nature sensibly to affect her own position, if not that of her children, she had little doubt. Her husband had been the favourite brother of the deceased, and on that account there was no saying how handsome a legacy she might receive. She dreamt of houses in South Kensington, of social ambitions gratified even thus late. On the morning after the funeral came a postcard announcing John's return by a certain train, but no scrap of news was added. "Just like that irritating boy! We must go to the station to meet him. You'll come, won't you, Amy?" Amy readily consented, for she too had hopes, though circumstances blurred them. Mother and daughter were walking about the platform half an hour before the train was due. Their agitation would have been manifest to anyone observing them. When at length the train rolled in and John was discovered, they pressed eagerly upon him. "Don't you excite yourself," he said gruffly to his mother. "There's no reason whatever." Mrs. Yule glanced in dismay at Amy. They followed John to a cab and took places with him. "Now don't be provoking, Jack. Just tell us at once." "By all means. You haven't a penny." "I haven't? You are joking, ridiculous boy." "Never felt less disposed to, I assure you." After staring out of the window for a minute or two, he at length informed Amy of the extent to which he profited by her uncle's decease, then made known what was bequeathed to himself. His temper grew worse every moment, and he replied savagely to each successive question concerning the other items of the will. "What have you to grumble about?" asked Amy, whose face was exultant, notwithstanding the drawbacks attaching to her good fortune. "If Uncle Alfred receives nothing at all, and Mother has nothing, you ought to think yourself very lucky." "It's very easy for you to say that, with your 10,000. "But is it her own?" asked Mrs. Yule. "Is it for her separate use?" "Of course it is. She gets the benefit of last year's Married Women's Property Act. The will was executed in January this year, and I dare say the old curmudgeon destroyed a former one." "What a splendid Act of Parliament that is!" cried Amy. "The only one worth anything that I ever heard of." "But, my dear," began her mother in a tone of protest. However, she reserved her comment for a more fitting time and place, and merely said, "I wonder whether he had heard what has been going on." "Do you think he would have altered his will if he had?" asked Amy with a smile of security. "Why the deuce he should have left you so much in any case is more than I can understand," growled her brother. "What's the use to me of a paltry 1,000 or 2? It isn't enough to invest, isn't enough to do anything with." "You may depend upon it, your cousin Marian thinks her 5,000 good for something," said Mrs Yule. "Who was at the funeral? Don't be so surly, Jack. Tell us all about it. I'm sure if anyone has cause to be ill-tempered, it's poor me." Thus they talked, amid the rattle of the cab wheels. By when they reached home, silence had fallen upon them, and each one was sufficiently occupied with private thoughts. Mrs Yule's servants had a terrible time of it for the next few days. Too affectionate to turn her ill temper against John and Amy, she relieved herself by severity to the domestic slaves, as an English matron is of course justified in doing. Her daughter's position caused her even more concern than before. She constantly lamented to herself, "Oh, why didn't he die before she was married?" In which case Amy would never have dreamt of wedding a penniless author. Amy declined to discuss the new aspect of things until 24 hours after John's return. Then she said, "I shall do nothing whatever until the money is paid to me, and what I shall do then I don't know." "You are sure to hear from Edwin?" opined Mrs Yule. "I think not. He isn't the kind of man to behave in that way." "Then I suppose you are bound to take the first step?" "That I shall never do." She said so, but the sudden happiness of finding herself wealthy was not without its softening effect on Amy's feelings. Generous impulses alternated with moods of discontent. The thought of her husband in his squalid lodgings tempted her to forget injuries and disillusions, and to play the part of a generous wife. It would be possible now for them to go abroad and spend a year or 2 in healthful travel. The result in Reardon's case might be wonderful. He might recover all the energy of his imagination and resume his literary career from the point he had reached at the time of his marriage. On the other hand, was it not more likely that he would lapse into a life of scholarly self-indulgence, such as he had often told her was his ideal? In that event, what tedium and regret lay before her! £10,000 sounded well, but what did it represent in reality? A poor 400 a year, perhaps. Mere decency of obscure existence, unless her husband could glorify it by winning fame. If he did nothing, she would be the wife of a man who had failed in literature. She would not be able to take a place in society. Life would be supported without struggle. Nothing more to be hoped. This view of the future possessed her strongly when, on the second day, she went to communicate her news to Mrs. Carter. This amiable lady had now become what she always desired to be, Amy's intimate friend. They saw each other very frequently, and conversed of most things with much frankness. It was between 11 and 12 in the morning when Amy paid her visit, and she found Mrs. Carter on the point of going out. "I was coming to see you," cried Edith. "Why haven't you let me know of what has happened?" "You have heard, I suppose? Albert heard from your brother?" "I supposed he would, and I haven't felt in the mood for talking about it even with you." They went into Mrs. Carter's boudoir, a tiny room full of such pretty things as can be purchased nowadays by anyone who has a few shillings to spare and tolerable taste either of their own or at second hand. Had she been left to her instincts, Edith would have surrounded herself with objects representing a much earlier stage of artistic development, but she was quick to imitate what fashion declared becoming. Her husband regarded her as a remarkable authority in all matters of personal or domestic ornamentation. "And what are you going to do?" she inquired, examining Amy from head to foot, as if she thought that the inheritance of so substantial a sum must have produced visible changes in her friend. "I am going to do nothing." "But surely you're not in low spirits?" "What have I to rejoice about?" They talked for a while before Amy brought herself to utter what she was thinking. "Isn't it a most ridiculous thing that married people who both wish to separate can't do so and be quite free again? I suppose it would lead to all sorts of troubles, don't you think? So people say about every new step in civilization. What would have been thought 20 years ago of a proposal to make all married women independent of their husbands in money matters? All sorts of absurd dangers were foreseen, no doubt. And it's the same now about divorce. In America, people can get divorced if they don't suit each other, at all events in some of the states. And does any harm come of it? Just the opposite, I should think." Edith mused. Such speculations were daring, but she had grown accustomed to think of Amy as an advanced woman, and liked to imitate her in this respect. "It does seem reasonable," she murmured. "The law ought to encourage such separations instead of forbidding them," Amy pursued. "If a husband and wife find that they have made a mistake, what useless cruelty is it to condemn them to suffer the consequences for the whole of their lives?" "I suppose it's to make people careful," said Edith with a laugh. "If so, we know that it has always failed, and always will fail, so the sooner such a profitless law is altered, the better. Isn't there some society for getting that kind of reform? I would subscribe £50 a year to help it. Wouldn't you?" "Yes, if I had it to spare," replied the other. Then they both laughed, but Edith the more naturally. "Not on my own account, you know," she added. "It's because women who are happily married can't and won't understand the position of those who are not that there's so much difficulty in reforming marriage laws." "But I understand you, Amy, and I grieve about you. What you are to do I can't think." "Oh, it's easy to see what I shall do. Of course I have no choice really, and I ought to have a choice. That's the hardship and the wrong of it. Perhaps if I had, I should find a sort of pleasure in sacrificing myself." There were some new novels on the table. Amy took up a volume presently and glanced over a page or two. "I don't know how you can go on reading that sort of stuff book after book," she exclaimed. "Oh, but people say this last novel of Markland's is one of his best." "Best or worst, novels are all the same. Nothing but love, love, love. What silly nonsense it is! Why don't people write about the really important things of life? Some of the French novelists do. Several of Balzac's, for instance. I have just been reading his Cousin Pons, a terrible book, but I enjoyed it ever so much because it was nothing like a love story. What rubbish is printed about love!" "I get rather tired of it sometimes," admitted Edith with amusement. "I should hope you do indeed. What downright lies are accepted as indisputable! That about love being a woman's whole life. Who believes it really? Love is the most insignificant thing in most women's lives. It occupies a few months, possibly a year or two, and even then I doubt if it is often the first consideration." Edith held her head aside and pondered smilingly. I'm sure there's a great opportunity for some clever novelist who will never write about love at all. But then it does come into life. Yes, for a month or two, as I say. Think of the biographies of men and women. How many pages are devoted to their love affairs? Compare those books with novels which profess to be biographies, and you see how false such pictures are. Think of the very words novel, romance. What do they mean but exaggeration of one bit of life? That may be true, but why do people find the subject so interesting? Because there is so little love in real life. That's the truth of it. Why do poor people care only for stories about the rich? The same principle. How clever you are, Amy. Am I? It's very nice to be told so. Perhaps I have some cleverness of a kind. But what use is it to me? My life is being wasted. I ought to have a place in the society of clever people. I was never meant to live quietly in the background. Oh, if I hadn't been in such a hurry and so inexperienced. Oh, I wanted to ask you, said Edith soon after this. Do you wish Albert to say anything about you at the hospital? There's no reason why he shouldn't. You won't even write to say, I shall do nothing. Since the parting from her husband, there had proceeded in Amy a noticeable maturing of intellect. Probably the one thing was a consequence of the other. During that last year in the flat, her mind was held captive by material cares, and this arrest of her natural development doubtless had much to do with the appearance of acerbity in a character which had displayed so much sweetness, so much womanly grace. Moreover, it was arrested at a critical point. When she fell in love with Edwin Reardon, her mind had still to undergo the culture of circumstances. Though a woman in years, she had seen nothing of life but a few phases of artificial society, and her education had not progressed beyond the final schoolgirl stage. Submitting herself to Reardon's influence, she passed through what was a highly useful training of the intellect, but with the result that she became clearly conscious of the divergence between herself and her husband. In endeavouring to imbue her with his own literary tastes, Reardon instructed Amy as to the natural tendencies of her mind, which till then she had not clearly understood. When she ceased to read with the eyes of passion, most of the things which were Reardon's supreme interests lost their value for her. A sound intelligence enabled her to think and feel in many directions, but the special line of her growth lay apart from that in which the novelist and classical scholar had directed her. When she found herself alone and independent, her mind acted like a spring when pressure is removed. After a few weeks of désœuvrement, she obeyed the impulse to occupy herself with a kind of reading alien to Reardon's sympathies. The solid periodicals attracted her, and especially those articles which dealt with themes of social science. Anything that savoured of newness and boldness in philosophic thought had a charm for her palate. She read a good deal of that kind of literature which may be defined as specialism popularized, writing which addresses itself to educated but not strictly studious persons, and which forms the reservoir of conversation for society above the sphere of turf and West Endism. Thus, for instance, though she could not undertake the volumes of Herbert Spencer, she was intelligently acquainted with the tenor of their contents, and though she had never opened one of Darwin's books, her knowledge of his main theories and illustrations was respectable. She was becoming a typical woman of the new time, the woman who has developed concurrently with journalistic enterprise. Not many days after that conversation with Edith Carter, she had occasion to visit Mudie's for the new number of some periodical which contained an appetizing title. As it was a sunny and warm day, she walked to New Oxford Street from the nearest metropolitan station. Whilst waiting at the library counter, she heard a familiar voice in her proximity. It was that of Jasper Milvain, who stood talking with a middle-aged lady. As Amy turned to look at him, his eye met hers. Clearly he had been aware of her. The review she desired was handed to her. She moved aside and turned over the pages. Then Milvain walked up. He was armed cap a pie in the fashions of suave society. No bohemianism of garb or person, for Jasper knew he could not afford that kind of economy. On her part, Amy was much better dressed than usual, a costume suited to her position of bereaved heiress. "What a time since we met!" said Jasper, taking her delicately gloved hand and looking into her face with his most effective smile. "And why?" asked Amy. "Indeed, I hardly know. I hope Mrs. Yule is well?" "Quite, thank you." It seemed as if he would draw back to let her pass, and so make an end of the colloquy. But Amy, though she moved forward, added a remark. "I don't see your name in any of this month's magazines." "I have nothing signed this month. A short review in the Current, that's all." "But I suppose you write as much as ever?" "Yes, but chiefly in weekly papers just now. You don't see the Will o' the Wisp?" "Oh, yes, and I think I can generally recognize your hand." They issued from the library. "Which way are you going?" Jasper inquired with something more of the old freedom. "I walked from Gower Street station, and I think, as it's so fine, I shall walk back again." He accompanied her. They turned up Museum Street, and Amy, after a short silence, made inquiry concerning his sisters. "I am sorry I saw them only once, but no doubt you thought it better to let the acquaintance end there." "I really didn't think of it in that way at all," Jasper replied. "We naturally understood it so, when you even ceased to call, yourself." "But don't you feel that there would have been a good deal of awkwardness in my coming to Mrs. Yule's?" "Seeing that you looked at things from my husband's point of view?" "Oh, that's a mistake. I have only seen your husband once since you went to Islington." Amy gave him a look of surprise. "You are not on friendly terms with him?" "Well, we have drifted apart. For some reason he seemed to think that my companionship was not very profitable, so it was better, on the whole, that I should see neither you nor him." Amy was wondering whether he had heard of her legacy. He might have been informed by a Wattleborough correspondent, even if no one in London had told him. "Do your sisters keep up their friendship with my cousin Marian?" she asked, quitting the previous difficult topic. "Oh, yes," he smiled. "They see a great deal of each other." "Then of course you have heard of my uncle's death?" "Yes. I hope all your difficulties are now at an end." Amy delayed a moment, then said, "I hope so," without any emphasis. "Do you think of spending this winter abroad?" It was the nearest he could come to a question concerning the future of Amy and her husband. "Everything is still quite uncertain. But tell me something about our old acquaintances. How does Mr. Biffen get on?" "I scarcely ever see him, but I think he pecks away at an interminable novel which no one will publish when it's done. Whelpdale I meet occasionally. He talked of the latter's projects and achievements in a lively strain." "Your own prospects continue to brighten, no doubt," said Amy. "I really think they do. Things go fairly well, and I have lately received a promise of very valuable help." "From whom?" "A relative of yours." Amy turned to interrogate him with a look. "A relative? You mean—" "Yes, Marianne." They were passing Bedford Square. Amy glanced at the trees, now almost bare of foliage. Then her eyes met Jasper's, and she smiled significantly. "I should have thought your aim would have been far more ambitious," she said with distinct utterance. "Marian and I have been engaged for some time. Practically." "Indeed? I remember now how you once spoke of her. And you will be married soon?" "Probably before the end of the year. I see that you are criticizing my motives. I am quite prepared for that in every one who knows me and the circumstances. But you must remember that I couldn't foresee anything of this kind. It enables us to marry sooner, that's all." "I am sure your motives are unassailable," replied Amy, still with a smile. "I imagined that you wouldn't marry for years, and then some distinguished person. This throws new light upon your character." "You thought me so desperately scheming and cold-blooded?" "Oh dear, no! But, well, to be sure, I can't say that I know Marian. I haven't seen her for years and years. She may be admirably suited to you." "Depend upon it, I think so." "She's likely to shine in society?" "She's a brilliant girl, full of tact and insight." "Scarcely all that, perhaps." He looked dubiously at his companion. "Then you have abandoned your old ambitions?" Amy pursued. "Not a bit of it. I am on the way to achieve them." "And Marian is the ideal wife to assist you?" "From one point of view, yes." "Pray, why all this ironic questioning?" "Not ironic at all." "It sounded very much like it, and I know from of old that you have a tendency that way." "The news surprised me a little, I confess, but I see that I am in danger of offending you." "Let us wait another 5 years, and then I will ask your opinion as to the success of my marriage. I don't take a step of this kind without maturely considering it. Have I made many blunders as yet?" "As yet, not that I know of." "Do I impress you as one likely to commit follies?" "I had rather wait a little before answering that." "That is to say, you prefer to prophesy after the event. Very well, we shall see." In the length of Gower Street they talked of several other things less personal. By degrees the tone of their conversation had become what it was used to be, now and then almost confidential. "You are still at the same lodgings?" asked Amy, as they drew near to the railway station. "I moved yesterday, so that the girls and I could be under the same roof, until the next change." "You will let us know when that takes place?" He promised, and with exchange of smiles, which were something like a challenge, they took leave of each other. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 27. The Lonely Man. Part 1. A touch of congestion in the right lung was a warning to Reardon that his half-year of insufficient food and general waste of strength would make the coming winter a hard time for him, worse probably than the last. Biffen, responding in person to the summons, found him in bed, waited upon by a gaunt, dry, sententious woman of 60. Not the landlady, but a lodger who was glad to earn 1 meal a day by any means that offered. "It wouldn't be very nice to die here, would it?" said the sufferer, with a laugh, which was cut short by a cough. "One would like a comfortable room, at least. Why, I don't know. I dreamt last night that I was in a ship that had struck something and was going down, and it wasn't the thought of death that most disturbed me, but a horror of being plunged into the icy water. In fact, I have had just the same feeling on shipboard. I remember waking up midway between Corfu and Brindisi on that shabby tub of a Greek boat. We were rolling a good deal, and I heard a sort of alarmed rush and shouting up on deck. It was so warm and comfortable in the berth. and I thought with intolerable horror of the possibility of saucing into the black depths. "Don't talk, my boy," advised Biffen. "Let me read you the new chapter of Mr. Bailey. It may induce a refreshing slumber." Reardon was away from his duties for a week. He returned to them with a feeling of extreme shakiness, an indisposition to exert himself, and a complete disregard that the course of events were taking. It was fortunate that he had kept aside that small store of money designed for emergencies. He was able to draw on it now to pay his doctor and provide himself with better nourishment than usual. He purchased new boots, too, and some articles of warm clothing of which he stood in need, an alarming outlay. A change had come over him. He was no longer rendered miserable by thoughts of Amy, seldom, indeed, turned his mind to her at all. His secretaryship at Croydon was a haven within view. The income of £75, the other half to go to his wife, would support him luxuriously, and for anything beyond that he seemed to care little. Next Sunday he would go over to Croydon and see the institution. One evening of calm weather he made his way to Clipstone Street, and greeted his friends with more show of light-heartedness than he had been capable of for at least 2 years. "I have been as nearly as possible a happy man all to-day," he said, when his pipe was well lit. "Partly the sunshine, I suppose. There's no saying if the mood will last, but if it does all is well with me. I regret nothing and wish for nothing." "A morbid state of mind," was Biffen's opinion. "No doubt of that, but I am content to be indebted to morbidness. One must have a rest from misery somehow. Another kind of man would have taken to drinking. That has tempted me now and then, I assure you, but I couldn't afford it. Did you ever feel tempted to drink merely for the sake of forgetting trouble?" "Often enough. I have done it. I have deliberately spent a certain portion of the money that ought to have gone for food in the cheapest kind of strong liquor." "Ha! That's interesting. But it never got the force of a habit you had to break?" "No. Partly, I dare say, because I had the warning of poor Sykes before my eyes." "You never see that poor fellow?" "Never. He must be dead, I think. He would die either in the hospital or the workhouse." "Well," said Reardon, musing cheerfully, "I shall never become a drunkard. I haven't that diathesis, to use your expression. Doesn't it strike you that you and I are very respectable persons? We really have no vices. Put us on a social pedestal, and we should be shining lights of morality. I sometimes wonder at our inoffensiveness. Why don't we run amuck against law and order? Why, at the least, don't we become savage revolutionists, and harangue in Regent's Park of a Sunday?" "Because we are passive beings, and we're meant to enjoy life very quietly. As we can't enjoy, we just suffer quietly, that's all. By the by, I want to talk about a difficulty in one of the fragments of Euripides. Did you ever go through the fragments?" This made a diversion for half an hour. Then Reardon turned to his former line of thought. "As I was entering patients yesterday, there came up to the table a tall, good-looking, very quiet girl, poorly dressed, but as neat as could be. She gave me her name. Then I asked, 'Occupation?' She said at once, 'I'm unfortunate, sir.' I couldn't help looking up at her in surprise. I had taken it for granted she was a dressmaker or something of the kind, and, do you know, I never felt so strong an impulse to shake hands, to show sympathy, and even respect in some way. I should have liked to say, 'Why, I am unfortunate too.' Such a good, patient face she had." "I distrust such appearances," said Biffen, in his quality of realist. "Well, so do I as a rule, but in this case they were very convincing, and there was no need whatever for her to make such a declaration. She might just as well have said anything else. It's the merest form. I shall always hear her voice saying, 'I'm unfortunate, sir.' She made me feel what a mistake it was for me to marry such a girl as Amy. I ought to have looked about for some simple, kind-hearted work-girl. That was the kind of wife indicated for me by circumstances. If I had earned 100 a year, she would have thought we were well-to-do. I should have been an authority to her on everything under the sun, and above it. No ambition would have unsettled her. We should have lived in a couple of poor rooms somewhere, and we should have loved each other." "What a shameless idealist you are," said Biffen, shaking his head. "Let me stretch the true issue of such a marriage. To begin with, the girl would have married you in firm persuasion that you were a gentleman in temporary difficulties, and that before long you would have plenty of money to dispose of. Disappointed in this hope, she would have grown sharp-tempered, querulous, Selfish. All your endeavours to make her understand you would only have resulted in widening the impassable gulf. She would have misconstrued your every sentence, found food for suspicion in every harmless joke, tormented you with the vulgarest forms of jealousy. The effect upon your nature would have been degrading. In the end, you must have abandoned every effort to raise her to your own level, and either have sunk to hers or made a rupture. Who doesn't know the story of such attempts? I myself, 10 years ago, was on the point of committing such a folly, but, heaven be praised, an accident saved me. You never told me that story. And I don't care to now. I prefer to forget it. Well, you can judge for yourself, but not for me. Of course I might have chosen the wrong girl, but I am supposing that I had been fortunate. In any case, there would have been a much better chance than in the marriage that I made. Your marriage was sensible enough, and a few years hence you will be a happy man again. You seriously think Amy will come back to me? Of course I do. Upon my word, I don't know that I desire it. Because you are in a strangely unhealthy state. I rather think I regard the matter more sanely than ever yet. I am quite free from sexual bias. I can see that Amy was not my fit intellectual companion, and all emotion at the thought of her has gone from me. The word love is a weariness to me. If only our idiotic laws permitted us to break the legal bond, how glad both of us would be. You are depressed and anemic. Get yourself in flesh and view things like a man of this world. But don't you think it's the best thing that can happen to a man, if he outgrows passion? In certain circumstances, no doubt. In all and any. The best moments of life are those when we contemplate beauty in the purely artistic spirit, objectively. I have had such moments in Greece and Italy, times when I was a free spirit, utterly remote from the temptations and harassings of sexual emotion. What we call love is mere turmoil. Who wouldn't release himself from it forever, if the possibility offered? Oh, there is a good deal to be said for that, of course. Reardon's face was illumined with the glow of an exquisite memory. Haven't I told you, he said, of that marvellous sunset at Athens? I was on the Nix, had been rambling about there the whole afternoon. For I dare say a couple of hours I had noticed a growing rift of light in the clouds to the west. It looked as if the dull day might have a rich ending. That rift grew broader and brighter, the only bit of light in the sky. On Parnes there were white strips of ragged mist, hanging very low, the same on Hymettus, and even the peak of Lycabettus was just hidden. Of a sudden the sun's rays broke out. They showed themselves first in a strangely beautiful way, striking from behind the seaward hills through the pass that leads to Eleusis, and so gleaming on the nearer slopes of Aigaleos, making the clefts black and the rounded parts of the mountain wonderfully brilliant with golden colour. All the rest of the landscape, remember, was untouched with a ray of light. This lasted only a minute or two. Then the sun itself sank into the open patch of sky and shot glory in every direction. Broadening beams smote upwards over the dark clouds and made them lurid yellow. To the left of the sun, the Gulf of Aegina was all golden mist, the islands floating in it vaguely. To the right, over black Salamis, lay delicate strips of pale blue, indescribably pale and delicate. You remember it very clearly. As if I saw it now, but wait, I turned eastward, and there to my astonishment was a magnificent rainbow, a perfect semicircle, stretching from the foot of Parnes to that of Hymettus, framing Athens and its hills, which grew brighter and brighter, the brightness for which there is no name among colours. Hymettus was of a soft, misty warmth, something tending to purple, its ridges marked by exquisitely soft and indefinite shadows, the rainbow coming right down in front. The Acropolis simply glowed and blazed. As the sun descended, all these colours grew richer and warmer. For a moment the landscape was nearly crimson. Then suddenly the sun passed into the lower stratum of cloud, and the splendour died almost at once, except that there remained the northern half of the rainbow, which had become double. In the west the clouds were still glorious for a time. There were two shaped like great expanded wings, edged with refulgence. "Stop!" cried Biffen, "or I shall clutch you by the throat. I warned you before that I can't stand those reminiscences. Live in hope. Scrape together £20 and go there, if you die of hunger afterwards." "I shall never have 20 shillings," was the despondent answer. "I feel sure you will sell Mr. Bailey." "It's kind of you to encourage me, but if Mr. Bailey is ever sold, I don't mind undertaking to eat my duplicates of the proofs." "But now, you remember what led me to that. What does a man care for any woman on earth when he is absorbed in contemplation of that kind?" "But it is only one of life's satisfactions." "I am only maintaining that it is the best, and infinitely preferable to sexual emotion. It leaves no doubt, no bitterness of any kind. Poverty can't rob me of those memories. I have lived in an ideal world that was not deceitful, a world which seems to me, when I recall it, beyond the human sphere, bathed in diviner light." It was 4 or 5 days after this that Reardon, on going to his work in City Road, found a note from Carter. It requested him to call at the main hospital at 11:30 the next morning. He supposed the appointment had something to do with his business at Croydon, whither he had been in the meantime. Some unfavourable news, perhaps. Any misfortune was likely. He answered the summons punctually, and on entering the general office was received by the clerk to wait in Mr. Carter's private room. The secretary had not yet arrived. His waiting lasted some 10 minutes. Then the door opened and admitted, not Carter, but Mrs. Edmund Yule. Reardon stood up in perturbation. He was anything but prepared, or disposed, for an interview with this lady. She came towards him, with hand extended and a countenance of suave friendliness. "I doubted whether you would see me if I let you know," she said. "Forgive me this bit of scheming, will you? I have something so very important to speak to you about." He said nothing, but kept a demeanour of courtesy. "I think you haven't heard from Amy?" Mrs. Yule asked. "Not since I saw her." "And you don't know what has come to pass?" "I have heard nothing." "I am come to see you quite on my own responsibility, quite. I took Mr. Carter into my confidence, but begged him not to let Mrs. Carter know, lest she should tell Amy. I think he will keep his promise. It seemed to me that it was really my duty to do whatever I could in these sad, sad circumstances." Reardon listened respectfully, but without sign of feeling. "I had better tell you at once that Amy's uncle at Wattleborough is dead, and that in his will he has bequeathed her £10,000. Mrs. Yule watched the effect of this. For a moment none was visible, but she saw at length that Reardon's lips trembled and his eyebrows twitched. "I am glad to hear of her good fortune," he said distantly, and in even tones. "You will feel, I am sure," continued his mother-in-law, "that this must put an end to your most unhappy differences." "How can it have that result?" "It puts you both in a very different position, does it not? But for your distressing circumstances, I am sure there would never have been such unpleasantness, never. Neither you nor Amy is the kind of person to take a pleasure in disagreement. Let me beg you to go and see her again. Everything is so different now. Amy has not the faintest idea that I have come to see you, and she mustn't on any account be told, for her worst fault is that sensitive pride of hers, and I'm sure she wouldn't be offended, Edwin, if I say that you have very much the same failing. Between two such sensitive people differences might last a lifetime, unless one could be persuaded to take the first step. Do be generous. A woman is privileged to be a little obstinate, it is always said. Overlook the fault and persuade her to let bygones be bygones." There was an involuntary affectedness in Mrs. Yule's speech which repelled Reardon. He could not even put faith in her assurance that Amy knew nothing of this intercession. In any case, it was extremely distasteful to him to discuss such matters with Mrs. Yule. "Under no circumstances could I do more than I have already done," he replied. "After what you have told me, it is impossible for me to go and see her unless she expressly invites me." "Oh, if only you would overcome this sensitiveness!" "It is not in my power to do so. My poverty, as you justly say, was the cause of our parting. But if Amy is no longer poor, that is very far from a reason why I should go to her as a suppliant for forgiveness." "But do consider the facts of the case, independently of feeling. I really think I don't go too far in saying that at least some provocation was given by you first of all. I'm so very, very far from wishing to say anything disagreeable. I am sure you feel that. But wasn't there some little ground for complaint on Amy's part? Wasn't there now? Reardon was tortured with nervousness. He wished to be alone, to think over what had happened, and Mrs Yule's urgent voice rasped on his ears. Its very smoothness made it worse. "There may have been ground for grief and concern," he answered, "but for complaint, no, I think not." "But I understand," the voice sounded rather irritable now, "that you positively reproached and upbraided her because she was reluctant to go and live in some very shocking place." "I may have lost my temper after Amy had shown, but I can't review our troubles in this way." "Am I to plead in vain?" "I regret very much that I can't possibly do as you wish. It is all between Amy and myself. Interference by other people cannot do any good." "I am sorry you should use such a word as interference," replied Mrs Yule, bridling a little. "Very sorry indeed. I confess it didn't occur to me that my good will to you could be seen in that light." "Believe me, I didn't use the word offensively." "Then you refuse to take any step towards a restoration of good feeling?" "I am obliged to, and Amy would understand perfectly why I say so." His earnestness was so unmistakable that Mrs Yule had no choice but to rise and bring the interview to an end. She commanded herself sufficiently to offer a regretful hand. "I can only say that my daughter is very, very unfortunate." Reardon lingered a little after her departure, then left the hospital and walked at a rapid pace in no particular direction. Chapter 27, Part 1.
Chapter 27, Part 2 of New Grub Street. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie. New Grub Street by George Gissing. Chapter 27, Part 2. Ah, if this had happened in the first year of his marriage, what more blessed man than he would have walked the earth? But it came after irreparable harm. No amount of wealth could undo the ruin caused by poverty. It was natural for him, as soon as he could think with deliberation, to turn towards his only friend. But on calling at the house in Clipstone Street, he found the garret empty, and no one could tell him when its occupant was likely to be back. He left a note and made his way back to Islington. The evening had to be spent at the hospital, but on his return, Biffen sat waiting for him. "You called about 12, didn't you?" the visitor inquired. "Half-past." "I was at the police court. Odd thing, but it always happens so, that I should have spoken of Sykes the other night. Last night I came upon a crowd in Oxford Street, and the nucleus of it was no other than Sykes himself, very drunk and disorderly, in the grip of two policemen. Nothing could be done for him. I was useless as bail. He even had to sleep in the cell. But I went this morning to see what would become of him. Such a spectacle when they brought him forward. It was only 5 shillings fine, and to my astonishment he produced the money. I joined him outside. It required a little courage, and had a long talk with him. He's writing a London letter for some provincial daily, and the first payment had thrown him off his balance." Reardon laughed gaily, and made inquiries about the eccentric gentleman. Only when the subject was exhausted did he speak of his own concerns, relating quietly what he had learned from Mrs Yule. Biffen's eyes widened. "So," Reardon cried with exultation, "there is the last burden off my mind. Henceforth I haven't a care. The only thing that still troubled me was my inability to give Amy enough to live upon. Now she is provided for in secula seculorum. Isn't this grand news?" "Decidedly. But if she's provided for, so are you." "Biffen, you know me better. Could I accept a farthing of her money? This has made our coming together again for ever impossible, unless dead things can come to life. I know the value of money, but I can't take it from Amy." The other kept silence. "No, but now everything is well. She has her child and can devote herself to bringing the boy up. And but I shall be rich on my own account. 150 a year. It would be a farce to offer Amy her share of it. By all the gods of Olympus, we will go to Greece together, you and I." "Pooh!" "I swear it. Let me save for a couple of years, and then get a good month's holiday, or more if possible, and, as Pallas Athene liveth, we shall find ourselves at Marseilles, going aboard some boat of the Messageries. I can't believe yet that this is true. Come, we will have a supper tonight. Come out into Upper Street, and let us eat, drink, and be merry." "You are beside yourself. But never mind. Let us rejoice by all means. There's every reason." "That poor girl! Now at last she'll be at ease." "Who?" "Amy, of course. I'm delighted on her account." "Ah, but if it had come a long time ago, in the happy days, then she too would have gone to Greece, wouldn't she? Everything in life comes too soon or too late. What it would have meant for her and for me! She would never have hated me then, never. Biffen, am I base or contemptible? She thinks so. That's how poverty has served me. If you had seen her, how she looked at me when we met the other day, you would understand well enough why I couldn't live with her now, not if she entreated me to. That would make me base, if you like. Gods, how ashamed I should be if I yielded to such a temptation! And once—" He had worked himself to such intensity of feeling that at length his voice choked and tears burst from his eyes. "Come out and let us have a walk," said Biffen. On leaving the house they found themselves in a thick fog, through which trickled drops of warm rain. Nevertheless they pursued their purpose, and presently were seated in one of the boxes of a small coffee shop. Their only companion in the place was a cab driver who had just finished a meal, and was now nodding into slumber over his plate and cup. Reardon ordered fried ham and eggs, the luxury of the poor, and when the attendant woman was gone away to execute the order, he burst into excited laughter. "Here we sit, two literary men. How should we be regarded by—" He named 2 or 3 of the successful novelists of the day. "With what magnificent scorn they would turn from us and our squalid feast. They have never known struggle, not they. They are public school men, university men, club men, society men. An income of less than 300 or 400 a year is inconceivable to them. That seems the minimum for an educated man's support. It would be small-minded to think of them with rancour, but, by Apollo, I know that we should change places with them if the work we have done were justly weighed against theirs. What does it matter? We are different types of intellectual workers. I think of them savagely now and then, but only when hunger gets a trifle too keen. Their work answers a demand. Ours, or mine at all events, doesn't. They are in touch with the reading multitude. They have the sentiments of the respectable. They write for their class. Well, you had your circle of readers, and if things hadn't gone against you by this time you certainly could have counted on your 300 or 400 a year. It's unlikely that I should ever have got more than £200 for a book, and to have kept at my best I must have been content to publish once every 2 or 3 years. The position was untenable with no private income, and I must needs marry a wife of dainty instincts. What astounding impudence! No wonder fate pitched me aside into the gutter. They ate their ham and eggs and exhilarated themselves with a cup of chicory, called coffee. Then Biffen drew from the pocket of his venerable overcoat the volume of Euripides he had brought, and their talk turned once more to the land of the sun. Only when the coffee shop was closed did they go forth again into the foggy street, and at the top of Pentonville Hill they stood for 10 minutes debating a metrical effect in one of the fragments. Day after day Reardon went about with a fever upon him. By evening his pulse was always rapid, and no extremity of weariness brought him a refreshing sleep. In conversation he seemed either depressed or excited, more often the latter. Save when attending to his duties at the hospital, he made no pretence of employing himself. If at home, he sat for hours without opening a book, and his walks, excepting when they led him to Clipstone Street, were aimless. The hours of postal delivery found him waiting in an anguish of suspense. At 8 o'clock each morning he stood by his window, listening for the postman's knock in the street. As it approached he went out to the head of the stairs, and if the knock sounded at the door of his house, he leaned over the banisters, trembling in expectation. But the latter was never for him. When his agitation had subsided he felt glad of the disappointment, and laughed and sang. One day Carter appeared at the City Road establishment and made an opportunity of speaking to his clerk in private. "I suppose," he said with a smile, "they'll have to look out for someone else at Croydon?" "By no means. The thing is settled. I go at Christmas." "You really mean that?" "Undoubtedly." Seeing that Reardon was not disposed even to allude to private circumstances, the secretary said no more, and went away convinced that misfortunes had turned the poor fellow's brain. Wandering in the city, about this time Reardon encountered his friend the realist. "Would you like to meet Sykes?" asked Biffen. "I'm just going to see him." "Where does he live?" "In some indiscoverable hole. To save fuel, he spends his mornings at some reading rooms. The admission is only a penny, and there he can see all the papers and do his writing and enjoy a grateful temperature." They repaired to the haunt in question. A flight of stairs brought them to a small room in which were exposed the daily newspapers. Another ascent, and they were in a room devoted to magazines, chess, and refreshments. Yet another, and they reached the department of weekly publications. Lastly, at the top of the house, they found a lavatory and a chamber for the use of those who desired to write. The walls of this last retreat were of blue plaster and sloped inwards from the floor. Along them stood school desks with benches, and in one place was suspended a ragged and dirty card announcing that paper and envelopes could be purchased downstairs. An enormous basket full of waste paper and a small stove occupied 2 corners. Ink blotches, satirical designs, and much scribbling in pen and pencil served for mural adornment. From the adjacent lavatory came sounds of splashing and spluttering, and the busy street far below sent up its confused noises. 2 persons only sat at the desks. One was a hunger-bitten, out-of-work clerk, evidently engaged in replying to advertisements. In front of him lay 2 or 3 finished letters, and on the ground at his feet were several crumpled sheets of notepaper representing abortive essays in composition. The other man, also occupied with the pen, looked about 40 years old and was clad in a very rusty suit of tweeds. On the bench beside him lay a grey overcoat and a silk hat which had for some time been moulting. His face declared the habit to which he was a victim, but it had nothing repulsive in its lineaments and expression. On the contrary, it was pleasing, amiable, and rather quaint. At this moment no one would have doubted his sobriety. With coat sleeve turned back so as to give free play to his right hand and wrist, revealing meanwhile a flannel shirt of singular colour, and with his collar unbuttoned, he wore no tie, To leave his throat at ease as he bent myopically over the paper, he was writing at express speed, evidently in the full rush of the ardour of composition. The veins of his forehead were dilated, and his chin pushed forward in a way that made one think of a racing horse. "Are you too busy to talk?" asked Biffen, going to his side. "I am! Upon my soul, I am!" exclaimed the other, looking up in alarm. "For the love of heaven, don't put me out! A quarter of an hour." "All right, I'll come up again." The friends went downstairs and turned over the papers. "Now let's try him again," said Biffen, when considerably more than the requested time had elapsed. They went up and found Mr. Sikes in an attitude of melancholy meditation. He had turned back his coat sleeve, had buttoned his collar, and was eyeing the slips of completed manuscript. Biffen presented his companion, and Mr. Sikes greeted the novelist with much geniality. "What do you think this is?" he exclaimed, pointing to his work. "The first instalment of my autobiography for the Shropshire Weekly Herald. Anonymous, of course, but strictly veracious, with the omission of sundry little personal failings which are nothing to the point. I call it Through the Wilds of Literary London. An old friend of mine edits the Herald, and I'm indebted to him for the suggestion." His voice was a trifle husky, but he spoke like a man of education. "Most people will take it for fiction. I wish I had inventive power enough to write fiction anything like it. I have published novels, Mr. Reardon, but my experience in that branch of literature was peculiar, as I may say it has been in most others to which I have applied myself. My first stories were written for The Young Lady's Favourite, and most remarkable productions they were, I promise you. That was 15 years ago, in the days of my versatility. I could throw off my supplemental novelette of 15,000 words without turning a hair, and immediately after it fall to, fresh as a daisy, on the Illustrated History of the United States, which I was then doing for Edward Coughlin. But presently I thought myself too good for The Favourite. In an evil day I began to write 3-volume novels, aiming at reputation. It wouldn't do. I persevered for 5 years and made about 5 failures. Then I went back to Bowring. Take me on again, old man, will you? Bowring was a man of few words. He said, "Blaze away, my boy." And I tried to, but it was no use. I had got out of the style. My writing was too literary by a long chalk. For a whole year I deliberately strove to write badly, but Bowring was so pained with the feebleness of my efforts that at last he sternly bade me avoid his sight. "What the devil," he roared one day, "do you mean by sending me stories about men and women? You ought to know better than that, a fellow of your experience." So I had to give it up, and there was an end of my career as a writer of fiction. He shook his head sadly. Biffen, he continued, when I first made his acquaintance, had an idea of writing for the working classes. And what do you think he was going to offer them? Stories about the working classes! Nay, never hang your head for it, old boy. It was excusable in the days of your youth. Why, Mr. Reardon, as no doubt you know well enough, nothing can induce working men or women to read stories that treat of their own world. They are the most consumed idealists in creation, especially the women. Again and again work girls have said to me, "Oh, I don't like that book, it's nothing but real life." "It's the fault of women in general," remarked Reardon. "So it is, but it comes out with delicious naivete in the working classes. Now, educated people like to read of scenes that are familiar to them, though I grant you that the picture must be idealized if you're to appeal to more than 1 in 1,000. The working classes detest anything that tries to represent their daily life. It isn't because their life is too painful. No, no. It's downright snobbishness. Dickens goes down only with the best of them, and then solely because of his strength in farce and his melodrama. Presently the three went out together and had dinner at an à la mode beef shop. Mr. Sikes ate little, but took copious libations of porter at 2d. a pint. When the meal was over he grew taciturn. "Can you walk westwards?" Biffen asked. "I'm afraid not, afraid not. In fact, I have an appointment at 2, at Aldgate Station." They parted from him. "Now he'll go and soak till he's unconscious," said Biffen. "Poor fellow! Pity he ever earns anything at all. The workhouse would be better, I should think." "No, no, let a man drink himself to death rather. I have a horror of the workhouse. Remember the clock at Marylebone I used to tell you about?" "Unphilosophic. I don't think I should be unhappy in the workhouse. I should have a certain satisfaction in the thought that I had forced society to support me. And then the absolute freedom from care. Why, it's very much the same as being a man of independent fortune." It was about a week after this, midway in November, that there at length came to Manville Street a letter addressed in Amy's hand. It arrived at 3 one afternoon. Reardon heard the postman, but he had ceased to rush out on every such occasion, and to-day he was feeling ill. Lying upon his bed, he had just raised his head wearily when he became aware that someone was mounting to his room. He sprang up, his face and neck flushing. This time Amy began, "Dear Edwin." The sight of those words made his brain swim. "You must, of course, have heard," she wrote, "that my Uncle John has left me £10,000. It has not yet come into my possession, and I had decided that I would not write to you till that happened, but perhaps you may altogether misunderstand my silence. If this money had come to me when you were struggling so hard to earn a living for us, we should never have spoken the words and thought the thoughts which now make it so difficult for me to write to you. What I wish to say is that, although the property is legally my own, I quite recognize that you have a right to share in it. Since we have lived apart, you have sent me far more than you could really afford, believing it your duty to do so. Now that things are so different, I wish you, as well as myself, to benefit by the change. I said at our last meeting that I should be quite prepared to return to you if you took that position at Croydon. There is now no need for you to pursue a kind of work for which you are quite unfitted, and I repeat that I am willing to live with you as before. If you will tell me where you would like to make a new home, I shall gladly agree. I do not think you would care to leave London permanently, and certainly I should not. Please to let me hear from you as soon as possible. In writing like this I feel that I have done what you expressed a wish that I should do. I have asked you to put an end to our separation, and I trust that I have not asked in vain. Yours always, Amy Reardon. The letter fell from his hand. It was such a letter as he might have expected, but the beginning misled him, and as his agitation throbbed itself away, he suffered an encroachment of despair which made him for a time unable to move or even think. His reply, written by the dreary twilight which represented sunset, ran thus: "Dear Amy, I thank you for your letter, and I appreciate your motive in writing it. But if you feel that you have done what I expressed a wish that you should do, you must have strangely misunderstood me. The only one thing that I wished was, that by some miracle your love for me might be revived. Can I persuade myself that this is the letter of a wife who desires to return to me because in her heart she loves me? If that is the truth, you have been most unfortunate in trying to express yourself. You have written because it seemed your duty to do so. But indeed, a sense of duty such as this is a mistaken one. You have no love for me, and where there is no love, there is no mutual obligation in marriage. Perhaps you think that regard for social conventions will necessitate your living with me again. But have more courage. Refuse to act falsehoods. Tell society it is base and brutal, and that you prefer to live an honest life. I cannot share your wealth, dear, but as you have no longer need of my help, as we are now quite independent of each other, I shall cease to send the money which hitherto I have considered yours. In this way I shall have enough, and more than enough, for my necessities, so that you will never have to trouble yourself with the thought that I am suffering privations. At Christmas I go to Croydon, and I will then write to you again. For we may at all events be friendly. My mind is relieved from ceaseless anxiety on your account. I know now that you are safe from that accursed poverty which is to blame for all our sufferings. You I do not blame, though I have sometimes done so. My own experience teaches me how kindness can be embittered by misfortune. Some great and noble sorrow may have the effect of drawing hearts together, but to struggle against destitution, to be crushed by care about shillings and sixpences, that must always degrade. No other reply than this is possible, so I beg you not to write in this way again. Let me know if you go to live elsewhere. I hope Willie is well, and that his growth is still a delight and happiness to you. Edwin Reardon. That one word, dear, occurring in the middle of the letter, gave him pause as he read the lines over. Should he not obliterate it, and even in such a way that Amy might see what he had done? His pen was dipped in the ink for that purpose, but after all he held his hand. Amy was still dear to him, say what he might, and if she noted the word, if she pondered over it. A street gas lamp prevented the room from becoming absolutely dark. When he had closed the envelope he lay down on his bed again and watched the flickering yellowness upon the ceiling. He ought to have some tea before going to the hospital, but he cared so little for it that the trouble of boiling water was too great. The flickering light grew fainter. He understood at length that this was caused by fog that had begun to descend. The fog was his enemy. It would be wise to purchase a respirator if this hideous weather continued, for sometimes his throat burned, and there was a rasping in his chest which gave disagreeable admonition. He fell asleep for half an hour, and on awaking he was feverish, as usual at this time of day. Well, it was time to go to his work. Ugh! That first mouthful of fog! End of chapter 27, part 2.